This audiobook contains 77 censored sentences and 210 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. In the middle of the floor is a larger symbol, so you'll be teleported to the middle, much like when we go to the kitsunes, onis, or tengus. I looked down and could also see a larger teleportation symbol carved in the middle. Looking at the door, it was quite a fit. Only 2 or maybe 3 could fit at a time. We'll do it first, and then the rest can follow. A few seconds later, Yoshitsune announces as they walk over to the door. They stand in the circle, and they are consumed by a short but bright blue light. They vanish. I gesture for the girls to go next. You 3 move ahead, they'll follow after. They nodded as Akino let go of my arm and Shigen with my hand. They stood there and were teleported away. I walked over to it and did the same thing. Yulgana Tailless City, when I teleported into the new realm, I was in a similar structure as the last one, a basement. Though I could hear quite a lot of chatter above us, so I can assume we're not that far from the surface. I could see everyone standing there, so I stepped out of the circle. Let's go then. Above us is the tourist and information building, but your group should be fine since we're helping guide you. Yoshitsune says, and then turns around to walk up the stairs. As she was walking up, I could see a few yukai come through. 2 of them were kitsunes, and another was one with a long neck. They stare at me with wide eyes as we pass by each other. What was that about? They probably recognized you? Maybe. As we continued climbing, we quickly reached the surface. Our immediate view was of the open entrance door. I glanced behind me and saw a few counters with people behind them. One said help information, and another that just said tour guides. A few others were souvenir shops. The kitsunes manned 2 of them, while the rest were mostly male. I feel a tug on my arm and see Shigen pulling on my shirt. I followed them as she wrapped herself around my arm. Akino sees this and smirks. She does the same to my other arm. Once outside, I could see why Iwabumi said that it was both modern and old. If I had to describe it, the housing structure around the place was definitely modeled after old Japanese era types. However, I guess the feel of the place felt modern. Lantern lights were all around the place, as well as cherry blossoms. Many buildings were clustered around, and quite a lot of kitsunes were walking around. We don't know anything about the location, so I'd appreciate it if you would. Then to the alcohol store. Benkei announced as she started to walk away, while dragging Yoichi, who looked confused. Yoshitsune sighed in exasperation and followed after her. We did the same while looking around the place. There were a few food vendors out, as well as other vendors. They were selling various items, including many fox-related items. Some were of the return of Tamamo and Inari, as well as the middleman and Red Dra. Oh my god! It's the Red Dragon Emperor. I hear a scream behind me, and I glance behind me. A small kitsune boy was pointing at me looking excited. Once he pointed this out, many eyes were on me, and the sudden realization hit all of them. I was quickly surrounded, but I pulled an Akino and Shigen toward me as Suzaku was pushed away by the crowd. I could see Yoshitsune panicking as she tried to control the situation, but to no avail. Yuawawa, Jin-san. It's him, the one who saved our goddess. Can I have an autograph? Sign my baby. I'm your biggest fan. I'm so happy to meet you. How overwhelming. And no, what kind of demands are those? Shigen appeared overwhelmed by the spectacle, while Akino smiled as usual. You're quite popular here, huh? You think? I sigh and shouted loudly if you want an autograph or picture, make a line, or we won't get anywhere. They all froze for a second before doing so. I was a bit surprised myself, as I didn't think they would do what I said. They lined up, and I started to work through each of their requests. I signed some stuff, took pictures, and had to turn down some unusual requests. All in all, it took around 45 minutes to get everything done. Shigyun and Akino waited patiently by my side, while the rest of them rejoined us. You seem used to this kind of thing, Yoichi said beside me while pulling out a marker and poster. I deadpan at him and signed it. The guy seemed ecstatic and quickly put away. Yeah, I had something similar happen in the underworld. My role as a dragon guardian means I get to experience that kind of thing. I have some signings there. Well, once the alliance is signed, you can come over there since my show is produced from there. I glance at Yoichi as he had an excited glint in his eyes. So, kids and their mothers approach you a lot, huh? Benkei nudged me and smirked. Looks like you're popular with the families, huh? I didn't think Skyward-sama had that kind of reputation. No, I don't. Jean and Venelana-sama seem to get along well. Akino looked at me with a smirk. Oi, that's not helping at all. I see. We'll keep that in mind, Jean-kun. HAAA. We hear more commotion from in front of us, so we turn to look that way when Tamamo came into sight. She sees us and hurriedly walks over to us. Jin-sama. She bows and smiles at us. She seemed a little modest, but she's not exactly nace-averse Tamamo. She just looks like her. You have come here for a visit? Yeah, I'm here for the alliance. They're still looking over it, so I'm just exploring your realms. Today, Kitsune. Tomorrow, Oni or Tengu. Tamamo nods and gestures for us to follow her. Then I shall lead you to where Inari-sama's abode is. Please follow me. She starts to walk away, and we follow after her. As we strolled through the tailless city, we were greeted by many kitsunes and some other yukai. The more notable ones are the dog and cat yukai. These are not the ones that Kuroka and Chiron belong to, but other variants. Currently, Meho-sama is the one governing the city in Inari-sama's absence. However, at night, Inari-sama does come back. If you wish to see her, you may wait at her residence until then. Tamamo explains. I see. That makes sense since Raijin did go to Dragon Mountain at the end of the day. We continue to walk, and Tamamo tells us some notable places to visit, like the Kitsune Waterfall, where many people train to use Tuki, a hot spring that you can visit together with the opposite gender or separately. It's apparently a different area for each party of guests. So if my group travels there, we can walk to one area by ourselves and Yoshitsune can go to another. But hot springs, huh? I'm interested. Maybe we can check it out before we return to Takamagara. Another notable area is an offering hall for Inari and Meho, although they're alive, but it was mostly for Inari when she was dead. What about the large rock formations in the distance? Or are they just nothing? There are some villages out there for those who wish to live outside the hustle and bustle of the city. There's a well-known route and path to travel to them. I see country kitsunes, huh? I wonder if they have an accent. We eventually reached the residence of Inari and Meho. It was near the east side of the city. It was quite informative. In front of us on both sides were stone statues of foxes. They both had glowing red eyes. A small stone bridge with water on either side connects to another part. There is some kind of throne or area in front of us as the area was lit up by paper lanterns and candles. What are those things? Flying ghost fish? Shigen points up and we look at them. Yeah, they look weird. I've never heard of them. Yes, they are. They're harmless and just float above Inari-sama and Meho-sama's home. Come, she is waiting. As we approached the open throne area, there was a female Barado and a male kitsune. He looked like an attendee or a butler. Meho is a beautiful and tall fox woman with an elegant appearance. Perhaps her most striking facial feature is her slit blue eyes that give off a languid yet sharp look. Her hair is neatly arranged, primarily white in color, but gradually turning orange towards its tips. Furthermore, Meho adorned her head with a variety of animal bones, horns, teeth, scales, and other ornaments, making her appearance majestic and somewhat mythical. On top of her head were a pair of sharp orange fox ears. Adorning herself in a richly colored kimono that vaguely exposes her thin white shoulders, Meho gives off an incredibly languid and relaxed air. She wears a primarily blue kimono with a floral pattern, which features bright green edges and a collar. She keeps it all together with a green belt that has a black floral pattern adorning it. Interestingly, her 9 orange fox tails perfectly complement her attire. In addition, Meho was casually smoking her golden kizaru. I could feel some sort of magic coming from it. The male kitsune is a tall, handsome young man with white hair, white fox ears, pale skin, and 2 different colored eyes. His left, gold, and his right, blue. His uniform consists of a black suit, gray undershirt, and maroon tie. He wears black half-gloves. He also has a katana on his hip. Meho-sama, I brought Jean with me. He's the middleman and current Dual Dragon Emperor. Dual Dragon Emperor? Do titles mean that much in this world? To them, it does, Velgrind. How would you feel if you were called the Scorching Dragon Lord? I see. Meiho stops, smoking her kizaru, and looks at me. She was sitting down as she did that, and then got up. Welcome, Jean, was it? Welcome to Yolgana and the Tailless City. I am Meiho, the previous ruler of this realm, until you brought Inari-sama back to us. However, as you are here, she's departed for the time being, and I will lead in her place. Nice place you got here. And yeah, I'm Jean. Nice to meet you, Meiho. She chuckles to herself. You are quite brazen, aren't you? Greeting me so nonchalantly is a change of pace. I quite like it. She smirks at me and then looks at the women I was with. Both Shigyun and Akino were still hugging my arm, and then she looked at Suzaku. It seems the rumors of your harem were true. Interesting, Jean. Please do enjoy your stay here, even if it will be just a day. Also, thank you again for saving Tamamo here from Kao's brigade and reviving our goddess Inari. Though I would believe that you heard this from Amaterasu-sama. No? I nod. Very well. You're free to leave. Please do try out many of our delicacies. As she blew out smoke from her kizaru, some smoke fell on my hand, and then I felt a piece of paper. I grip it and turn around. Yeah, I plan on doing so. Thank you. I'll see you around then. It's also a pleasure to see you again, Benkei, Yoshitsu-san, and Yoichi. Yes, you as well, Meiho-san. See you around, Meiho-chi. And we started to walk away, and I felt both of their gazes on my back. I don't know how to feel about her. I could sense that she meant well, but she's the scheming type. Maybe she has a more. I suppose that's the unhinged part of her personality. I open my hand to see a letter. I open it, and it says if you want to hang out, come meet me here after midnight. What does she take me for? Maybe she meant something else? Like what? Maybe she's part of the Monkai Association, but I could sense her drag. She may not have taken the vial yet. Maybe she needed their help? Or at least whatever the Yukai part of that faction of the Cows Brigade was before they joined up. Now she's in a tough spot? Well, that doesn't seem too unimaginable. We'll check this out tonight then. But if you're wrong, and if she's just feeling restless in meeting Tiamat. Ashu, how does that correlate? Meiho-sama means well. Tamamo starts as we walk away and enter the busy streets of the Yolgana. When Inari-sama died, and before I disappeared, there was a lot of unrest in our realm. Amaterasu helped as many of us as she could, giving jobs to her place of residence, and setting up a small district for kitsunes in Takamagara. However, like any race, we wish to remain in the same place we were born in. We love Yolgana and the place that Inari-sama built. We lived here and made it to be where it was back then. So when Inari-sama died protecting Kyoto, a few tried to take over. It was working well for a certain time. However, I soon left Takamagara and entered the human realm since I was curious about it. Many things happened, and it led to my imprisonment. I have only heard this from Meiho-sama, so it may have some bias, but a group rose and called themselves Regum. I believe that's Latin for kings I finished for her, and she nods. They did right for the kitsunes here for a certain time period. They kept up with what Inari-sama wanted, which was unity among our race and whatever others were here. However, a certain individual in that group wanted to rule like a tyrant, and the peace was interrupted. Fortunately, or unfortunately, whatever way you look at it, the peace that was prevalent in our realm was no more. He didn't go further than our realm. I believe he knew he couldn't stand against the gods. Tamatsu, one of the leaders, began to off his fellow leaders. He made them seem like accidents and eventually succeeded. He then took control of our realm. Tamatsu? Quite ironic. Doesn't that mean defender or protector? Akino asked, and Tamamo nodded. Yes. His rule only lasted a few years since Meiho-sama and her group, along with her bodyguard, Soshir, started a revolt and overthrew Tamatsu. He was executed a few days later after they had taken hold of where Inari-sama lived. Meiho-sama can be a cold and calculating person. She systematically and slowly removed the black markets and corruption from our realm. She used any means necessary. She did not want those times to come back to our realm, even if it means being hated by some groups here. Any means necessary. I can see why some would hate her. Some may need to do some illegal things to just get by in life. Whoever was close to those who were caught can hold a grudge. But from what I saw, even briefly, they were quite happy with their current life. Perhaps I'm being naive here, but I wonder if there is a hidden underground at work here. Multiple black markers tried to resurface over the years under her rule, but none were successful. A few tried to assassinate her, but Meho-sama is quite powerful. The same with Soshur. He's an excellent swordsman. As of now, there are no black markets currently active. Since Inari-sama is back, Meho-sama has become her advisor. But in reality, Tamamo stops and gestures for us to come closer, so we do. She was appointed to a newly created position. After hearing of what she had done, Inari-sama deemed this newly created role a necessity. If I had to compare it to something, then it's akin to a Black Ops type role. They deal with the bad side of our realm discreetly and quickly. It will never be open or known to the public. She and her group will be the heroes in the shadows. The unsung heroes, huh? Let's change topics. It's become quite heavy. There's a local restaurant that Inari-sama, Meho-sama, and I frequent. Would you like to go there? I was about to say something when growl Yoichi and Shigen's stomachs growled like starved hyenas, making both of them blush. The rest of us laugh at them as Shigen just pushed her head into my side, trying to hide her embarrassment, while Yoichi was relentlessly teased by Benkei. It seems like a good time for lunch now. It wasn't a long walk, but we eventually reached the restaurant Tamamo mentioned. It was called the Yuzora Diner. It was a humble establishment made out of white stone and a dark blue roof. The front had 2 windows that you could see inside the place. Tamamo pushed open the doors as a bell chimed as we entered. Strangely enough, we were the only customers here. The tables and chairs were sectioned off by small walls and a small glass window. Seeing as there were quite a number of us, should we split the groups up? I ask, but Tamamo shakes her head. In the back, there's a more spacious room. Let's go there. I shall ask the owner. As Tamamo finishes saying that, a female kitsune approaches us. Oya? Tamamo-chan, welcome. Are you eating? Yoshitsune-sama, Yoichi-sama, and Benkei-sama are here. And those are your friends? The female kitsune looks at us with a cute head tilt. Yes, we're here to have lunch, Yuzora. That is Jean, the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. He brought some companions with him. Could we use the back since there's quite a number of us? Yuzora is a young-looking kitsune female. She has plum-colored hair with bangs that cover her left eye. Her hair is held back by 4 golden bird kanzashi along with a red flower ornament. She has 4 big, purple foxtails with light purple tips. Yuzora wears a red kimono with black linings and golden butterflies on the bottom of the sleeves. The kimono has an elegant, low neckline. She is barefooted. Ada, the middleman has graced my establishment. I would be honored. Please follow me. She walks away, and we quickly follow after her. After passing through 2 doors, we entered what appeared to be the staff lounge and passed by the kitchen. It was quite spacious with various things in the room. There was a little snack machine filled with Japanese snacks, a few cabinets, and a dispenser that had water, tea, milk, soda, and other drinks. Yuzora came over to us as we got ourselves seated and put menus down. I look over the menu and note everything. I then order what I wanted. Maybe I should recreate a few of these with my own twist for my own restaurant. I mean, I've thought of it before with other things I ate. Jean-san, where do you want to go after this? As we wait for our food, Yoshitsune asked me a question. Where? Good question. Where do I want to go? I thought back on what Tamamo had told me earlier. What about that waterfall? You said some yukai travel there to train? Can any of you 3 use Tuki? I haven't been there yet myself. Yes, Benkei, and I can use Tuki. Yoichi can't, well, he's lazy and doesn't want to try learning how to use it. It would help him if he tried. Can you use it, Jean? Yoshitsune agreed to it. Tuki am surprised that Yoichi can't use it, but I more or less expected it from these 2. Wouldn't it be beneficial for him? He's an archer after all. Increased speed and defense. Maybe even coat your arrows with Tuki? Yeah, I can, though I thought Yoichi could use it. I then went on to tell him my thoughts on it. I can use it, it's just I can't use it like you described, so I just gave up on it. I mean, in emergencies, I can use it to flee, you know? Hey, that's just an excuse. Yoichi, you just don't like training. I train on a daily basis. Benkei rolls her eyes at him, and they begin to argue. I turn to look at Shigen, who was playing with Po, whom she had summoned. I reach over and pat him on the head. He usually only lets me in team/dog touch him. I know he's gotten used to your presence, Cinchuredo. Sorry for the wait. Yuzora eventually comes back with a few plates of food and starts to put them on the table. Again, growl, growl. Both Shigen and Yoichi's stomachs growled. We chuckle, but begin to eat lunch while Yuzora kept on coming with the dishes she made. "Oh, that was good. I thought I would die without food." Yoichi pats his stomach, satisfied with the food he ate. Her family trait led Shigen to order a second and third serving before she was satisfied. No wonder she became hungry. She held back while eating at the tavern and during breakfast. "You should have said something, Shigen. I feel like I starved you now, you know? Kuroka's the house glutton, so I never really noticed you have a little more to eat." "Sorry. And no, it's my fault. I should have said something," I nodded. "At the very least, she's full now. It'll keep that in mind when we go to the Tengu and Oni realms." "How much?" "Yuzora-san?" 10,000, please." Tamame's eyes widen, and a look of panic appears on her face. Yuzora starts to laugh, so I placed that amount on the table and added an extra 30,000 to it as a tip. She stopped herself and stared at the pile of cash. "Jin-san, this is a bit too much. It's fine. Take it as a tip. It was delicious food. Also, 15 years of constant monster killing by everyone made me a quintillionaire. It's probably more of a question of whether such a word exists." I check my status. In the gold section, there are way too many zeros on it for me to care or count. Thank you very much." Yuzora takes the money from the table and scurries back to the register or wherever she stores her money. We sit there for a few minutes just chatting and letting the food digest. "Let's get started then. Will you be coming with us, Tamamo? Or do you have something to do?" "I will be returning back to Meiho-sama. As I said earlier, if you wish to meet Inari-sama, come to her home tonight. Good day to you all." Tamamo gets up and bows before leaving the room. We hear her and Yuzora chat for a few seconds before she comes back in. "Will all of you be leaving now?" "Yes. Thank you for the delicious food, Yuzora-san." "Oh, don't worry about it, dear. Come visit again." Suzaku thanks her as we get up to leave. She winks at me as I pass by, and I awkwardly smile at her. We left through the entrance. "So how do we get there?" "I know of the way, but as I said, I haven't been there yet." "Follow me." Yoshitsune started to walk away, as this time we were heading west, the complete opposite way of Inari's home. On our way there we came across various kitsune who stopped me and asked me to sign some things for them or take a selfie. We also passed by the hot springs that we will be traveling to before we end the day here. It seemed quite large and was away from most of the larger buildings. It also had some covers put on it to keep peeping toms from, well, peeping. As we left the confines of the city, I could feel a few auras to where Yoshitsune was leading us to. I could feel a particularly powerful aura. They were at least Satan class in strength. Outside the city, on this side, there were many trees and plant life unlike what I had seen when I first entered the place. I had assumed that it would be mostly barren with few trees and mostly rocks and large stone structures, almost like the scenery on the way to Dragon Mountain. However, the further we walked, the more vegetation started to appear, and it seemed to change, almost like we had entered into another realm or world. Yoshitsune turns right and starts walking down a path that was created by individuals who had trudged through it countless times. It wasn't man-made, but rather man-constructed, if you get what I mean. No one deliberately went out of their way to do so, but it was made through countless trips here by determined individuals. If what they said was true, then those who were interested in learning how to access 10k made this road this path. Eventually, we made it into a clearing. It was large and spacious. There was a single waterfall and multiple steps made out of stones that connected directly to it. To our left was a tree. It looked like it had threads or rope strewn around its branches, red and blue in color. To my immediate right was some sort of small, unusual structure with some incense sticks that were still burning. Around the area were a few yukais, mainly kitsunes who were meditating. Two were sparring with 10k over their body. A single kitsune stood near and under the waterfall. The fox yukai with long white hair. His most noticeable characteristic is the fox mask that conceals the upper half of his face and his black tail that fades to turquoise. He wears a gray kimono and matching trousers, a black coat with turquoise trimmings, and a pair of sandals. 3 scrolls are strapped to the front of his outfit, while a very large scroll is strapped to his back. He carries a folding fan, which is always shown folded. He was the Satan class being, I felt. Strange, even Mayho was only in peak ultimate class the same as the Socher fellow. This guy was around the higher end of Satan class. He looks towards us before walking over the stones and stands before us silently. Yoshitsun-san, Benkei-san, and Yoichi-san. Welcome. How may I help you? Oh, Yuko. I didn't know you were here. So, you were the one helping train these yukais? Yes, that's right. These are? The kitsune named Yuko turns his attention toward us. Gene, middleman. I put my hand for a handshake, and he accepts it. A small smile appears on his mouth. I see. We did hear some rumors that you were in our realm. Welcome to this humble waterfall where I train our future generation in how to properly use Tuki. I am Yuko, one of Mayho-sama's bodyguards. You may have met Socher earlier, correct? I see, that makes sense. If he's one of her other bodyguards, then yes. I didn't expect her to have another bodyguard. Yuko chuckles and shakes his head. I should correct myself. While I am her bodyguard, I'm not on active duty as we are in times of peace. So, I took up this teaching position not too long ago. What is the purpose of your visit here? Oh, nothing. I just heard there was a waterfall here and some yukai training. I became curious, and here we are. Anyway, what's that tree for? Why does it have string or rope on it? Yuko looks at me and then back to the tree. Around the revolt, it sprouted. No one knows who made it or why it suddenly appeared. However, it is providing this area with increased life, energy, regeneration. That's why I chose this place to train the younger generation. I nod and walk over to the tree and used observe on it. What I saw was a bit unexpected. Physis? Who the hell is Goddess Physis? Comptoir. Answer. Goddess Physis is a primordial goddess of nature in Greek mythology. However, she isn't very well known. Centuredo, she is in her own realm much like Goddess Danu. From there, she keeps an eye on the country. Right then, why did she come here? And plant this tree? Comptoir. Answer. Searching. Complete. Comptoir. Answer. Goddess Physis was here during the revolt. As such, she was dragged into the conflict unwillingly. However, she fled the scene and came to this spot and found an injured woman who was Greek. In honor of her, she made her body into this tree. Comptoir. Answer. Not much is known about the female human who passed away, but she was a user of Tuki and a martial artist. She may have been in Japan to see the supernatural, came to this realm, and perished. A case of wrong place, wrong time. Well, that sucks. Let's see if her soul is still here then. I kneel down and touch the ground. Nothing. It looks like she already reincarnated. I guess her Tuki still powers this area for some reason or another. Or did Goddess Physis do something to it? Well, maybe I can meet up with her before going into the Greek god's realm again. Jean, did you find out something? I hear Aquino ask me as I stand up and turn around to see everyone looking at me. I shake my head. Someone died here during the revolt. A goddess of a different mythology was also here. One thing led to another, and the deceased human's Tuki powers up this area. It is literally powered by the dead. Yuko nods and looks at the tree. It seems they were quite powerful, the goddess. Yeah, she isn't well known. It makes me want to meet her in the future. Anyway, you're going to be training the next generation, right? Try to have them avoid physically damaging this or other ways. Yuko nodded. Yes, that was my plan after hearing its backstory. To think such a tree had such a sad and rich history. One can't truly know all of life. He jumps and lands beside me, then kneels down and puts his hands together. He was praying to it. He eventually stopped his prayer and gets up. He turns to me and nodded. We both jump back to where the rest were. How are these guys progressing? Very well. The ones sparring, as you can see, can use their Tuki. The ones meditating are trying to unlock theirs. Jean-san, can you use Tuki? I nodded and surrounded my body with golden, black, and blue Tuki. What happened to the white and red? No, it's still there but not as prominent. Yuko nodded satisfied, and I dismissed my Tuki. It seems you're a natural wielder of it. That is quite rare to come by. Your Tuki's color is unique to you and is also quite dense. I fear my own will be no match for it. I cancel my Tuki and could see his students were looking at me. I shrug. I didn't see a big deal about it. Bayako, Shinra, and Sarorg could do. Is that so? By the way, is there anything interesting around here, or is it just mostly wilderness? It is mostly farmland if you keep going down the regular path. To the east is where villages are with smaller farmland. Over here at the west, there are larger fields since no one wants to live here. However, smaller families that tend to these farms do live here. Farmland, huh? I nod and turn to the rest. I guess we're going back then. Not much can be done on this side of the city. Sorry for the interruption, Yuko. It is no trouble. I did find out more about this tree. Feel free to stop by again, Jin-san. We start walking back the way we came as Yuko and his students watch us leave. We eventually come to the road again and start walking back to the city. We should go to those hot springs at night. It's a bit too early. We started walking back to the city while idly chatting. As we got closer, it was pretty evident that there was some sort of commotion happening. Seeing this, we decided to pick up our pace and jog back. When we got to the city, there was some sort of fight happening between two people. It was a male kitsune and a female kitsune. What the hell did you say, you fool? My father was just trying to make a living, and that terrible leader had him imprisoned. My mother committed suicide because of grief and the loss of income. While that is tragic, please accept my condolences. It does not excuse his way of earning a living. There are many ways of going about it. You, as well as everyone here, knows that if you go to the welfare center, you would have been assisted. The male kitsune had brown hair and fur. His eyes were emerald green, and he wore the typical kimono. The angrier he got, the higher his power surged. The look on his face indicated this. It was one of fury. He was at least the peak of middle class. The female kitsune has short white hair with pointy fox ears and 9 tails. Her eyes are a blue color with extra red makeup. Attire-wise, she wears a black top with a black belt around her barato. She wears a blue miniskirt and knee-high tights. She also sports a long overcoat that has a white theme and blue trimmings. You soulless bitches always spout out the same regurgitated crap. None of you actually care. The same happened to the uncle of one of my closest friends. He met a tragic end after his wife was imprisoned. There are hundreds of stories like this. Care? What part of that is caring? That despicable QB has been nothing but venom in our eyes. Not once did they offer help or barato. Dumb. The male kitsune covered himself in tuki and was about to attack the female kitsune, who had her eyes wide open in shock. As the male was about to lunge at her benkei, casually walked over in between them, summoned his staff, and tapped the male kitsune on the head crash. He immediately fell to the ground and lost consciousness. All right, show's over, folks. She put away her staff and started to casually drink from her gourd. Seeing who the female human was, the crowd obliged and started to disperse. The female kitsune came out of her shock and looked over at Benkei. Thank you for the help, Benkei-sama. Niu no bueris. Rumi-chan, where's Momihi? Isn't she usually with you? You sisters are rarely seen apart. I was doing some quick rounds since my sister is busy at the moment. I did not think my short trip would end up like that, but I do sympathize with the situation. It can't be easy. But we do get many stories like his, but they rarely get violent since they understand the severity of the situation their relative or parent was in. The female kitsune now, named Rumi, answered Benkei as she nodded drunkenly along. She then looks at us and bows. Middleman Sama, I'm sorry for showing you such an unsightly sight in our realm. It's inevitable, don't worry about it. How about you? Are you okay? Yes, I'm used to it. Used to it? You shouldn't be these things. It should lessen or at least not happen on a frequent basis. Oh, how about a shortstop at their place then? Jinkuen? I don't see why not, if they're okay with it. Yes, it's a public space. After all, feel free to visit us. Rumi didn't mind, so we started our journey to wherever they work at. Ishitsune picked up the unconscious young male kitsune and brought him with us. She had the help of Yoichi. I look at the male kitsune. But are they really that desperate for money that they would do illegal things? Maybe I'm just spoiled, but I don't remember anything like that in my past life, or I was just willfully ignorant. Maybe we can have a much calmer talk when we get there, and if he wakes up. Our walk didn't last long as we stopped in front of a large building that said Yukai Help Center. She slides open the doors, and we enter it. The inside was normal looking, with a few tables and chairs, plants, and normal decors like paintings and a large fan above us. There was a reception desk in front of us, and there was a receptionist there. She looked up at us and became alarmed. It was a dog yukai. She had those floppy ears and pink hair, but she mostly looked human apart from that. Rumi-san, welcome back. Be Benkei-sama, Yoshitsune-sama, and Yoichi-sama too. Jo, Jujui, you doing well? Benkei greeted her while waving her gourd at the girl. She had a strained smile while nodding. In back, is Nei-san still busy? No, she just finished with her clients not too long ago. She should be in the break room. Will everyone be with you? Yes, they'll be accompanying me. Are there any more clients for the day? Not until later tonight. They had to reschedule for a family emergency. Very well. Then go take a break. Yes. After finishing their conversation, the dog yukai, Yui, bowed to us before leaving for her break. We followed Rumi as she went through a door on the left, then through another. We eventually reached a location similar to the one Yuzora brought us to, but it was much larger and professional looking. On one of the chairs was another Kyubi. She looked similar to Rumi. Could this be her sister? Nei sent him back. She looks up and smiles. Welcome back, Rumi. Did you bring some guests? It's been some time, Benkei-sama, Yoshitsune-sama, and Yoichi-sama. Yes, it's been a while, Momiji-san. Momiji is a very tall and beautiful woman. She has long black hair with pointy fox ears and 9 tails. Her eyes are a fiery red color with extra red makeup to highlight her eyes. Attire-wise, she wears a white top with a black belt below her chest. She wears a red mini shirt with knee-high tights and also wears a long overcoat that has a red and black theme with gold trimmings. That is, she points at the unconscious Kitsune and Rumi tells her of what had transpired. She frowns and solemnly nods. Another case like that. Huh? Very well. Put him over on that chair, and we shall wait for him to wake up. However, she looks at me and everyone else I was with and smiles. I did not think the middleman would come here of all places. It isn't anything special, you know. We are just simple helpers in our realm. Right place, right time. We just saw it all and decided to come here because Benkei suggested it. Come, let's get to know each other. She gestures for us to sit down, and we do. Akino decided to sit next to me, and everyone gave her a strange look, but she ignored it. Seems like she's feeling a little spoiled right now. I oblige and stroke her head as she lay it on my chest. So what do you guys do here? The Yukai helps center assist individuals and families through healthcare, food stamps, unemployment compensation, housing assistance, and childcare assistance. The benefits available to an individual vary. Eligibility is determined based on factors surrounding the person's financial status. The factors involved can include the family unit size, current income levels, or an assessed disability or another factor. Momiji looks at the unconscious Kitsune and nods. She summons Foxfire on her fingertip and then touches the guy. He immediately woke up screaming while swiping away at her hand. He became alarmed as all of us were staring at him. His eyes dart around quickly before spotting Rumi. He starts to power up again when Benkei matched him, making him nervously stop. Now that we have your attention, please sit down and tell us why you decided to confront my sister like that, as well as the circumstances leading up to it. He reluctantly sits down while glaring at the sisters and begins his story. He had a fairly typical family. Both his parents were of Kitsune descent, and they had a normal life in many ways, but they didn't mind and enjoyed it. Both of his parents had normal jobs while also making enough time to spend with him as he grew up, but it was eventually cut short. He worked for a company that unknowingly was playing with fire, creating a new black market. However, the youth now named Ren said that his father had no idea and thought he was earning an honest living. But then one day their business was shut down and everyone that was working there was sent to prison. They tried to plead their case, but Meiho made the final verdict before sentencing his father to 19 years in prison. He says that his mother was never strong emotionally. She was always quite fragile in that sense. Therefore, seeing her husband being put into prison and also losing most of their family income, she chose another way out. This left Renal on his own, a father in prison and bitter at the world. I went to this terrible place several times for Barato, even before his imprisonment was finalized. But each and every time, it's the same garbage of "I'm sorry, we can't do anything," or "we cannot fight a losing battle." Meiho-sama has the final say. You call that trying? Your asses didn't even move before saying that. No sorting through files, no phone calls, or anything like that. What the heck? You expect me to deal with that mess? I'm homeless. I'm 15 years old. Momiji listened carefully and intently to his angry rant. The same with Rumi and the rest of us. I can understand where he's coming from. It really did sound and feel like everything was against him and his family. However, that is only one side of the story, or even just what his parents told him. Mayho and whoever else dealt with the matter must have investigated it more thoroughly, right? I felt Akino tighten her grip around me. Maybe she felt some pity for the guy? Everyone else's reactions varied when I glanced at them. Benkei was too busy drinking sake. Yoshitsune had a serious expression and was listening earnestly, and Yoichi tried looking cool while leaning back on his chair. Shigeon had a sympathetic look on her face, while Suzuko frowned. But let's see what Momiji and Rumi have to say about this. The young kitsune eventually stops his angry rant and is visibly panting. I heard everything from your point of view. While much of what you said is true, I do apologize for your loss and situation. I will tell you why your applications were rejected on the spot. Mayho-sama and her team investigated that new black market thoroughly before making the decision to finally shut it down. That place did its darndest to conceal it in plain sight. Mayho-sama said that they were in business for 5 years. That's how long your father worked there. Yes? Hey, reluctantly nodded. Momiji gets up and leaves the room, but it didn't take long for her to come back with several documents. She sits back down and looks through a few of them before putting a few pieces of paper in front of her. And there is a detailed report of everything that had happened in those 5 years leading up to the fall of your father's company, as well as a recording in a form of a magical device. Every shady or illegal dealing they made, as well as what your father took part in. I'm sorry to say this, but your father was a lot more involved than what you're led to believe, Rin. He and the leader had been friends before becoming business partners. He was as involved in the decision-making process as was the leader. Rin listened to Momiji as he read through the pieces of paper he was given, a look of utter disbelief and horror slowly appearing on his face. He touches the magical recording device and a small magic circle appeared. It showed several video recordings as well as audio to back up what Momiji had said. That is why your applications were almost immediately rejected. It's because your father was heavily involved. However, I can make an appeal to Mayho-sama to allow a full review of your current situation. You're a minor after all. She may show some leniency, and we can help you get back on your feet. However, I or Rumi have never dealt with your appeals. So who did it? Rin stared blankly at the paper for a full minute before replying. Some kitsune with a scar on his face. He had yellow fur. Momiji frowned and rubbed her forehead in annoyance and sighed heavily. Him, huh? Forgive me, Ren. He's what I call a more rowdy employee. He's prone to mood swings and is biased toward cases such as yours. Some of his ancestors were killed during several downfalls of other black markets and corrupt groups. Anyway, come again in a few days, and I'll see if I can do something about it. Ask for me personally, okay? Rin slowly nodded his head before leaving sorry, but he completely walked out the door. Hey, kid. He turns to me as I called out for him. I summoned a bag and threw it at him. He reflexively caught it and opened it. Keep yourself warm until you get the assistance. All right? He quickly nods before leaving the building. Everyone looks at me strangely, and I shrug. I just gave the guy some help. He said he was homeless at 15. I would rather not be if I was in his situation. Choo-choo, due to those actions, Akino showers me with kisses, making everyone chuckle at her. He said that cases like his are everywhere. Is that true? Momiji nods to my question. Yes and no. Cases like this are rare, but they do occur. As in their parents were involved in it somehow. Whether it was directly or indirectly, they will get punished regardless. Of course, he's young and not legally an adult, so leaving him on the streets would be detrimental on all our parts. He wasn't involved directly, but was part of his family. However, he was also lied to by him, and our worker didn't accommodate him properly. That's our fault. Anyway, it's getting late, and we'll be closing soon. I glanced at the clock in the room, and it was approaching 6 in the evening, and nodded. We all started leaving the room, and could see the Yukai from earlier was already back and was typing away at her desk. Yuyui, it's time to close. You get too engrossed in your work, you know. Yuyui. The dog Yukai looks up at us and then at her watch before blushing. I could see that she had some takeaway food on her desk. Maybe she bought food and immediately came back. What a dedicated worker. Ah, yes, they'll get ready to leave then. Yuyui answers Momiji and quickly cleans up her desk and turns off her computer. Is your staff really this small? No, we have more, but today, or the next few days since you're here, they'll be in Takamagara for other things. It's my fault? My bad. I awkwardly chuckle as we left the building. Well then, have a nice night. Jean-san, everyone. We'll be returning home. Night. Benkei waved to them. She was already drunk since she didn't stop drinking during that entire time. Now we should have dinner or head to the hot springs. Dinner or hot springs first. They have both, Jean-san. 10 points to Rudra. Huh. Nothing but yeah, I was hoping for something like that. I nod, and we make our way to the hot springs. It wasn't long since we weren't too far from it. This is because we had to pass by it during that brief confrontation with Rumi and Run. Once we got there, it was called Kinosaki Onsen. Isn't there one in the human realm called the same? The three historical figures are ushered in first, followed by us. When we got in there, it was like any other onsen and a small reception desk to our left and a door beside it. Sakuroba-san, we're here to eat and use the onsen. An old kitsune who looked to be in her 70s or 80s looked up from reading her newspaper and smiled at us. Oh, Yoshitsune-chan, Benkei-chan, and Yuichi-kun. Welcome, welcome. Dinner's at Oya. Friends of yours? Yoshitsune nods and explains who we were. The lady started to laugh heartily and leave the counter to pat my back. My grandchildren love your show and merchandise. Since an inevitable alliance was coming, they started to broadcast your show here. Do you mind signing something for me? And not at all, ma'am. What should I sign? She strolls back to the reception area, pulls out some posters, and brings out an old camera. She gives them to me, and I summon a pen to sign them. I hand them back, and she hands Yoshitsune the old camera. We take a picture together. After that, we paid for the use of the onsen. And for our dinner. Let's go into the onsen first, and then eat. It's healthier that way. They look at me strangely, and I explain. When you take a bath or shower right after eating dinner, it causes a slight decrease in body temperature. It is advisable to wait at least 30 to 45 minutes after any meal before bathing. If possible, take a shower or bath before dinner and change into a light outfit. That's why Mom told me that when younger Akino puts her hand on her cheek, probably thinking about the past, when Shuri told her not to eat dinner before bathing. So, we all headed to the onsen. We go our separate ways. Yoichi and I go to our side and get undressed. I know this is the supernatural, and this realm is based on old-era Japan, but I kind of expected it would be a unisex onsen. Cinchuredo, I quickly enter the onsen with Yoichi behind me. Who, you're like an old man? And I'm older than you, you know? I get that a lot. Yoichi and I get to talking about random things while the girls on the other side were kind of rowdy. What stood out was that Benkei was completely drunk and saying random things that made no sense. Jean, do you use a bow? No, not really. But I did have a small competition with the goddess Artemis and won, though I suspect it was a fluke. Really? She's a skilled archer, you know. Beating her isn't an easy feat, he's lying. They played multiple games, and he won them all. Partner is just being humble. Drake's mark appeared and informed Yoichi. I sigh helplessly as I lean back to relax more. I suspected as much. Even earlier in the day, when we went to Yuko-san and you revealed the secrets of that mysterious tree. You would normally need to be very powerful for that, you know? I doubt the power of the Welsh dragon and vanishing dragon can do that. Trade secret, Yoichi. I can do a lot of things, but it's not like they're anything to brag about. And even if they are, I don't sense it's unnecessary and just brings unnecessary trouble my way. And the approach you announced? Doesn't that give you trouble? It's just a way for people to know what my intentions are. If I become interested in someone, they'll shoot my shot. If they're not interested, they'll move on. Centuredo, the girls were wrapped around with towels. As Yoshitsune lightly glares at us, Yoichi quickly gets up and runs away. What happened? I didn't leave even with her glaring at me as I looked at Akino, Suzaku, and Shigyan. They just smile and shake their heads. Benkei-san was drunk and fell over. Shigyan answers me, and I nod. I wonder who's the worst drunk, Rose or her. Though she can't get drunk anymore. Whatever. Could she even have dinner at this rate? I get up and walk over to them. I grab Benkei's shoulder and help her up. Senchorito Yoshitsun blushes while nodding. I look at her as she takes Benkei off me and starts to go back into their dressing room. I can get out and help you, Yoshitsun. No, it's fine. I will take her to the lobby and let her cool off. I turn to the other three, so we should probably put this up. Akino shakes her head and smiles at me. I'd like to visit the hot spring with you. Well, that's fine, right? I didn't see it being not allowed. I look back at the other two, and they shook their heads, so I head over to their side and fix up the fallen wall. I had stored my clothes in my yexel, so it was fine. We sat back down, and Akino started to immediately try barato with me. I noticed her leaning in close and glancing over at the other two. They were clearly flustered as they watched Akino demonstrate. She clearly wasn't happy about it when I lightly tapped her head. Behave. Suzakawa-ni-san and Shigen-chan were fine with listening to us last night, so it's fine if they join in, right? Akino. You. Senchorito, we look over to the entrance and could see her looking at Akino with shock, and her face had turned bright red. Taking care of my partner? You're not even married yet. We will be, though. I've helped out plenty of times before. Akino picks up a towel beside me and waves it around playfully. This makes it flutter in the breeze. Honestly, this is more comical than hot. This made Yoshitsun blush even more as she ran away. You scared her away. No dessert for a month. While Akino looked mortified, and then I began to laugh, making her pout. But seriously, though, not the right time, Akino. What if that old Kitsune lady came in? I also glanced at both Shigen and Suzuka. Both looked away, cutely making me chuckle again. Dolijin. I'm sure Suzakawa-ni-san will take good care of you, slap. Suzaku quickly appeared in front of Akino and slapped her hand over her mouth. Senchorito, Suzuka's gesture signaled to me that I should just focus on her. Sorry, I got carried away. My first barato with Suzaku was brief, but she went along with it. But I could sense a strange tension coming from Akino now. Hey, you're the one who pushed for this situation to happen, you know. Thought okay. That's enough. Akino quickly got between us and was puffing her cheeks. Suzaku was a bit surprised and chuckled at her cousin. Forgive me, Akino. I didn't mean to hog your lover. They then both glanced behind them as Shigen looked startled. Akino quickly disappears and reappeared with Shigen. They stood on either side of Shigen as the girl looked startled and began to panic. Akino then pushed Shigen towards me, making her even redder with embarrassment. Senchorito. I feel like I should take things a little slower with Shigen, so we shared a brief barato. After a few more seconds, we separated, and Shigen looked a bit dazed as she smiled after parting. She's really innocent and adorable like that. How Shigen covered her face in embarrassment, but didn't move from her spot. As much as I'd like to get some action done. We should get out, or Yoshitsun may think even lesser of us. We should get going. The owner might try looking in here if we stay too long. I agree with Jean. We should get out. Fine. Akino and Suzuka got out first and started to walk away from us. Akino walked away with a playful strut, making me laugh. Senchorito, she had grown in that regard, just like everyone else that had stayed in the pocket dimension, mostly in the height department, but still. It's fine, Shigen. They did grow during our 15 years in there. I reach out and touch her shoulder, causing her to flinch slightly. She didn't try to push me away, though. But sure, we can say that this one didn't count and wait until our date. She cutely nods before grabbing her towel and wrapping it around herself and scurrying off. HAAA. That nearly escalated, huh? Though I kind of wish that I kissed them in a more romantic setting. Does that make me cheesy? Yes. Not including either of your opinions. I have no idea. Barato. Answer. You'll have to find out for yourself, Jean. Down, girl. Why? Okay, calm down, you guys. Don't bully Drake too much. Partner. I sigh and finally stand up. I summon a towel around my waist and jump back over to the men's side and pass through that entrance. One side I could see a Benkei on a bench completely passed out and drooling. Yoichi was standing by the entrance while looking outside, while Yoshitsun was tending to Benkei. She sees me standing there, blushes, and turns away. I don't blame her. She did see something rather inappropriate. How is she? Is she going to wake up anytime soon? And no, did you eat yet? And no, We were waiting for the rest of you, I see. Let's go then. Oi, Yoichi. Yoshitsu nods, and Yoichi turns around to see me gesture to go eat. He nods, and I carry Benkei with me to the dining room. The dinner was a little silent since Benkei was asleep, and Yoichi wasn't much of a talker. Yoshitsu was too embarrassed to even look at any of us, and the old owner was busy reading her newspaper. So, the girls and I mostly spoke among ourselves. The day is coming to an end, Jean. What are your plans for tomorrow? Onyiredum. Yoshitsu mentioned something about Shuten Doji being there, so I want to meet him. Her. Shuten Doji is female, another mistake made by humans. I'm not bothered by their depiction of me, but she's not completely over it. She sometimes goes on rants about it. Yoshitsu corrects my mistake. I nod and continue. I see. So are both Shuten Doji and Minamoto no Reiko still trying to, kill one another? No. However, they try to avoid each other as much as possible. They can cooperate if the need arises, but they generally keep their conversations brief and avoid contact as much as possible. Minamoto no Reiko mostly travels all over the realms, and yes, even the Oni realm to provide a helping hand. She wants to help people as much as possible. Over the years, she has relaxed, particularly her rougher side. In a way, she's like Eugene. She wants peace more than anyone in this realm. She actually wants to meet you a lot. She supports your unity of the supernatural, even going as far as saying she'll join with you in this pursuit. I was a bit surprised, though both of them are female, huh? Seeing as how Scathach and Tamamo look like their Nesuverse counterparts, though their personalities and backgrounds are nothing alike. I can just assume they also look like them, really? That sounds great, I think. Anyway, I look forward to meeting her whenever that is. Yoshitsu, can you tell us a little more about the Oni realm? She nods and thinks about it before telling us it's not as big as Takamagara or Yogana, but its buildings are tall and more spaced. It's obviously mostly occupied by Oni Yukai, and they're led by Shuten Doji-sama. There's a lot more nature within the city, and they're generally a calm species, but they do have some troublemakers. You will understand better when you travel to the realm tomorrow. The realm is called Zyodo. Shuten Doji-sama named it after Kyoto in its honor. Why? She never disclosed the reason. The city is called Vidaya. She gave no reason for the names. Zyodo. Shuten has as strong of a naming sense as me, and Vidaya is a little more unique. It doesn't sound Japanese-esque, if I'm being honest, but hopefully I can speak with her and find out more about why she named it, and why she's here. Yoshitsu and suddenly gets up, as well as Yoichi. We shall go back to our homes for the night. Jean-san. Until tomorrow. See you around, Jean. Yoichi hauled Benkei like a sack of potatoes, and they left. So in the designated payer now, I don't mind since that's what I was intending to do. I shrug and continue eating my dinner. Jean, are you looking forward to your rematch with Sarorg? Breaking the silence, Akino asks me a question. I look at her and think about it, am I? I certainly hope I don't disappoint him or the crowd watching. I've heard many say they're looking forward to watching it. It's not just being broadcasted in the underworld or our allies, but the entire supernatural world. Many are curious about the middleman. After all, I should try to make a good impression. You sound like you're applying for a job interview, partner. Relax. Don't think about it too deeply. Right. It'll just go with the flow, I guess. I don't have to hold back. Who would enjoy watching a one-hit KO live? It'll check Sarorg's rank, and then just power down my strength to that. It'll keep everything else the same. You would be surprised to find out that many people are fond of that concept, Jean. Poke, huh? Busy talking to the dragons? Well, you better answer my question. Mister, I felt someone poking me, and it was Akino. Then I smiled at her and nodded. I guess so. I do have to hold back. This match is supposed to entertain the watchers. I can't just go in, one-punch Sarorg, and be done with it. It's like you're rating games. You guys can end it quickly, but that wouldn't be entertaining to anyone. Also, they would put heavier restrictions on us. Akino finishes for me, and I agree. Yeah, that. The Gremory Peerage is a powerhouse among the youth devils, even more so than Canon. They basically stomped the Citri Peerage in their last rating game. I can only wonder about future rating game rules. Each Gremory member can move one step at a time every 30 seconds. Couldn't they just jump really far for each step? You and I think alike, White One. Huh. Exactly. So it's better to hold back when fighting Sarorg and his peerage, but do try to estimate their battle strength before doing so. Raw power can be beaten with technique, teamwork, and experience if the gap isn't too large anyway. Let's get going. I had finished eating my share and waited for the rest to do so. I walk over to the owner and hand her a bag of money. She's a bit startled and puts her newspaper down when she looked into the bag. I swear she would have a heart attack. Dragon Coin, it's fine, ma'am. I enjoy my stay here. Please keep it. When I come back, I intend to visit again. Thank you very much, and please do come again. She nods humbly as she accepts my payment. I turn back to see that everyone was done and ready to leave. We double-checked that everything was in order before leaving. Once we are outside, we return to the teleportation circle we used. There's quite a bit of Yukai using it. Akino points out, and we agree. Therefore, we had to wait in line until our turn. However, surprisingly, it wasn't that long of a wait. We eventually got on and made it through. Of course, it was 3 per teleportation, so I was last. Censuredo, you know how I like elves? They nod. I like kitsunes too. I had to hold back, just constantly showering Yasaka and Kunu in affection, otherwise they'd find me weird. Iche, I at least wanted to show them more warmth. How vexing. Akino starts to giggle at me, while Suzaku and Shigen sighed at my stupidity. Yes, Censuredo, scoured some better. Don't mess around until we get the futons out and ready. Suzaku reprimanded us, and I felt her trying to pull me away from Akino. Akino reluctantly did so, and I snapped my fingers, and the futon started to move back to where they were previously last night. It's done. Akino happily cheered before bringing me back down, and we talked for the rest of the night until they fell asleep. Midnight, I got that letter from Meiho, and Inari should be in her home now too. Since I've already been there and know the layout, teleporting there myself should be a lot easier. I slowly pry Akino off me and got up. I go over to the window, and I turn around to see Shigen had gotten up and pulled on my shirt. Shigen, coming with you. All right, come here. I hug Shigen, and we teleport back to Yolgana. Censuredo, Meiho blew some smoke towards me, right? She slipped some paper into my hand, telling me to meet up with her to hang out. I stop and look at Shigen a bit stunned. Well, it said nightly activities. Drake concluded that it could be referring to something else, so that's why I decided to go back, and Inari returned as well. It wouldn't be a problem to see her again, right? You hadn't met her yet, so Shigen nods without saying anything else, and we continue our walk toward her home. It was mostly silent, as we didn't have much to say. Maybe it was because she was tired? It had been an eventful day after all. We arrived at Inari's home, and I could see Meiho, Temamo, and Inari. The guard Soshir wasn't anywhere to be seen. I looked for his aura, and it was on the other side of the city. He's with Yuko. We slowly approached them, and they noticed us. Inari seemed a bit surprised, but started waving our way. Jean, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you need something? Or perhaps you came to see me? It's due to Temamo and Meiho. They did say you'd come back at night, and I look at Meiho as she smiles at me. Temamo and Inari stare at her with confused expressions. I take out the letter and hand it to Inari. Temamo walks over and reads it with her. They slowly look back at Meiho with dead-looking expressions. Smack! Smack! Why? Must you try Barato with our guests? Inari started to lightly hit Meiho like a grandmother scolding their granddaughter or daughter. It seemed comical. Even Temamo sighed defeatedly after reading it. Jean-san, you didn't come here to actually do that, right? Drake thought that it meant something else. I looked at Meiho as she started to snicker while still being hit. You were thinking too much about it, Jean. I had no hidden agenda in that note. I simply wanted to be close to you. The rest of the room fell silent. Inari looked like she was about to lose her temper, while Temamo looked at Meiho slack-jawed. I felt Shigen's grip on my hand tighten, and she started to slowly pull me away. Oya, it seems like your little sweetheart there is quite protective, isn't she? I glanced at Shigen as she was squinting her eyes at Meiho. Meiho just smugly looked back at her. So, you really had no hidden meaning to it? I ask again, and she nods. I sigh and shake my head. Looks like you're wrong, Drake. Partner, I beg of you, don't do this. I look at my right hand and grin. We'll go meet Tiamat soon. No. Why is the Welsh dragon so scared of this Tiamat person? Velgrind asked, and Albion answered her. To shorten the explanation, before my final battle with Draig and before we died, he borrowed several of Tiamat's treasures and then lost them. As you know, we died and were trapped in our respective sacred gears. Oh right, Tiamat is one of the 5 great dragon kings and also the Chaos Karma Dragon. She's quite powerful, even making this idiot cower in fear. Akka, am stronger than her now. I do not fear her. Then go and meet her with Jean. That's a bit. Well, I need time to, to prepare. Boom. Boom. Say that again. I dare you. You're a coward. Boom. 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 Why not just find her treasures? Jean is capable of that. It'll be easy for him. That's my plan for getting on our good side. It seems the middleman has stopped paying attention to us. Huh. Sorry, talking to a rowdy dragon can make me zone out at times. I come back to my sense and look back at everyone. Temamo and Inari looked worried until I told them why I zoned out. So, will you go out with me? Do you just say yes to anyone, lady? I deadpan at her, stunning her a bit. This time, it was Inari's turn to snort at her. And no, are you insane? I only spend time with the finest of gentlemen. I looked at her incredulously, then at Inari and Tamamo. Cinchuredo, did I just indirectly insult her? Oops. I was married twice in my life. Both were former husbands, who lasted about a month before they mysteriously disappeared. They were contacts from the underground market. That's what you told me, Meho-sama. Tamamo added, still wearing a blank expression. Meho looked mortified at her. Those were necessary. I never said that they weren't. Meho-sama. Inari interrupts them and smiles. Tamamo is saying that you probably don't have the experience to keep up with Jean. He has a large circle of companions he spends time with regularly. No? Yes, he does. Shigen answers for me as I look at her in surprise again. She's quite bold right now. Very well, Meho takes out her Kizaru and blows smoke at me again. Meho seemed quite smug about it, but all it did was, well, blow smoke into my face, and I fan it away with my hand, looking annoyed at her. What was that for? Why did you blow smoke into my face? I did feel her trying to put some charming effect on me, but it didn't work. I just looked at her annoyed. She seemed stunned. I am, well, ahem. Forgive me. I did not mean to blow it directly into your face, Jean. It's whatever. So if we have nothing else here, I'll head back to Takamagara. I give Meho the I know what you try to do look, and she shivers. I turn around with Shigyun and start walking away when, wait, Jean. How about we sit and chat? We didn't get a chance to speak much back then. I glanced at Shigyun, and she didn't seem to mind. I turn back around and see them walking toward the Shibudai, a small Japanese table where you sit on legless chairs, cross-legged or in a seiza. I will get some tea. Tamamo gets up and leaves us. Inari sat to my left, while Shigyun was to my right. Cinchuredo, bwahahaha. How have you been, Jean? What do you plan on heading after today? How about after your visit to our realm? As Inari starts to ask questions, Tamamo came back and started to pour us all some tea. Once she was done, she sat beside Meho. Tomorrow, or well, later on, today, we'll be going to the realm of the Oni. The day after that will be the realm of the Tengu. That should be my last day here, and hopefully you guys will be done with reading the documents. I look at Inari, and she lightly chuckles. Yes, we're nearly done. What takes up the time is us discussing many of the pros and cons of being in the Alliance. If I'm being honest, it's very beneficial. Right, a heads up, Odin is looking to do a cultural exchange. He has a reputation for being untrustworthy, so, be careful. Are you worried about us? Flattery won't get you anywhere. Well, Cinchuredo, I'm almost sure that these are regularly used during tea ceremonies. I've only tried it a handful of times during my visit to Kyoto and, well, in my home because of Rias. After the Alliance is formed, he'll soon have my exhibition match with Serord Bale, a devil, an heir to his clan. Oh, the one that's going to be broadcasted throughout the supernatural world? My, how exciting. I will be watching along with the other gods and goddesses. You better make it entertaining. Jean, I'm sure there will be an option in going to the stadium itself. Maybe some of you will be invited by Surzex, Michael, or Azazel to watch in a private VIP booth, a front row seat. We'll just need to wait and see now, won't we? Inari and I have a casual conversation while the other 2 kitsunes just listen in. Shigeon was silently leaning against me. She had switched from holding my hand to hugging my arm. I quickly glanced at her to see that she was slowly falling asleep. By the way, I heard that you like puns, Inari. Both Meiho and Tamamo groaned out loud and gave me a pleading look. Inari smirked at me and nodded. I only tell them for the fun of it. Inari and I look at each other before breaking out into grins. I felt Shigeon silently giggle beside me. I guess that woke her up a bit. The other two weren't that impressed. You're a real trailblazer, with these puns, Inari. Please, stop, Inari-sama. The two of us were enjoying this a bit too much, so we decided to tell a few more puns before we stopped. Both Tamamo and Meiho looked like they had been through war. Geez, wasn't that bad? You two are finished, yes? I look at Inari and then back to Meiho and nodded. For sure. Meiho slumped back down as Inari and I laughed to ourselves. I quickly checked the time with Comptoir, and it was nearing 1 in the morning. We better get back then. Well, we better go back. It's nearing 1 in the morning, and we still have a busy 2 days ahead of us. I'll probably see you on the last day, Inari. She looked visibly sad. Her tail during that entire time hadn't stopped wagging, but she did agree in the end. Yes, it is getting quite late. I will see you soon then, Jean. Good night. Yeah, good night, Inari, Meiho, Tamamo. I look to my side and see that Shigeon had fallen asleep while hugging my arm. I smile and pick her up. Isn't she a princess, huh? I just smirk at what Meiho said. Is that her way of making a pun or something? I was carrying Shigeon princess bridal style. I say goodbye to them one last time before going back to Takamagara. Chapter 5, Part 4. Vidaya, Shuten Doji, and the Arataki gang. Jean Skywardham? Back here again, huh? I was back in a dream. Well, that's what I think I'm in, but nothing's happened yet. The surrounding area around me started to change, and I was back at my school. It was somewhere in the back of the school. It seemed like it was lunch as some of the guys were playing football, soccer, on the AstroTurfs. Looking around, I found past me lying on the opposite side, gazing up at the sky. I walked over to him and sat beside him. Talk about being carefree, we sat there doing nothing until So, this is where you were, Still looking at nothing. Huh? A couple of classmates? No, looks like they're just students I didn't recognize, maybe juniors. They were quickly approaching us and had pretty nasty looks on them. The leader had a pretty obvious smirk on her face. Past me looks at them, but then reverts back to looking at the clouds, completely ignoring them. This obviously annoys them, so they get closer to past me. Looking for a new love of your life? Or something? Too bad cancer will take them away from you. I forgot that teenagers could be complete assholes. Japan's been pretty tame, but it still happens. I mean, the incident with Aquino last year is an example. My past school wasn't any better. They threw some very dumb and weird insults at past me. Everyone in this school still blames you for her death, you know. No matter how much time passes, she left more of an impact on us than you. Maybe you should have been the one to die. Centuredo, he's going to don't you people have better things to do? And 90% of students here gave her family and I condolences, and don't blame me. Giving someone cancer? I know students' IQ in this place was terrible, but wow, you're dumber than I had initially thought. Centuredo, are you sure you should be her smack? One of the guys lunged forward and punched past me in the face, and he was knocked down. But when he looked back up, he was still smirking. Oh, who am I kidding? You're always hanging around with the football team. Aren't you, Alana? Pretty sure you're involved in some shady stuff, too. Also, don't you remember? Back in second year? You thought that China was in Japan. Everyone literally made fun of you for weeks on end. Even now. But yeah, blame me for your own mistakes. The same goes for the rest of you. Spouting positive nonsense online while doing the complete opposite. Absolute hypocrites, the lot of ye. They just stood there stunned and took it all in. Past me going on a rant was also not something I expected. He starts to walk past them and back to the school gym, do the world a favor. Just go away and stay out of everyone's life. You are terrible. If we're blaming anything, your own mother's death is your fault. She even wrote it down in the note she left you. And yeah, I know about it, you fool. He tried to take another step, but was struck from behind. Once he caught up, he didn't let it happen. After everything settled, he turned around and bit the guy on the arm. Holy crap, past me fights dirty. The guy screamed in pain and pushed past me away. Rules? Fair fighting? If you want to fight me from now on, I'm using whatever means necessary. Even if you knock me out, I know where all of you live. Centurato, I seriously think you downplayed this situation of me just being an asshole. Two more of the guys joined, and past me picked up a rock and looked at them, ready to fight, but the scene started to change. Joe, let me see. The area changed into the principal's office. Centurato, but this is a bit much, the principal sighed. We will let your parents decide on how to proceed, but they might press assault charges and attempted murder charges. I know, these classmates of yours have been not so kind to you as of late, but this was crossing a line. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish the job. The principal shook his head as he looked at me with a pitying look. The scene changed again. Look, I know you've been through a lot, and add the bullying on top of that, but what you did was not okay. You nearly killed him. You're hurting, I know. Please try to get therapy. We know isn't like this. He was a kind kid that offered to help anyone and everyone, was always smiling, and made whatever place he stepped into a fun and happy one. Please, go and get yourself some help, and those bullies will get a slap on the wrist, even after it's been happening for months on end. Yeah, no way. I'm proud of what I did. I know you don't mean those words. Please, I'm helping you here. They didn't press any charges, but want you to be disciplined. I'm sorry, but you'll be suspended for 10 days, and will have detention for the rest of the year. The principal, who was a guy, pats past me on the shoulder before turning around and walking away. You sure are stubborn? Huh? Well, I guess that part of us hasn't changed. The scene changes again, and this time, I don't want to see this. Past me and Aoife were on a date somewhere in Dublin. I started following them. They seemed pretty happy and in love. Well, as much as teenagers can be. They stopped at the window of a certain shop. Likewise, I looked at it. It was a jewelry store. Suddenly, it started to snow. Oh, it's snowing. Now that's rare. What was the last time it snowed again? I'm pretty sure it was 3 years ago. Maybe we'll get a white Christmas this year. Aoife jumped for joy while hugging past MES' arm while giggling. Yeah, maybe school will be canceled because of it, and we can have more time together. If you didn't add that last part, I would have been mad at you, Mr. T. They both laughed before looking back at the window and the jewelry. Hey, what do you think about getting married? Past me. He looked at her in shock before giving her an answer. He looked at her and then down at the ground. I mean, we did say something like that when we were younger, but are you serious? She nods. We're still pretty young, you know? But if you were serious, sure, I don't mind. But wait for me to get you an actual ring, you muppet. A light poke on her nose from past me makes her huff, but she also agrees with him. KSHSHSHSHSHO, it's over. Anyone else here with me? Irene, Elsha, and Amaris come out and awkwardly smile at me. Where were the guys? As soon as they found out you were dreaming, they headed back to your soul and were hanging out with Albion and Drake. Those in there should know that you were dreaming. Elsha explains, and Amaris agrees with her. But I did not think that your past self would be so unhinged. Wild. Psychotic? Yes, those, but it was certainly an intriguing watch. Yes, I completely agree. I don't know whether past me made up with those people before he passed away, but could go either way. It seems this dream is ending. Let's chat more in your soul in the future, Jean. Sure thing, Elsha. See you around. All three of them fade away as my dream came to an end. I'll learn a little bit more about what happened during those asshole years, though I don't think that's the right word for it. More like unhinged psycho years. Takamagara, Jean, Skyward. Whoa, so energetic in the morning. In front of me was Aquino, and I had just bit into the toast she was holding out for me. She was looking down at me with a flustered expression while catching her breath. What are you doing? What are you doing, Aquino? Sazako turns around to see her cousin near me. Morning already? I lift Aquino off me and sit up. She stretches and then pouts when I don't play along. Shigen also wakes up and looks around the room, confused while slightly drooling. Good morning. Let's get our day started. Shall we? We were downstairs having breakfast. Iwabami was just casually chatting with the girls as I remembered my dream. Oh yeah, you had a dream, right, partner? Care to tell us, Jean? No use in hiding it from them since Belzard and Garrett told them. So I told them what I saw and they began to laugh. Wahahaha. Unhinged crazy. Partner, I would love to see that part of you again. It's difficult to imagine you acting like that, Jean. Idon Jean? Do you wish to go back to your own world? Velgrind. My original universe is already gone. Didn't they tell you? I was floating for a long-ass time before being reincarnated. Oh, right, Jean. Hmm? I hear Iwabumi calling out to me, and I look at her. Be careful while in the Oni's realm. Do you hear me? Why? I look at her strangely before she sighs loudly. While they're generally a pleasant bunch, they do have some notorious troublemakers in their realm. They don't come out very often since their leader is stupid. By leader, I mean the small group that's causing trouble, not Shuden Doji. Are they dangerous? No, they're like a small gang, stealing some things, causing small interruptions to daily life, but they're just generally seen as an annoyance more than anything. They spend a few nights in jail, and then they go out. They sound like an interesting bunch. What's the group's name? Orotaki Gong. Huh. Wait a minute. Arataki? Like Arataki Ito? Does that mean they have a kooky shinobu too? Well, at least going there seems a lot more interesting now. The thing about Shuten and Reiko, and now Ito being there, I wonder who else could be there? Ada. Do you know him by chance? No. I thought the name sounded familiar, but I'm probably mixing it up with someone else. She looks at me strangely before shrugging. Well, anyway, just keep an eye out for them, all right? And before you ask, I've visited the Oni's realm before and came across them causing a ruckus. Quite an energetic bunch. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. She nods, satisfied, and turns back to browsing her phone. As they were still eating, I glanced at everyone. I felt the trio that's been guiding us standing outside the inn. Why aren't they coming in? Well, whatever we eventually finished our breakfast, as Iwabumi started on another rant about something. I mostly tuned her out, as it wasn't anything significant. Thanks for the breakfast again. It tastes delicious as usual. Flatter won't get you anywhere. I chuckled to myself as we left the room and exited the building. Once outside, we could see the three of them waiting. Benkei waved her gourd at us as the other two turned around to greet us. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Yashitsu-san. Forgive me if this is out of the blue. However, Yasen wants Akino-san to go to her shop as she wants to speak with her about something. Kajitsunru also requested for you, Jean. He said some novels came in that you may be interested in. I glanced at Akino, and she excitedly nodded. What did they talk about? Maybe I should ask her later on. I gestured for Yashitsu to lead the way, and we made our way over there. As we did, Shigen hugged my arm like the night before, making Akino gasp. Ara! Shigen-chan is being quite bold, then excuse me too. Benkei quickly jumped back and hugged my other free arm, making Akino look at her in shock. Suzaku was also a bit surprised by her actions. Benkei, what are you doing? Get back up here. Eh? It's fine, isn't it? BZTZTZTZZ. Akino smiled at Benkei, but she was exuding a dangerous demonic aura, and her body let out small sparks of lightning. Benkei flinched and looked back at Akino, then quickly let go of my arm while backing away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was joking. Akino-chan, don't take that as a declaration of war. Yufufu. Akino said nothing else and happily latched onto the arm Benkei was just on. With the weird and sudden outburst behind us, we continued walking towards the two novel shops. On our way there, we came across Kathleen, the local blacksmith. Oh, if it isn't the middleman, why are you here today? Leaving to another realm? Yeah, but we're taking a small detour right now. Actually, may I see some of your wares? Feel free. I entered the smithy with Akino and Shigyun as the rest waited outside. I use Observe on everything, and they were high-quality products too. Maybe I should tell Hephaestus about this. There weren't many, but the ones that were here were made with a lot of work and dedication. What do you think? Quality over quantity, huh? Kathleen smiles and nods. You have a keen eye, Jean-san. Maybe anyway. I need to speak with her, but she may agree, but I'm friends with the Greek goddess Hephaestus. Maybe if I tell her about this place, and you, she may visit it once the alliance is formed, and check your items for herself. Hephaestus-sama, the divine smith? It would be an honor. I nodded and grabbed my phone. Akino had to let go so I could text her. Hey, I found a pretty skilled blacksmith in the Shinto realm. She's human. Want to come by here when I form the alliance? In the Shinto realm? Is it comparable to the quality of the two shops we saw in the Norse realm? Yes, I would not recommend them if they weren't. How are they, by the way? Sherry and Kyoko? I will see to them myself then. And yes, they're doing well. They have come to learn from me, 3 times already. Good to know. I'll bring you here personally when my schedule opens up. Is it a date? Sure thing. We can visit some places here if you want. Okay. Message me again when you have time. Sure. I put my phone away, and Aquino held onto me affectionately. She seemed quite happy about it. First goddess get. Just because they're planning on going on a date doesn't mean she's in it, you nitwit. Welcome back here once I find some time in my schedule. Yes, feel free. Kathleen seemed quite excited about it, even without showing it on her face, but her body language said otherwise. I nodded and left the store with the girls. Sorry for the wait. Let's go. What did you think? They're good. I'll be back with Hephaestus after the alliance and when I have time. Benkei looks at me with a smirk. You even have goddesses who might be willing to join your cause. My, how bold of you, Skyward Sama. Benkei started laughing to herself as I just shook my head. The Greek gods, most of them anyway, are pretty friendly. I had a different opinion of them before actually meeting them. Reality is stranger than fiction. Zeus, good person. Now, that's unexpected. Benkei seemed amazed and started asking about the other gods, and I gave her a brief rundown of each one that I had met so far. But I'm curious about Amalthea. Why the hell did she react like that? As I pondered this thought, we eventually reached Ye's shop. Aquino let go of my arm and started chatting up with Ye like they were old buddies. I strolled across the street with Yoshitsu and Shigen. Jo, kohitsunemaru. Yoshitsu said you brought in some brand new novels? Yes. Jin-san, here they are. I walk over to him, and he points at a light novel that has a very long name. I'm a giant beast, an S-rank monster, but mistaken for a dog, I live as an orc girl's pet. What in the world? That's quite long. Have you read it yet? Yes. I'm halfway through. It's entertaining and funny. It puts an emphasis on comedy, slice of life, and world building. I really do recommend it. Is that so? He'll buy it for Rias then. How many volumes are out? I took a look at the summary at the back, and it says, after dying in a fight against the forces of evil, a monk found himself reincarnated as one of the most powerful monsters in the world, a beast of the end. Problem is, he has to grow up before he can really strut his stuff, and a baby beast of the end looks an awful lot like a dog. And when an orc adventurer decides to take him in, she may need his help as much as he needs hers. 2 so far. I have them both here. The third should be available in a few months. He gets the other one, and we go up to the counter for me to pay. I thank him and place them in my inventory. I look back to see Shigen and Yoshitsunin staring at a novel. I go over to them and look at the title. Why is it even longer? The book's title is, My Life is Just as Wrong as I Expected After Traveling to Another World Where I'm Surrounded by Cute Girls at a Magical High School, and am also the fabled hero of legend. But before I tell you that story, I have to tell you this story in which I was walking along with my unbelievably, impossibly cute younger sister who doesn't like me at all. And she said to me, it was my fault. She wasn't popular no matter how she looked at it as we walked to school together. And we stopped to look at a garden, which had a flower whose name I don't remember, when suddenly a portal opened up to another world, and when I landed in a field face first in the dirt, and my sister hit me and called me an idiot while blushing. But then the girl I landed on saw the birthmark on my hand and gasped, and she grabbed my hand and I blushed, but she started dragging me away, and my sister got mad and chased after us, and I asked where we were going, and she said she was taking us to Grimheart Magic School, where she was the school president. Centuredo, which I thought was a tad strange since she had blonde hair and blue eyes, and the entire aesthetic of the school seemed very ancient European, but I forgot about all of that when she told me we needed to see the headmaster, because she had been taught that the mark on my hand was the symbol of the reincarnation of the legendary dragon hero of legendary literature, and I said that was a cool thing to be taught, because at our school the only book we learned was Atlas Shrugged, and she asked what that was, and I told her I was the book our society based its philosophy on a speech from, and she asked me to recite the speech, which I did, and the speech went for 12 years. You've been asking, that's like 387 characters. Who made this? I take another one from the pile, and look for the author's name. I was left speechless. It was Kajit Tsunemaru. I looked back at the guy, and he started to laugh loudly and slapped his sides. He walks over to us and takes the book from my hands. Yes, I tried my hand at writing a light novel, And well, this was it. It took me a couple of months to edit everything. But no one bought it, so I dropped it. But it was a learning experience. He nods sagely and looks at me. Even if the work isn't some groundbreaking thing, the author himself has probably put a lot of work into it. Time spent trying to build a world from scratch, create characters, plots, subplots, arcs, and such. Even more so if they drew the art themselves, which I did. Anyway, all I'm saying is respect them, even if the series is a flop for you. Is that so? I can see where you're coming from then, but everyone has their own opinion, you know? I tell him, and he nods. Oh, I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying that they need to be constructive about it, and not just throw insults because they didn't like it or whatever other reason they have. I mean, I guess so. Although I have written essays for school, I have never written anything else in my life. I shrug as Kajit Tsunemaru continues. He apparently made a web novel of it first, and then decided to create a light novel just to try it out. I look back at Shigyun and Yoshitsun. They were quite invested in it. Looks like you found two fans, Kajit Tsunemaru. I hope so. Take it. That one is in the house. The two nodded before walking together out of the shop. I didn't think Shigyun liked reading novels, but she did read some normal books during our time in the pocket dimension. Well, here. I handed him a piece of paper with my number. Text me when you have updated stock, and I'll see if I want any of them. He gives me a thumbs up as I leave his shop and join the others at Ye's. Once there, Benkei was looking through the shelves while Yoichi was reading a novel by himself. Ye and Akino were still speaking to one another when Ye hands Akino something and she pays for it. I look at her as she hides it behind her. She trotted over to me and showed me it. 101 Creative Yoga Positions for Beginners. I look at the book, at Akino, and at Ye. I repeat this a few times before shaking my head and turning around to leave. I go outside and wait for everyone to finish. I glance back to see Akino in complete shock. She then ran to me. Is that a no? No. No what? The book. I shrug. I mean, if she wants to go and read it, why not? It's not like I'm forbidding her from doing it. Why is she panicking? He'll destroy it. Whoa. 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 Akino, slow down. I shrug because you can choose to do what you want. I really don't care what you do with it. Is our relationship too ordinary for you or something? No, but I do want you to be a bit more bold at times. Sure thing. I mean, I keep things as simple as possible. Kuroka is probably the only other one that wants to try out a lot of new things. To my surprise, the next one was Ingvild, but it's generally straightforward between us. Happy with my answer, she puts her book in her ring before hugging me. Everyone eventually joins us. Okay, so to the Oni's realm we quickly return to the same spot as yesterday. Sarah was there to greet us. Maybe I can ask her about the Tengu realm later in the day. Like yesterday, the trio went first, then the girls. I then stepped through myself. Zyodo Vidya, is this a temple or something? After teleporting, I noticed the inside of this building looked like the temples I saw in Kyoto. The colors, decor, and wood and stone used. Everyone else was in front of me, and Yoshitsun nodded. Yes, Shuten Doji-sama did model many of their buildings and houses like the temples of Kyoto. Yoshitsun gestures for us to follow her. I quickly looked around the building, and there were some flower pots, sword replicas, and floating balls of light above us. Once outside, it was interesting. Immediately in front of me were multiple waterfalls and a small road. Beyond the large hole with waterfalls was a giant building, to its right a tower-like structure, and two more beside it leading up the hill to our right. I scanned the entire realm and find many auras in here, and most of them I do not recognize. I only know of them as the Oni who live here, as well as a few human and other yokai. What's with the giant water pool in the middle? A large water serpent, sometimes mistaken for a dragon, resides there. Her name is Shirayuki. She, along with Shuten Doji-sama, protect this realm from any and all attacks. As we all look over the edge, Yoshitsun explains its history to us. Originally, Shirayuki-sama was the one who ruled over this realm. It didn't have many inhabitants, but the Oni held her in high regard and saw her as their leader. However, Shirayuki-sama isn't the type to lead. She wishes nothing more than to sleep in the depths of this realm's water. She will only take action when the need arises or if Shuten Doji-sama calls for her. I look at Yoshitsune. How did those two come to that agreement? From the sound of things, she became leader after she came to this realm. Shuten Doji-sama lived in Mount Oe. However, the legends of her killing all those women are not true. She does admit that she did take human lives back in those times as food was scarce. But she was not responsible for those deaths she was accused of. Another Yukai was responsible for it. He was also an Oni. Due to humans not understanding the difference, they decided to exterminate her. We had stopped to listen to her story, and I add Minamoto no Reiko, right? She attempted to defeat Shuten? Yes. Minamoto no Reiko, along with a few of her subordinates, attempted to exterminate Shuten Doji-sama. However, only Reiko-sama was strong enough, and the rest of her men perished. It was a long and drawn-out battle between the two, but because the emperor at the time kept on sending reinforcements, Shuten Doji-sama eventually became tired and overwhelmed. So, she retreated and eventually found herself here in Takamagara. Amaterasu-sama, as well as Fujin-sama, helped nurse her back to full health. She informed her of a realm that was mostly made up of Oni, and she came here. She established a relationship with Shirayuki-sama, and she handed over her leadership to Shuten Doji-sama. Of course, this didn't happen overnight, but over a few years. Shirayuki-sama saw her diligence and leadership and was confident in leaving the Oni's care to Shuten Doji-sama. The other Oni here were also fine with the decision, as they saw her as another leader before becoming one officially. I see. But when did Minamoto no Reiko come here? When did Reiko get to this place? How did Sakata Kintoki get involved in this? Isn't there a legend in him capturing Shuten Doji? Benkei snorted and Yoichi looked away. What's up with those reactions? I looked at Yoshitsune confused. Only Amaterasu-sama, Fujin-sama, Reijin-sama, and Reiko-sama told me the stories of his life. He led an interesting one. Unlike the folklore, he did not come across Shuten Doji-sama and capture her. Instead, he came across Reiko-sama and became extremely loyal to her and became chief of Reiko Semishiteno. He studied martial arts and became an expert at the use of many weapons. He fought many battles alongside Reiko-sama and her Shiteno, but eventually died. But the strange thing is no one could find his body or where he died. In reality, he was MIA, but they changed it in human text. Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. Scanning for Sakata Kintoki. Comptoir. Answer. Unable to locate Sakata Kintoki at this time. However, his last known location was Mimisaka Katsutaso on Sakusha Road. He was on his way to Tsukushi, present Kitakyushu City, to overthrow bandits in Kyushu. Died of a fever? That's superhuman? No, that doesn't add up, seeing as how the supernatural in this world is real and other powers, no way someone like him can just die to a simple fever. Nyarlathotep? Only thing I can think of, but where is he now? Did he suffer the same fate as Medusa? Well, let's hope to see him down the line. Jean-san? It's nothing. Let's arrange to meet up with her then. Yes. We started to walk away from the spot we were at. According to Yoshitsune, Shuten Doji's home is the giant castle in front of the building where we teleported from. So, we started to walk to the east side, where there was a long wooden bridge. This realm was like old-era Japan, as it didn't have too many modern things, but had their own entertainment, like the traditional theater district, basketball court, and soccer field. I didn't know they liked those sports. As we made our way there, the three historical figures with us were greeted by all the Yukai there. Many of them were Oni, obviously, but there were also some humans here too. We passed by a few diners and mini restaurants, a couple of vendors, and some regular shops. All of the Oni here varied in shape, size, and color. But there was one distinct feature that most of them had. They were buff as hell. Like around 90% of Oni I came across were really muscular, even the women. These Oni sure are muscular. Akino comments as we passed through more of them. We eventually reached the bridge. This does not look stable at all, I commented as Benkei laughed. Yeah, it's not meant to. Senchuredo, someone stopped me. I looked back at Shigen, who looked pale. Is she scared of heights? Shigen? Are you scared of heights? She nodded. But you've been in plenty of fights where you've literally been flying or launched into the air, but this and fighting battles are different. Is it? Well, let us move forward with that. After nodding, I walked back behind her. I picked her up and carried her. This is fine, right? Yeah. She doesn't care if you do that, just no flying or using other ways of transport or travel. Getting the okay from Benkei, I started to carry Shigen across, though she was still clearly panicking. Just close your eyes, and she closed her eyes and lowered her head against my shoulder. Well, at least she didn't need me to tell her to do that. Akino had hugged me from behind, and it didn't. T seemed like she was about to let go. Geez, she's been on a slight jealous streak since we got here. First with Cisco, then Benkei, and now Shigen, Akino no. Selene-san, I want to do this, and nothing will stop me. I'm sorry about her actions, Jean. I chuckle, no, it's fine. I'm used to spoiling her. So this is par for the course. Exactly as we walked on the wooden bridge, the wind started to pick up and it started to sway. Everyone held steady and didn't fall. Thankful. Yoichi fell. I spoke too soon. I looked over the edge and Yoichi was slowly falling down while screaming. I sigh and throw Shigen up into the air, making her scream as well. Jean? I looked over the edge and pulled Yoichi back using telekinesis. Once I grabbed a hold of him, I put him back on the bridge and waited for Shigen to come falling down into my arms. Cinchuredo, I guess I won this round. Yoichi gave me a thankful look as we continued walking towards the castle of Shuten Doji. After a few minutes of careful walking, we eventually landed back on solid ground. Yoichi knelt on all fours and started praying. Land how I miss you. Stable. Not wobbly land. Get up, you idiot. Benkei tries to kick him, but he dodges it while sticking his tongue out at her. The two glare at one another before you shit, son, broke it up. They've been alive for a long time, but can act like that, huh? Gives me a bit of hope in my older years to come, yes. Yes, let's get moving and stop messing around, you two, TCH. The two of them stopped glaring at each other and walked away. I let Shigen down, and we started to follow them. We approached the entrance as it was just a wide-open area with large red pillars made of stone. How do we get up? Shigen inquires, and Yoichi points up. We look up to see a hole. Seriously? She wants her guests to do some parkour or something. So, parkour? Pretty much. Shuten Doji-sama is up there with her maids. Despite that, the last two are normal since they have stairs and the usual rooms. The first two are, well, chaotic. But they also have normal rooms, Yoichi explains, and Benkei adds Tendu-sama is quite eccentric in this way. It makes it fun. Well, for me anyway, even if I'm lazy and only like to drink. Anyway, let go the trio, jump up, and through the opening in the ceiling. The rest of us followed suit. Once up there was strange. We entered a floor with pipes and a sort of obstacle course. Yoichi and Benkei weren't lying. What the hell is up with this? Following you shit, son, all of us go through the obstacle course and make it through them quite easily. Though we opted to skip most of them by just jumping past them, we reached another area with red and blue walls and floor. This is where we advance to the next floor. Look up. We do so and see well done. Next floor jump, written on a large piece of paper with ink. I sigh and jumped in first, surprising them. Once up there, boom. I put my hand out to stop a large bag of flour from hitting me. What in the world? The others join in and saw flour all over the place. Shouldn't Sama really added flour this time? What's next, splash? Dear. Darn it. Benkei was hit with a large splash of water before she could continue her sentence. She shook it off, looking a little annoyed. I turned my hand to her and dried her off. She gave me a quick thanks, and we navigated our way through this floor of the castle again. For some reason, it was mostly filled with traps rather than any obstacles, from weird tentacles coming out of the ground, to balloons with water in them being thrown at us, and even snowballs. A lot of random crap was used against us, but we eventually made it to an empty room. This time, it was normal, no blue or red walls or floor. It was normal. The floor is made out of wood, which is brown, while the walls are white, brown, and red. A few pieces of furniture and decorations around the room. And now it's normal. I don't get it. Well, we don't need to do any more of that once we go up to the third level. Benkei points out before jumping up, and we all followed her. Once we were up there, welcome to Shuten Doji-sama's home. Two maids greeted us. Both were Onis. To the left, The female Oni has medium-length sky blue hair that covers her right eye, large light blue eyes, and young features. She also has hair clips towards the left side of her hair, a flower-shaped ribbon on the same side of her hair, and a made hairband. To the right, the female Oni has medium-length light pink hair that covers her left eye, large darkish red eyes, and young features. Moreover, she has hair clips on the right side of her hair, a flower-shaped ribbon on the same side, and a made hairband. These two look like Rem and Ram. Are their names O? Remchan. Ramchan Yahoo. Benkei waves to the two as they bow. Benkei-sama, Yoshitsun-sama, and Yoichi-sama, welcome. Is he? Yoshitsun nods. Yes, he's Jin, the middleman. He came to visit this realm and meet with Shuten Doji-sama. Both Rem and Ram turn to me and bow. Welcome, Jin-sama, to the realm of the Oni, Zyodo, and the city of Adaya. Please follow us. Both Rem and Ram started to walk away, and we followed after them. The third floor was as promised, normal. No weird traps or parkour, just a normal home. There were multiple pieces of furniture around the floor. As we walked through the floor, we also come across a few rooms that were unique as they held different types of objects in them. They range from old samurai armor to tea ceremony rooms, and even why is that room just full of fish tanks? It is a collection, Jin-sama. Collection? Is this Shuten Doji a psychopath? We eventually reach a staircase, and we climb it. The floor appeared to be normal. The whole place was being illuminated by foxfire. Did they hire kitsunes to light up the place? In the final floor, there seemed to be an increase of portrait paintings and pictures of her Shuten Doji. We eventually reach a door, and they both open it and step through. We also do so, and were greeted by a fancy-looking room. The throne that Shuten Doji was on. It was elevated by an extra layer of wood. It was also surrounded by an octagonal box in fancy-looking decorations and wallpaper. She Shuten was sitting on a red, blue, and purple pillows as she was sipping on a cup. She looks over at us as both Rem and Ram walk over to her side and stand there with their eyes closed. Oya, Benkei, Yoshitsun, and Yoichi. It's been some time. Could this be the famed middleman? I did not expect a visit from you. I welcome you to our realm, Zyodo, and our city, Vidaya. Shuten Doji is a rather short Oni. Her skin is pale, tinged with light purple, almost resembling silver. Her hair is purple and short, reaching only her neck, and her bangs cut past her forehead. Her eyes are lustrous purple, with red makeup painted right above them. Shuten Doji's horns flow out of her body naturally, beginning from the same pale tone of her skin and gradually becoming wine red. Her fangs are sharp and long compared to those of humans. Shuten Doji wears a golden ornament with a green jewel over her forehead and between her horns. She wears an extremely long bluish-purple kimono without sash, draped loosely over her figure, with red, curved lines drawn throughout it, especially on the tripartite extensions of the sleeves. It is decorated with green ribbons. Underneath the open kimono, Shuten Doji has exposed skin on her torso and legs. Her ankles have red ribbons tied around them. She wears a piece of metal-like material that covers her midriff and barato area. All these lines are joined by thin lines that extend all the way up to her neck, forming a choker. Of the same material, her hands and feet wear small pieces tied around her fingers and wrists and toes and heels respectively. She is carrying 3 gourds by her waist and over the hip. The first is a small brown gourd. The second is a white container of sake. The third and most prominent is an overly large blue gourd of glass with golden ornaments. Hello, I'm Jin, and yes, I'm the middleman. Nice to meet you, Shuten Doji. I've heard many rumors. Good ones, I do hope. We grin at each other. This may seem rude, but can I ask some questions? She makes a small gesture with her hand and cup indicating that I could. Why did you name this place Zyodo and the city Vidaya? Why the weird obstacle course on the first 2 floors? And what's your relationship with Shirayuki? And if you don't mind telling me about her? Quite a lot of questions coming from you. Let's see, Comptoir could be asked afterward if she doesn't tell the whole truth or if she is missing some information. But I want to hear it from her own mouth. Also, seeing as how this will take some time, I snap my fingers and summon some chairs. Everyone else takes a seat as we wait for her to talk. Benkei starts to drink from her gourd. Well, Kyoto should be obvious. It's an honor to Kyoto, my once home. As for Vidaya, I chose it at random. There is no deep meaning to it. The obstacle course as well as the traps are there for entertainment, for both the guest and I. This is no ordinary home, is it not? How do you get down without needing to go through those? She smiles and gestures to Ram, who got up and brings out a picture of this castle. It looks like it was taken from the back, and there was some sort of hidden platform with the same teleportation symbols. I see. So you just teleport up here if you don't want to go through all that. She laughs and nods. Ram goes back to where she previously once was. Now for the last question. Shirayuki. After I spent some time in Takamagara, I was directed here by Amaterasu-sama. Hearing that there were other Oni here, I naturally wanted to see it. So I came, and it was a lot barren than what it is today. It was more like a very simple, poor village. Since Shirayuki did not live up here on the land, she left the Onis to fend and develop it. However, if they were attacked by something, she would appear. So, when I came here, I decided to befriend many other Onis and start redevelopment of this realm. We started with the area that they had already chosen as home and went from there. This place was once my little home too, But I chose to develop the other parts of this city first. Their homes, to shops, and finally everything else. The final piece was my home, this magnificent concoction. She takes a sip from her cup and continues. After that, I started on creating jobs for the Oni, then connected a trade route and teleportation circle from Kyoto to Takamagara. That way we can have both export and import goods, right? We have our own Oni police too. I hadn't noticed that, but I'll take her word for it, our realm is quite modest. So, there isn't much to see here, but if I had to choose Fufu, perhaps it may be the new Arataki gang. They certainly are troublemakers and also make the daily lives of the residents much more entertaining. The Arataki gang, huh? They'll just go out of my way to meet them then. I see. Well, thank you for your time then, Shuten Doji. They'll go try to find those ruffians then. They sound rather peculiar. I hope you do. I helped raise that child. He may be considered a delinquent now, but he has a good heart. That doesn't excuse his recent actions, Shuten Doji-sama. Ram says beside her, making the small Oni laugh. Of course not, but they're nothing like Cow's Brigade or other groups like them. If I had to guess, they're just bored children trying to liven things up in our realm. It seems they're here again. They live out in the more wooded areas of our realm. Not many are out there except for some small farmlands and the like. I scanned the city again and could feel some new presences running around. I nodded to her and got up. We'll check them out then. Fufu, do come by again, Jean. I sense you want to ask one more question without an audience. Well, yeah. I wanted to ask about Reiko and Kintoki, but I'll leave to do that before we leave Rem. Please guide them to the teleporter. Rem bows and gestures for us to follow her. Everyone gets up from their chair, and I dismiss them. We follow Rem out of the room as I felt Shuten's eyes on my back. We turn left and keep going to the end of the hall. Once there, Rem taps the wall and a small lever appears, and it reveals a teleportation symbol. Much like the teleporter you used here, only 3 can enter at a time. I look at Yoshitsune, and she with Benkei and Yuichi first. They're followed by the 3 girls, and I went last. I look at Rem, and she stares back at me with little emotion. Is something wrong? Jean-sama? No, I thought I saw you from somewhere before. She shakes her head. I have not left Kyoto no Takamagara since I came here. So, if you saw someone with the same appearance as me, it was just coincidence. Is that so? Take care. Yes. She bows one last time before I teleport away. Once back down on the ground, I turn to Benkei. Is there a rule for not flying back? No, great. Let's go. I want to see this Arataki gang for myself. I turn and picked up both Shigeon and Suzaku, making them yelp. Akino immediately huffed to herself. I start to run back towards the bridge and jump up. I then brought out Divine, dividing, and flew back to the other side. Don't leave us behind, Jin-kyun Benkei says behind me, trying to make it sound exaggerated. Akino quickly joined me while her devil wings were out. I glanced back and could see the historical trio running and jumping along the bridge. I guess they didn't want to be left behind that badly. I also looked down to see a giant whirlpool and large yellow glowing eyes staring back at me. I guess she's near the surface then. Did she sense me and Albion? No, it's probably just a coincidence. It didn't take us long to land back on the ground, and there was a large commotion happening. Get them. The Arataki gang is at it again. Those damn delinquents. An Oni male says while pointing to his left. Other Onis showed up wearing blue police uniforms and running towards that direction. Not just them, but Asahi Sato is also joining in. That brat. He's acting like Arataki Ito even more. Don't tell me he's trying to start his own stupid gang. More complaints kept on flying. The historical trio eventually reached us, and I made a small gesture with my head and started to follow the commotion. Asahi Sato, who the hell is that? We ran there and eventually reached a large open area with houses and shops circling it. In the middle of the area was, it was definitely Arataki Ito. Ito is a tall man with a large build. He has white spiked hair with pale red streaks that goes down his back. As an Oni, he has 2 red horns on his forehead. Ito also has eyes that fade from red to yellow and diamond-shaped pupils. His face is painted with red makeup which extends from his upper eyelid to this lower eyelid, and numerous parts of his body, arms and head are also painted with red lines. Ito's attire is decorated with a number of spikes and spines. He wears a cropped purple top paired with a sleeveless black collared coat decorated around the shoulders with thick purple and white ropes. He also wears a thick black belt decorated with a large buckle resembling an Oni mask and gray pants decorated with red and tied at the end with ropes. Man, screw you guys. Can't you lighten up a little? It's just a prank. Ito voiced out his complaint as the crowd just booed and jeered at him. He wasn't alone since there were 4 other humans and an Oni with him. The 3 were human males. They wore old Japanese clothing and looked scared as hell. Oi, Akira, Jita, and Mamoru stop acting like that and show some manly pride. Why, yes, boss. But we still do need to get out of here. They're waiting for us, after all I know that. Just let me think, Shinobu, some help would be appreciated. Ito turns to his crew and sighs, and then turns to the only woman there with him. Shinobu is a young woman of medium build with light green hair held up into a messy ponytail with a thick dark reddish-violet rope that matches the color of her eyes and a dark hairpiece with gold accents. In addition to this, Shinobu has messy bangs and wears a dark gray mask that covers the lower portion of her face. Shinobu's outfit consists of dark-colored crop top exposing part of her midriff, matching dark shorts, and a black belt decorated with a thick red rope tied into a bow. Over this, Shinobu wears a cropped dark purple red and gold-trimmed hooded jacket with a buckle, dark gloves that leave certain fingers exposed, and thigh-high leg were with red armor plating. Shinobu's outfit is decorated with a number of gold and red accents and trinkets and more thick red ropes, most notably around her chest area. In addition to this, Shinobu wears a single samurai plate over her left shoulder. The woman called Shinobu's side and started to speak when, excuse me. Bam! Another person arrived. He had short, messy, orange, ginger hair, blue eyes with red makeup on his face. His horns start dark blue up halfway up, they become red. He has earrings on him and wore a typical Iromatsuki Heiori hakama, which was mostly red in color. He also had a spiky spike collar around his neck. Jo, Ito, Asahi. The man, the myth, the legend has arrived. And we're getting out of here. Asahi raises his hand and slaps the ground. From there, a large amount of water erupted from the ground and started to flood the immediate area. I, along with everyone else in my group, jump up and land on roofs around us. Using this chance, the Arataki gang and Asahi escaped. The Oni police were taken by surprise, and they scrambled to stop the water from damaging the area even more. Do we follow them? Yoichi asked as he kept his eyes on them as they escaped. I glanced at the fleeing delinquents and then back to the area they just flooded. Do it discreetly. I want to know what they meant by getting back to them. I snapped my fingers and cleared the waters from the area. All eyes went towards me, and I nodded before jumping away to follow the gang. Everyone else followed me. Well, that wasn't as bad as I expected it to be. Yoshitsun says beside me as we lightly jogged with me in the lead. We quickly leave the city and go into a more rural and forested area. We go through the area, and it didn't look like it was maintained at all, Do they not care about this place? But didn't Shuten mention that there are farmlands this way? Maybe it's in another area? It did split off earlier. Right, point taken, I guess so. Following Ito's aura, we started to slow down our speed, and everyone started to lower their presence. We come by a few trees, and in front of us was a larger opening with a few houses, but it was mostly empty. The houses looked old and worn out. The wooden fences around this place also looked disrepair, and the well in the middle of the area had a damaged roof above it. The only saving grace was a small patch of dirt with some vegetables and fruit growing from it beside one of the houses. What the hell? Where's everybody? Ito looked around in shock, and 3 guys started to look around in worry and started to shout. Rinobu-san! Kin-chan! Ii-chan! Asahi looks at Ito with a confused expression on him. Did you guys move base or something? Of course not. Are you stupid? I'm stupid, but not that stupid. Oi, Ushi. Can you try finding them? Ito puts his hand to the ground and summons a small cow. He called it Ushi, right? Ushi is a young bull with a chunky body type and stubby legs. Additionally, he also dons a pair of golden horns atop his head, and attached to the tip of his tail is a shape of a shard. He has yellow eyes, thick, furrowed eyebrows, and a white snout for his facial features. His coat is brown, with golden markings on his hooves, cheeks, albeit lighter in color, and across his body. Ushi carries a small dark navy blue and red roof on his back, with golden faces resembling that of an oni. The roof is tied to Ushi with a rope in purple and white accents, similar to Ito's ropes on his outfit. Moo. Ashu. You can't find him either? Oh, darn it. Oi, Esya ga Shinobu. Ito, looking horrified, turns to Shinobu as she had closed her eyes and was thinking. Shinobu then opens her eyes. I'm sorry, boss. But all I can think of is that they were kidnapped by them. We've been fighting them over the last few months, but it's only gotten worse. If I'm being honest, I'm surprised it took them this long to do this. Wait, you them as in them. Ito repeats Shinobu's words, but Asahi looked confused. Who the hell are you guys talking about? And who's them? Shinobu turns to Asahi and nods while Boss refers to our group as a gang. We're nothing like it. We're just a bunch of nobodies causing a little trouble, stealing some food to feed everyone here. I sometimes do legal jobs to add a bit more to our pocket. Senchuredo Ito began to sulk, crouched down, and started messing with the ground with his finger. He was muttering something about being the boss and having a say in things. Pure violence and cruelty toward others, the use of drugs, and other more despicable things they do. We had clashed with them a few times over the last few months. But since Boss is quite strong, as well as everyone else working together, we always repelled them. But I guess they've decided to attack people we're close with and have nothing to do with our fights. It's disgusting. We have to find them before anything happens to them. Boom! The ground beneath Asahi cracked, and blue flames started to surround his body. He was clearly pissed off. I turned to face everyone with me, and they nodded, so we came out of our hiding spot. Once we did, the Arataki gang were alerted. Who are you? Shinobu asks while bringing out a kunai and covering it with purple lightning. Asahi's eyes widen, and his anger seemingly vanished. Mighty Dragon, he says while pointing at me, while shaking his hand. Mighty Dragon? Oh, you mean the middleman? What? Shinobu calms down and puts her kunai away while Ito springs back up screaming in shock. He quickly runs over to me and starts shaking my hand. A boss to a boss. Red Dragon Emperor. Please, you gotta help us. I didn't think he'd throw his pride away and ask me right away, well, we did come out of spying on you to offer our assistance. So, tell us more about this real gang you're having beef with. Shinobu nods. I will assume that you already heard what I had said earlier. To go into more detail, their gang is called Prius, and they're led by 2 people who are considered their leaders, Kuragari and Gaja. Kuragari is the Oni and Gaja is the human. Those 2 lead that gang. I don't know where their base is exactly located, but I can give you a vague area. Shinobu points around northeast and frowns. They should be somewhere that way, northeast of where we are currently. Why doesn't Shuden-sama or Shirayuki-sama do anything about them? Shigen asks them, and Ito sighs. Shouldn't Ba-san only cares about what happens in the city or anyone affiliated with it. If you choose to live out her without associating with them, then you're on your own. But she does encourage them to be connected to them, so it's up to those to agree to it or not. Honestly, there are more benefits, but some people or Oni are stubborn, so as you can see, this little village is on their own. Anyway, Shirayuki-sama doesn't leave those waters for any reason. In a way, she's bound there unless she decides to one day just leave. Jinta and Mamoru live here, so when I came across them with Akira, that's how the Arataki gang was formed. We came across Shinobu since she didn't want to keep being a shrine maiden in training in Takamagara, and by default her little clan in the human realm. Ito looks at Shinobu and she nods. Our clan isn't big or notorious for anything. We simply exorcise spirits in Japan like any other that's involved in the supernatural. The Kuki clan prides itself in creating shrine maidens each generation. I was the one who broke off from it. Long story short, I left the family and became my own person. I traveled the world learning and mastering all kinds of things until I came back to Japan, came to Takamagara, and came across the Arataki gang. As I said before, I may one day move on with my life, boss. Shinobu turns to say that to Ito as he looks away. I know that already. You don't need to keep telling me that. Anyway, I don't mind helping since innocent people or Oni were abducted. I can do the rescue mission. If you want to leave the fighting to us. I got a bone to pick with that guy. Smack. Ito punches his fists together as his powers rose up and then back down again. The three human guys and Shinobu agreed with him. Asahi, you of course am helping. Even if we're rival gangs, we're nothing like those guys. They'll seriously sour our reputation in this realm. Even if I'm the only one in my gang so far. Benkei, you shit son, Yoichi. Are you guys helping or? Yes, of course, Jin-san. I get to kick a bit of ass, I'm done. Sure thing. All three of them were for it. I nodded and turned back to the Arataki gang. All right, let's do it like this then. Yoichi Nazuno Jin had left me back here in the village. However, I play a pretty key role in all of this. He had given me a pair of goggles that gives me a zoom function on it, as well as a new compact bow that has a larger range and accuracy than what I have. He had created a large platform for me to stand on and scout out the area where we think the Prius base is at. He also gave everyone transceivers to make communication easier. Yoshitsun to Yoichi, I'm in position. How about you, Benkei? Ready, I'm also ready. I see no movement in the area that Jean located, but there are signs of people living there. I see some crates, torches, and other miscellaneous items. I answered back after hearing those too. Roger that. Using the goggles, I zoom in further to see Jean was looking at me and giving me the OK sign with his hand. I'm surprised he could still see me from there. I nod at him, and he nodded back. This Arataki too. I'm in position with Asahi. Boss, stop making everything dramatic. This is Shinobu. I'm also ready, and the traps too. Arataki Ito and his deputy office, Kuki Shinobu, responded. This is Araki with Jinta and Mamoru. We're also ready with the traps. Then all right, let's commence the operation. Mission start. Jean began the mission. Jean skyward, I had reached a cave's entrance with Akino and Suzako with me. Shigyun was with Shinobu, since we'll be assisting her with the traps that we set up. Araki, Mamoru, and Jinna were also assigned places to set up traps. Everything was ready. I had wanted to do this by myself and get everything done quickly, but Ito is a stubborn Oni and probably would have had a tantrum, so I decided to involve everyone instead. I could sense around 30 people inside the cave. Using see-through, one of Boosted Gear's abilities, I looked through the cave and could see a few villagers that weren't harmed yet. Many of the children were scared, and the older Onis and humans were terrified. For older Onis, 2 male, 2 female. 3 children, 2 Oni and 1 human. 3 older humans, an elderly woman, an elderly man, and a guy in his mid-30s. So, 10 of them were taken in total. The rest of the 20 were the gang. This is what I found out. I tell Akino and Suzako, and also relay it back on the transceivers I gave out. That's about right, Jean-san. They're not hurt, so that's good. Righto. Please get them back safely. Right, get ready. I look at the 2 as they nodded and waited outside. I turned myself invisible and walked through the cave entrance. I walked down the man-made stairs as it went down in a spiral. The cave had torches around to illuminate it. There were also old human or Oni bones scattered around the place. Cinchuredo, I covered them in an invisible barrier and stopped time, and then the people that were captured became confused. So I undid my invisibility, and they were surprised. Sup, middleman here to rescue you. Ito and the Arataki gang are just outside. Let's get you guys out of here. All right? They were too stunned to speak, but nodded along. So I broke off their chains and freed them. Once that was done, I healed them and told them to start walking up the stairs and out of the cave. This barrier will be canceled by me, so they can stay like that indefinitely. I joined them outside as Akino and Suzuku started to help them walk back to the little village. This is Jean. They're secured and are coming back. Next up, the downfall of Prius. You guys ready? Yeah. They all answered enthusiastically, and I went back inside the cave. I waited a few minutes to make sure that the villagers were closer to the village before I undid the barrier. Once they were, I removed the time barrier around them. What the heck? Where did those villagers go? HAA. How did they escape? They started to panic and look around until you. Who's that? I didn't answer them, but just brought my arm up and summoned the boosted gear. This made their eyes wide and see ya. I started to walk away with the boosted gear still out. I quickly hear them shouting and a lot of footsteps behind me. I summoned 2 other clones and started to run in different directions. I deliberately did, so to make them see each of me go different ways. Karagari what? 3 of them? Who cares? Split up and go after one. 9 go right, 9 go left. I ordered the dumbass with me. They quickly did so and ran off in those directions. Gadget with me. Yeah, Karagari have been the boss of this gang Prius for more than a year now. Cinchuredo, word domination doesn't sound too bad, right? I ran with Gadja, the other leader, as we chased down the so-called middleman. He did show his sacred gear, the boosted gear. I met Gadja around the same time last year. We did the same things, but as a duo, but we didn't go anywhere, so we decided to recruit like-minded individuals for our group. It eventually evolved into a gang that mainly operated in this realm. For the time being, we're not strong enough to go against the gods, but if we join Cow's Brigade, we can definitely get our hands in those red vials that makes you stronger. And when we do, I aimed my hand at the middleman and fired a blast of fire magic. Doom! When the smoke cleared, he wasn't hit by it and was still running. What a little weasel. Gadja, right. He starts to use wind magic, since that was his specialty, along with darkness manipulation. He can use darkness manipulation since he was younger and learnt magic over the years. He excelled at wind magic, so he mainly uses those 2 and combine them regularly. I felt my body being covered in wind. He called this spell Wind Steps, as it increases our speed and swiftness to catch up to our targets. With this, our speed increased, and we quickly caught up with the middleman. I got you, you big oaf. He turned around and grinned boom. Boom boom. Jean skyward, I guess making 3 clones and making them run after them was the right choice. I had turned invisible and let my clones that had bombs in them run off. The others should boom. Boom. Explode soon, there they go, I guess. This is Iraqi. We got them. They fell into the hole after the explosion. Shinobu here. 6 fell into the hole and 3 are fleeing. I joined up with Boss and Asahi. We'll be chasing after them. Roger that. The 2 leaders are fighting Yoshitsun and Benkei now. How about your end, Yoichi? Good, those 3 just got lucky then. Yoshitsun and Benkei should be fine, those 2 were just around middle class, and those 2 were peak of ultimate class. Everything is going well. Ito, Asahi, Shinobu, do you need assistance? I can outshoot their legs to stop them. No dude. Let's handle this. All right, we'll keep on the lookout. I'll leave the rest to you guys then. They'll go check on up the villagers again. Roger. Arataki, Ito, let's go. Don't run away, you cowards. I will beat them before you, Ito. In your dreams, Asahi. I put more power into my legs and ran further ahead of Asahi and Shinobu, that lady who was with Jean. Shigeon, was it? She stayed behind to make sure the ones that got trapped didn't escape. I got to thank the little lady later, reinforcing my entire body and fists with magic, and as well as the power of earth. I jumped and punched the ground in front of the fleeing gangsters. Doom, you won't get away that easily. Darn this. Solid impact. One of the humans stopped and turned to me and punched his fist into an open palm, and a large ice hammer appeared above me. What the? Take that. Cinchuredo. I then followed up by punching the ice hammer above me. Doom. FWSHHH. A large gust of wind is made upon impact. It also blows everyone else away. I jumped towards a human who attacked me. He looked quite scared. Eat this. Super ultra attack. Arataki style. I brought my fist down on him as it landed on his stomach and sent him crashing to the ground. The man was badly winded, and the ground beneath him cracked from the impact. It was just a normal punch, though. That's just a normal punch, boss. Huh. Why are you so calm about this, Shinobu? What about the others? She looked at me funny and then pointed around us. I look around to see the devastation I made. The other two gangsters were, well, one of them was inside a tree trunk, and the other was knocked out as he had hit the ground in a weird way, and his neck was bent the wrong way. Oh, my greatness did a lot more than I thought. Oh, where's Asahi? Shinobu points behind her, and he was stuck in a tree. Dang it, Ito. I wanted to stop them too. I was just too fast for you, kid. Hi-ha-ha. Shinobu sighed and shook her head. Heh, sorry, but I'm just that great, Shinobu. This is Shinobu. We stopped the three that escaped. We'll be bringing them with us now. Asahi, you still have the rope, right? Yeah, he came down from the tree, still not happy, but took out the rope that Jean gave him. It was made out of pure mana and didn't break easily. I tried earlier and made a fool out of myself. Cinchuredo, yeah. I could have carried two. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Benkei Musashibu. Are you sure you're one of the leaders? You're pretty weak, you know, Tang. Don. The plan after Jean's clones lured the bosses away was for Yoshitsune and I to fight them, though. Is this even a fight? It's more of a one-sided beatdown since they're so weak. Quit messing with me. You coward on legs. Arira? Quite vulgar, they're the Oni leader. Kurajiri was a tall and muscular Oni around 69. His skin was mostly red. He had black hair and was mostly fighting with his fists. He didn't use any kind of elemental power or magic. But his natural strength was quite something for a weakling that as I brought out my staff and smacked it against his torso, launching him backwards. To my surprise, he managed to steady himself. Am I holding back too much? Shigen-san is heading towards Araki's group to help them bring those guys back. You two need to finish yours. Jean's on his way. I heard Yoichi through the transceivers. Why would Jean need to come back here himself? Well, whatever, Benkei. Yes, I heard him suddenly. Kurajiri started to grow in size and get bigger and bigger until he was at least 3 times my size. What kind of unique ability is this? Boom. Don. He cocked his arm back and punched the spot where I was, but swiftly dodged it and jumped backwards a few times. Do you think making yourself larger will help you? You have heard of the term the longer they are, the harder they fall, right? Arf. He started to attack me again, and I dodged all his attacks. I guess that means this is some sort of berserker form or technique. He didn't exactly hear me. Whatever, I just want a drink. I dashed towards him and appeared beside his left side. He hadn't caught up to my speed, so I struck his left leg hard with my staff. Then I appeared on the other side and struck his right leg too. With both legs out, he began to flail around and tried to attack me using only his arms. It would be problematic if he could still use them effectively. Spinning my staff around my hands, I struck his arms, leaving him quite literally helpless. Now, stay down and be a good boy. I turn around to look at Yoshitsune and Shing. Slash. With one swift movement, Yoshitsune appeared behind the human called Gaja. Both his arms were injured in the attack. It took him a few seconds to register what had just happened. Yoshitsune turned around and kicked him on the neck, knocking him out. Very efficient, boss. Just tie up the other leader, Benkei. Yoshitsune summoned some fire on her hand and started to cauterize the wound on the passed-out gang leader. I'm surprised that he didn't wake up. But this also reminds me how brutal the usually kind and caring Yoshitsune Minamoto can be. Is something wrong? She asked me while cutely tilting her head. Nothing. I turned around to tie up the passed-out Oni too. Jean Skyward, just use those ropes, all right? It'll be fine. Jean and I had been speaking with Shigyun as she headed toward the other 9 that were captured by Araki and his group. I was waking towards Benkei and Yoshitsun. Oh, hey, Jean, we're finished here. I arrived at where they were and looked at the two leaders, Karajiri and Gaja. They looked worse for wear. Karajiri, the Oni leader, and Gaja were left badly injured by the two. These two can be quite brutal when they choose to be. Huh? I sigh and walk over to both of them and read their memories. I see. While they hadn't made any contact, they were trying to get recruited by Cow's Brigade and the Monkai Association. Nothing too special about them. They're scum. That's all there is to say. All right, let's get them back to the village and go from there. Jean, I'm coming back with the gang and Araki's group. Roger that, Shigen. Once we arrived in the village, Shigen's group wasn't too far behind. We had gathered them up in the middle, and we discussed what to do with them. So before I make my suggestion, what do you guys want to do with them? Beat them up again. Slam. Smack. Ow. Ito suggested, and then got smacked by Shinobu. I'll look at the others, maybe bring them back to Shuten Doji-sama. She is the ruler of this realm, maybe even Shiryuki-sama. They can pass judgment down on them. We can rest assured that they won't just let them go either. Yoshitsune suggested, and everyone else agreed, but Ito seemed hesitant. Or do we have to go back to Shunba-san? Ito, why do you call her that? And why do you sound scared? I look at him strangely as he started to suddenly sweat profusely while looking around in a panic. He tries to leave, but I bind him on the stop with Gleipnir. What the hell are these chains? I can't break them. Give up, Ito. Just tell us why you're so scared of her. He looks to his gang, but they turn their backs to him. I mean, what could they possibly do at this point? So, Ito gave up and slumped down while making a heavy sigh. Fine. Shunba-san looked after me when I was younger. Around the age of 15 or 16, she cut me loose and said I should choose how to live my life. But before that, it was hell. Ito started to shake uncontrollably while continuing on his story from his childhood. That woman is no Oni. She's a devil. No, I've heard even some of the devils aren't that bad. From the weird obstacle courses I was forced to do every day to traps, physical and magical training. She said it was to toughen me up. I'll admit that it did toughen me up, but my body and mind remember it all. She would even sometimes jump scare me at night. Did you know? She tried to throw me into the pool of water that Shiryuki-sama is in at night. I had to hold on for dear life and climbed out of there. Ito started to mumble more of his worries and kept on shaking. Is this the famous tough love kind of thing? It seems more extreme than anything. I guess I can ask her about it when we go back. That's why I don't want to go back there. She'll do all of that again. Huh. Wait. What about Rem and Ram? Do they know about this? No. They helped her. I mean, they're her maids, so they had to. But still, a bit of sympathy can go a long way, you know. Ito stopped talking and was just blankly staring at the ground, seemingly lost all life to him. I sigh and rub the back of my head. Well, sorry, dude, but we have to go back. Anyway, this is what I think we have to do. We go one step further. We need to report this to Amaterasu since Cow's Brigade was nearly involved. Everyone became alerted, and I told them of what I had found when I examined the gang leaders' memories and what they had planned to do. Cow's Brigade, Monkai Association, these guys were seriously trying to? Shinobu had a look of concern while looking at the two knocked-out leaders. She nods to herself and then looks at Ito. Seriously, boss, we need to, I know. Darn it. I know I just have to bear with it, right? Let's go then. Araki, Mamoru, Jinta, and Asahi. Can I leave you guys here to protect them? HAA, why can't I go? Heck, I don't work for you. Come on, man, do it, will you? You're strong, reliable, and smart. I can leave these guys in your hand while we're away. Asahi blushed as Ito complimented him. He started to grumble with a low voice before agreeing to it, albeit reluctantly. Hell yeah, time to go. His enthusiasm started to wane. We can't waste time, so gather around. We had reached the bridge, and we were debating on what to do. I told everyone to gather around me. The ones who knew what was happening did so. The rest became confused. Just gather around me. They'll teleport us to the last floor. Still confused, they did so, and I teleported us up. Once I did, we were outside her throne room's door, and I pushed it open. Shuten looked a bit surprised, but composed herself quickly. Oya, what might you be, Ito? Mine's been so long. Did you miss me that much? Ito chakel nervously griegajo. Sutemba-san. How you be doing? Boah. Don't call me that. Call me Shuten-sama. Shuten disappeared from where she was sitting and punched Ito in the gut as he fell over clutching his stomach. She nods to herself satisfied and walks back to her seat. Now then, what are you here for, Jean? Shinobu and Benkei bring the two leaders into the room. I had put the others in their gang to sleep, so they won't wake up too soon. These two are Kurajiri and Gaja. Before you ask, let me tell you all about them. So I told her about what had transpired not too long ago, the history on these two, and the potential involvement of Kao's brigade. Shuten went from a carefree leader to that of a serious one once I started to tell her about the involvement of Kao's brigade. Ito during this time recovered, and both maids came into the room. Shuten listened carefully while nodding along. At the end of it, she sighs. Will you tell Amaterasu about this? Yeah, I will. They'll be meeting with them at the end of tomorrow, so they'll bring this incident up with them, as well as maybe increasing the defenses in this realm. Very well. I will have those two in our own prison until then. Contact me when you plan on meeting with them, and I will send them to you. However, as you said, they don't have anything useful to tell us, correct? Yeah, I pretty much read all of their memories, so you can just keep them in your prison indefinitely. I turned to the two who were still knocked out and sealed their powers. Once done, I turned back to Shuten, who had a curious look on her. I shook my head, and she left it at that. You guys know where the prison is, right? Can you take them there? They nodded and hauled the two leaders out of the room. Come again to see me, Ito. Ito shivered and left the room even faster, making Shuten giggle to herself. The ones left here were just me, the girls, and the historical trio. Did I just default to calling them that? Well, they don't know, so it's fine. So, do you wish to find out about Reiko and I? Sure, why not? Tell me of what you know. I nod and tell her what Yoshitsune told me, and she nodded along. Well, that's mostly accurate. However, we did clash a few times over the years before we put aside our differences. Both of us receiving fatal injuries during those fights. However, we had to stop by Amaterasu's orders otherwise. Well, we would face a wrath. Hoo-hoo. I would rather not face it since I had the unfortunate pleasure of experiencing it firsthand, but to cut a long story short. We are in amicable terms? Is that the right word? We do not try to harm each other, which is a good thing, but we're not best friends or anything like that. If you wish to find out more from her end, you must meet her. I do not know where she is. As you have probably heard, she's a wanderer of the Shinto realms. She could potentially be anywhere right now. Shuten sighs and looks out of the window to my right. I glance at it, and the day was slowly drawing to a close. The sun was setting. I hadn't even realized that. Maybe I was just a bit too caught up by what had been happening, I see. Then he'll do that, then. Thank you for your time, Shuten. We'll get going, then. Shuten waved us off as we teleported away. Both her maids were staring at us. As we left, I kind of wished to have spoken to them. A little more, we had teleported back to the city, and everything seemed Call's the middleman. He helped earlier with the Arataki gang. I spoke too soon because as we teleported and we were immediately surrounded by the Oni there, and they started to ask for autographs and for their pictures to be taken with me. I grinned and bared with it, as I also told them to form a line to get this done quicker. The rowdy Oni did so, and it only lasted an hour. The girls and historical trio had vanished, but they didn't go too far, so I wasn't worried. I was finally free and sighed in relief. Good work, Jean. Sazaka walks over to me and hands me a cup of coffee. I take it from her and take a sip. It was pretty good. I noticed that everyone else was gone. I look at her as she points to a diner. I nodded, held her hand, and we went into it. The diner's name was Zyodo Oni Grill. The inside of the place was normal, albeit a little old-looking. The diner had a few other patrons, and we spot our group of friends near the top of the diner, talking to what seemed like the owner. We walk over there and join them. Welcome back. Jean, Suzuka Oni-san. Sorry for leaving you like that. Jean-san. No, it's fine. I would get bored waiting too, anyway. Nice diner you got here. Yoshitsune apologized to me, but I just waved her off. The Oni that was the owner of the place laughed at me and nodded. Chickage, call me Chickage, Red Dragon Emperor Coin. Chickage has 4 black horns and white hair. His eyes are yellow and dons a traditional white kimono with a black and red checkered pattern on the collar part, a yellow and black pattern, and a gray haori. Then, Chickage, what do you recommend? To that he grins and tells me the specials he had for today. Seeing as they didn't sound outrageous, I agreed to order them. Everyone else ordered their food too. Tomorrow is the last day, Jin-san. Would you like to know a bit about the Tengu's realm? Sure, if you don't mind. Yes, the Tengu realm is a lot more unique in terms of how their city is. There are only a few roads that connect to each other. Most of the time you will need to fly or jump to the floating landmass that holds the building you want to go to. Only the main island is larger and connected. Even so, it's still quite small. As mentioned, it's mostly dominated by Tengu, and the Tengu king with his lover reside there. His name is SJB, and he has been ruling for a long time. Yoshitsun smiles, and I see Benkei grinning. I will leave out some things so you can experience it yourself. However, the Tengu king has a more unique lover. His queen won't be someone you will be expecting. Benkei starts to laugh to herself and slapping her sides. Chickage eventually comes back to us with some of the food. Oya, what is Benkei-sama laughing about? Oh, do you hear this, Chickage-san? Jean will be in for a surprise by tomorrow. He'll be meeting the Tengu king and his queen. He nodded sagely. Yes, it was quite a shock to see the first time around. However, I hope they do have a wonderful life together. But yes, I do agree with Benkei-sama. You will be in for a shock, Jean-san. A shock, huh? How about asking Comptoir about it? A logical choice, but Comptoir. Answer, would you like me to look into it? Jean? No, let's leave it as a surprise. They've got me interested, so I'll leave it until tomorrow. I didn't get a response from them, so I assume they agree with what I said. I'll take your words for it then. We enjoy a calm rest of dinner while chatting about our time that's going to end soon. While it wasn't long, we did become relatively good friends in a short amount of time. We had left the restaurant and got to know Chickage a little more. He was a previous guard in Takamagara for Amaterasu, but decided to retire early and start his dream job, being an owner of a restaurant. He also decided to start here, his home realm. I shared with him my future goals in starting a restaurant, and he gave me some tips about it. They will be very valuable in the coming years. We also exchanged phone numbers, so if and when I decide to add my restaurant here, we may just merge them just like the inn with Iwabami. We were walking back to the teleportation building when a question popped into my head, Yoshitsun. Are there any other historical figures that you hadn't mentioned to me yet? We stop walking as she thinks about it. Well, Kata Danzu, Miyamoto Musashi, Ibaraki Doji, and Sasaki Kojiro are the ones who come to mind now. Jin-san, perhaps in your next visit you will see them? Those are interesting lineups, and yeah, I hope to see them then. I nod to Yoshitsun as we continue to walk back to the teleporter and back to Takamagara. Takamagara, good night, Jin-san. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow for one final adventure. They laugh at me as they walk away. The most surprising thing about today was that Benkei didn't become drunk. The girls laugh beside me as we go back to Iwabami's inn. Once there, the girls went to freshen up, and I followed shortly after to keep things calm. Since we arrived, there were other patrons around. When I was stepping out, hey, come on, ladies, come join us. The most predictable scene was unfolding right in front of me. Akino, Shigyun, and Suzaku were being hit on by 3 yukais. One was a kitsune, the other a goat yukai, and finally a male tengu. I breathed in and cracked my neck. Let's do this. I walk over to them and just sweep up to all the girls and casually walk out of there. They obviously were shocked and let out cute yelps. The yukai guys were stunned at the action before W8. What the heck? Yo, hold on there, human. I moved the girls around so I could carry them with my left arm and put my right arm up, summon the boosted gear, and give them the middle finger. I hear them make weird noises of shock and scurry away. I then carry them back to the room. Once there, I celebrated. 1 point to Jean, booyah. Bonk. Suzaku lightly hit me as she was blushing at me. The same could be said for Shigyun, but she went the less violent route. I thought my yukata was going to fall off. Please be more mindful in the future, Jean. I don't want anyone else seeing me like this. She looks away and sighs. I grin, understanding what she meant. I see. Sorry about that, sis. He'll be more careful next time. Well, let's get to sleep then. I feel like the last day will be a little more hectic, call it feeling. The girls agreed with me, but ring, my phone rang. I pick it up and answered it. Hello, Jin. I'm doing. I'm running out of skyward energy. Nya. I heard Rennie's voice from the other side, and then a random Naya of despair being screamed out in the background. What in the world is happening over there? Is that Jean Naya? Put him on speaker. Nia. I hear some fumbling before the phone was taken away from the two. My apologies, Jean. Those two have been a little strange as of late. They talk about not having enough Jean, or skyward energy. It was Greyfire's voice that started to speak through the phone, and I chuckle at her. Is that so? Well, tell them tomorrow is my last day here, and I'll be home by later on the night. I see. I will tell them that. Please come home soon, as much as I want to deny it. I feel the same way, and so do many of the women here. Thud, Asia, Ingvile, stay with me. Kanema's voice screamed from the other side as I heard Grayfia sigh once more. Admittedly, I also miss them, but 3 others are with me, so I'm mostly fine. Like I said, just one more day, so try to survive. It'll get going. I love you all and good night. Why, yes, good night, Gina. I love Thud. Crash. Phone. Jean. I love you, Nya. The call to them abruptly cuts. I stare at my phone for a bit before sighing. At least that place isn't dull. I look at the girls as they were silently giggling to themselves. Oh, Popular Samus' group of friends is missing him, but we get to spend time with him. Akino starts to jump on me when I stop her midair, making her shocked. I snap my fingers and get our futons organized first, and then let her continue on her way. Cinchuredo, Shigin-chan. And no, I wish to have a turn, Akino. You understand, don't you? And so, our night ended with all of them sleeping in my futon with me. Chapter 5, Part 5, Shifengo, Minamoto no Reiko, and Amaterasu Mount Olympus Hephaestus. So, do you mind telling me why you're all in my home? I turn my head towards Hestia with a suspicious look as she turns away, pretending to not know why. I sigh and shake my head this little. She heard my squealing about my date with Jean and decided to invite so many people here to talk about it. Come on, Heppy, tell us the details. Why am I here? Demeter, Aphrodite, Artemis, Astrea, and Amalthea were all invited here with Hestia. I wasn't sure how to feel about all of this. Was I that obvious? They all looked at me strangely as I asked. I mean, he helped you with that eye of yours. I guess that's reason enough to feel some affection towards him. Artemis says in a more questioning tone, Cinchuredo, Hephaestus? Amalthea turns and asks me. I do not know. Jean said he would contact me via text when he has some free time in his schedule. We will head to the Shinto god's realm for it, since he may have found another capable blacksmith. Amalthea nods and continues, did it cross your mind that he may have fabricated the reason so he could spend more time with you? I shake my head. The thought never crossed my mind, but when I think about it, it makes me blush. Era? That certainly made you blush. How innocent. I feel like this is just some kind of interrogation at this point. I look at Hestia for help, but that woman was just smirking at me. Two can play at that game. It seems Hestia has been training her cooking skills in order to impress Jean. Why is that, I wonder? As I finish saying that, all of them turn to Hestia as she had a surprised yet panicked look on her face. I smile at her as she frowned. Oh, of course. He said my cooking wasn't good enough, so I've been practicing, so when he tastes it again, he'll say that it's delicious. I mean, Aphrodite, you feel the same way, right? Hestia looks at her fellow goddess, but much to her dismay, Aphrodite just shrugged her shoulders. I accepted that on that day, I was horrible at cooking. I may try to improve on it if I find a significant other in the future. But as of now, I have no desires. Is that why you're improving your cooking skills, Hestia? Ashul. And no, I just want to prove him wrong. Only Hep is in love with that guy. Hestia denied it quite hard, causing the other goddesses around her to look at her strangely. Artemis sighs and gets up. Having romantic feelings for a man is beyond me. It's only because he's tried to unite the supernatural that I respect him, or at the very least tolerate him. Gathering a group around him, what kind of foolish thing is that? Artemis says while walking away and out of my home. In the past, she would have said harsher words towards them, but she really does tolerate him. Doesn't she? Aphrodite is next to get up. I have a positive opinion on the man. However, much like Artemis, love would not be the right word to use in how I feel about that man. He has my utmost respect, and only that. After saying that, Aphrodite left the room as well. I felt conflicted about what they were saying, Maybe I'm just blinded. Do I really feel that towards Gene? He did help me with a problem that I had all my life. Even when I showed it to him, he wasn't disgusted by it. Maybe if I did show that defect more, I would have found someone who would have accepted me long before Gene. But the thought of doing so and being rejected time and time again, you seem to be in deep thought, Hephaestus. Did what those two say make your feelings for the boy waver? I was brought out of my thoughts by Amalthea, as she had a serious expression on her. No, it felt like she was glaring at me a bit. Why? It's normal to think like that. I mean, he was only here for a few days. Correct? And you also had limited contact with him. So, it makes sense if you're unsure of your feelings. Even if he did help you with that. I have lived a long time, longer than most of you, and I have seen many things, including your current leader falling from many goddesses over the years. But he did eventually come to pick Hera and has been very loyal to her since. Amalthea smiled to herself. Perhaps she was remembering fond memories of young Zeus? Did you know he was rejected a few times when he first started to fall in love? Then he succeeded in finding someone, but it wasn't he meant to be, so they have to part ways. This happened many times, and he eventually landed on Hera. You know how that ended up? Demeter, Hestia, and I nodded. Then, why did you do that to Gene when you first met him, Amalthea? Amalthea paused for a thoughtful look and started to think of her own answer. Yes, what she did that day was strange. She just suddenly hugged him without warning. Now to some, an unexpected embrace may mean nothing or it can mean a lot. What is my opinion about it? I think it depends on the person. What if Gene did that to me right now? I closed my eyes and thought of the scenario, but every time I did, my cheeks flushed and I couldn't continue thinking about it. Perhaps to me, it meant something special. I opened my eyes back up and looked at the other two. They were also showing a faint warmth in their expressions. Did they feel the same as I did? Truthfully, I do not know. Perhaps I may have wanted to tease Zeus. Maybe I did it on the spur of the moment. I do not know. I may need to meet him again and confirm it myself. But he doesn't seem like a bad catch. Amalthea nodded, seemingly saying that last part not only to us but to herself. She turns to Demeter. How about you, Demeter? Weren't you completely charmed and eager to spend time with him during his stay? I just wanted to get a reaction out of him, but since he wasn't flustered at all, it made me want to keep trying. Teenagers are usually easily embarrassed about almost anything, after all. Demeter gave a convincing response, but I could see that Amalthea didn't believe her reasoning. In all honesty, I can never tell what she's really thinking. Hestia's answer is quite obvious, so we won't need to go into detail in that regard. Ashul. Hestia looked at Amalthea with complete shock. She didn't know how to respond, so she didn't. She just stared slack-jawed at Amalthea. Oh yes, Gene did not meet all the gods when he came here, yes? We nodded, but Amalthea flashed a troubled smile. Freya has returned. Wouldn't that make his next visit here a little more special? I froze, and so did the others. Freya, huh? I wonder what kind of opinion Gene will have of her Ireland goddess Danu, in light of recent news and the winds telling me. It seems like Gene has departed to the realm of the Shinto gods. He may be forming an alliance there as we speak. I wonder when he'll come back to Ireland. However, you really pick the weirdest places to stay in. Danu, Ain has been following me rather incessantly the last few weeks. I do not know why, though. Perhaps she sees me as a way to meet Gene? If that's her line of thinking, then she has a better chance of meeting him if she's stuck with Scathack, though I heard that she had moved in with Gene in his home in Japan. However, I'm not sure how she managed to travel from Ireland to Japan so quickly. However, if it's Gene, anything is possible. Did you need something from me, Ain? Am I not allowed to visit a fellow goddess and friend? Also, you're not exactly in the most hidden of places. Danu, you've been in easier to spot places since you let Gene find you, and you even helped out that team from the Fallen Angels, though. I would say that makes sense since we're in the Alliance now. It is true that I helped Team/Dog. I did recognize Natsum and Shigian from that group of people. Therefore, it was pure coincidence that I ended up doing so. Otherwise, I may only have assisted them as they neared the end of their battle. So, where's our miracle boy currently at? Japan. He is visiting the Shinto gods. An alliance with them is nigh. I can't wait. We'll get to experience some Japanese culture here in Ireland. Ain, was skipping around, happy with what Jean was doing, but not necessarily too fond of the man. At least he's good for something, I sigh and shake my head. Oh, did you know? A certain someone is a certain sound reverberated throughout the area. It's a sound I hadn't personally heard in a very long time, but it felt nostalgic. I look behind Ain, and she follows my gaze. There stood another person. The woman has hip-length light blonde hair that is tied in the back by a white bow with bangs hanging over her forehead, blue eyes, and a striking appearance. She is wearing a white sleeveless sweater with a white shirt underneath, paired with a pink ribbon. Her pleated skirt is crimson, and she wears black knee-high socks with black shoes. Well, color me surprise if it isn't Miss Kana Kludmer. I haven't seen you in the longest time. That's a lot less than Danu here. Where have you been? I see. Kana Kludmer, the inventor of the harp and the goddess of music, inspirations, and dreams. I haven't seen her since Hi Ain. Goddess Danu. It's been a long time. She walks over and hugs Ain. She also hugs her back. She then stands in front of me, and we share a hug. She's as cheerful as always. What brings you here, Kana? She answers me without her smile leaving her face. I've heard many things in the last few months, and it's definitely piqued my interest. Not only did a group of gods form the Gaelic Alliance, they even allied themselves with other factions and pantheons, but a certain man did it too. I wish to know more about him. You two seem close to him. To this, Ain started laughing out loud, confusing Kana. Yes, we did spend some time with him while he was here in Ireland, even Scat Hack. Did you know? She moved in with him to Japan. Kana looked shocked, as if she didn't believe what she was hearing. It would be a stretch to say a human managed to do that. Yes? I guess he really has to be something different if he can do that. He also beat her in a sparring match, so he's quite something. Now I want to meet him. When do you think he'll come back? When? That is a good question. I take my phone out to see my last text messages from Shigian, Lavinia Rennie, and Natsum. It's been only a few days, but I'm also curious. Perhaps I should ask him? I do have his number, Danu, and I have his number, so we can simply text or call him and ask. Please do. But he does request, yes? Yep, if he isn't planning on coming here for a while. I do have a personal request for him. Ain smiled, but since Kana isn't aware of the difference, she didn't think much of it. But I knew that she was planning something for Jean. Ain isn't physically strong, nor is she too gifted in the use of magic, but she can hold her own if needs be. She did have to in case that happened to her again. She didn't want to feel as hopeless as she did back then. Personal request? What is it? A date. He did say he took the Seraph Gabriel of Heaven on 1-0. You like him? Who, of course, Then, can I meet him before you go? Ain nodded sagely and gave Kana a thumbs up. I don't see why not. But as I said, I still need to ask him and see if he accepts. The two of them started talking about Jean in whatever way they knew. I looked down at my phone and started to type a message to him, Takamagura Jean, Skyward BZT. I was already awake as I watched the early morning residents of Takamagara going about their daily routine. Suddenly my phone buzzed, so I took it out and read the message that was sent. It was from Goddess Danu. Hello, Jean. I hope you're doing well. I am. This may come as a surprise, but when do you plan on returning to Ireland? Yeah, no kidding, that's pretty sudden, unless I get a request or find a reason to come back. Not anytime soon. Why do you ask? Oh, I was just wondering. If you do, please be wary of Ain. She has been overly friendly to me, so that's why I was holding her at arm's length. But seeing as how Danu is also telling this, I'm guessing you can't tell me why. So sure, why not? Thank you for the heads up, Danu. Yes, and thank you, Jean. Until we meet again. Shuffle, shuffle, I put my phone away and looked back at the noise. I could see that Suzaku had woken up and had some bed hair on her. I chuckle at her and summon a mirror in front of her. She blushes and gets up to fix her hair. I look back at the streets of Takamagara and feel someone stand beside me after a few minutes. I feel them put a hand on my shoulder and lean on me. How long have you been up? Since 5 in the morning, I think. I was in my soul, and the dragons were rowdy, so I couldn't really relax in there to pass the time. So here I am. They're still at it. If my physical body was here, I would put them in their place. Try it, you fool. Hurrah. Boom. Boom. Calm yourself, Velgrind. Suzaku then hugs me without saying a word. We enjoy this moment of silence between us. I turn around and hug her back. I should be able to speak with Amaterasu regarding your clan situation by the end of the day. Of course, I'll need to bring this up last since I need to speak about that stupid gang we had to deal with them. If all goes according to plan, we can have all three of them back in the clan. Though it won't be all sunshine and rainbows. There will be pushback, but I'm sure you're aware of that. I'm sorry, Suzaku, but if they don't listen to Amaterasu, then he'll do something you may not like. But if they accept but do shady stuff in the background, then I will also take action. I hope you forgive me, but these are just hypothetical scenarios. I've never been one to use force on people I like, and even when I didn't like it. Poke, you're making a scary face there. I would like to say I know you a lot more now, Jean. Whatever decision you make in regard to my clan, I'll support it. Even if Aunt Shuri doesn't. I look back at Suzaku, was I really making such a face? Well, I'll trust her word for it. Nevertheless, it's encouraging that she's willing to support me. Shuffle, shuffle, giant. Jwin, where's And no, don't tease me so early in the morning. Akino had woken up and started to try to get up, but smack thud Kia, ugh, she was stumbling towards us when she forgot that Shigeon was still sleeping and tripped over her. She woke up the poor girl by falling on top of her. Shigeon looked like the wind was knocked out of her. What are you doing? Suzaku, and I stop hugging and I help Akino up. Using this opportunity, she hugged me and wouldn't let go. They seem to be staring at each other with some intensity, so I feel like a strange rivalry will develop between them. Are you okay, Shigeon? She weakly and tiredly nods her head. With that, everyone was awake, and our day started. I did sense you three here. Why did you guys come here so early? Once we got to the dining room of the inn, Yoshitsun, Benkei, and Yoichi were already there and were also having breakfast. Iwabami then brings out our food too. She didn't even need to hear it from us, since we basically ordered the same thing the last few days. Well, it's your last day here, Jean-san. We would like to spend it with you as much as possible. So here we are. Yoshitsun answers my question while Benkei nods along. She had a slightly bigger gourd today. We sit down and start eating our breakfast. Iwabami comes back out and starts speaking to me. So, Jean, I have thought about it. How is this design? Then she walks over to me and hands me some drawings she made for herself. If I'm being honest, they didn't look terrible. They were basically just blueprints and some general drawings of how she wanted this place to look. I'm not architect or planner, so you have to run this by them. You're intending to do this normally? Can't you just do your thing and change it? I mean, yeah, I can, but wouldn't it be more, I don't know, professional or better to proceed through the proper channels? They'll make a copy and go over it another time, and they'll consult someone who knows how this stuff works before I go snapping my fingers and making it happen. Additionally, I have compensated for that with magic and with my powers. If I hadn't, my house in Kuo would probably just collapse since I didn't know anything about it. Comptoir. Answer. I've been filling in those gaps, Jean. Oh, right. Sorry, Comptoir. I completely forgot about that. So what do you think of the blueprints? Comptoir. Answer. Processing. So, with the help of Comptoir, I summoned an eraser, ruler, and pencil. I changed certain parts of the blueprint so that it would cause this place to fold in on itself. Magic was used to compensate for those areas where she wanted to look a little more fancy. Once I was done redoing her design and blueprints with the updated measurements, after sorting out the math and other technicalities, I handed it back to her and got back to eating. Thanks, Barato. Barato? I think I deserve some credit for that. Okay. What kind of credit? She smiled and held out her hand for a high five. Deal. They'll be quiet. Rudra. Yes, I said, tapping her hand and going back to my meal. I will do that when I dive back into my soul again. I heard a weird squeal that came out of her before they became quiet. I looked back up, and Iwabami was waving the pieces of paper while looking quite happy with herself. I'll take that as a yes. We can do the remodeling after I graduate and get my own restaurant set up in Japan. Yes. And what do you read? I mean, my business will boom. She did not try to hide her true intentions. Well, whatever. It works out for both of us. Though I say all this like it's years away, but in reality, it's only a couple of months away. I'm both excited and nervous. Today is your last day, isn't it, Jean? So, today you'll go to the Tengu realm. Huh? Tenga, that's what it's called. Their city of residence is called Shifengu. Not many know why the city is named that, but SJB is an eccentric man, Cinchuredo, Everyone who had no idea about her or the Electa stared at her for a few seconds before looking at me in confusion. Jin-sama. She forces her way onto me and hugs me. Now, she sits in front of me while hugging me, making it difficult to eat breakfast. They kept staring at me. All right, an explanation here is Shala, Centuredo. I'm going out on a limb here, and assuming you want to come along? Yes. Shala answered straight away without any hesitation, making the girls who knew her giggle at her. You keep your subordinates in that ring? Seems a bit weird, Jin-kun. Benkei points out, and Yoshitsu nods. It's pretty cool in there, though. I can change anything I want in there. I can make food appear out of thin air and eat it, unlimited drinks, read any book I want to read, watch any shows. It would be weirder for me or the other elected to move out of them the three historical figures, and Iwabumi stare at Shala blankly. Said girl just went back to hugging me, and I continued eating without paying much mind to it. Hino, TCH I tried. I would even give up everything for you. Like a dead corpse? Before she could continue, I shut it down immediately as everyone else looked at me strangely. Well, it did stop her, so it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. No, you have a strange sense of humor sometimes, Jin-kun. Yeah, let's call it unique. So no one else will question me about it or call me strange. I would rather be called weird than psychotic, though. Is it any better? After that small debacle, we finished our breakfast at a relatively fast pace. I want you to come back again. Do you hear me? Well, yeah, we have to discuss the plans and renovations, Iwabumi. Bonk. That's not what I meant. I laughed at her as she lightly smacked me on the head. All right, they'll come back before all of that starts. I need to do another quick check and see if we can expand both inside and outside. Happy with this outcome, she bids us farewell before heading back inside. What a demanding woman, since we had to pass by those two again. I might as well check up on them before I leave. We pass Kathleen's shop, and we exchange small pleasantries. They'll be back with Hephaestus sooner or later. Better get some products ready. Yes, I have some in storage that I believe will blow her mind. Quite humble and modest, but confidence in her skills. You don't find that many like that. Some are just way too modest, while some are arrogant as hell. Neither works, and not just in blacksmithing, but in, well, anything really. Is that so? We'll take your word for it then. See you soon. Yes, until we meet again, Jean-san. She waves to us as we keep walking. For some reason, there's a strong breeze today, and the sakura trees' leaves are flying everywhere. Is something happening? We eventually reach both novel shops, and I check up on Ye first, much to Kajitsunemuru's disappointment. Nothing new today. Unfortunately, I heard from the grapevine that it's your last day today, Jean. Ye prances around her shop while fixing some novels around and stand beside me while peering into my face. She nodded at me as I looked at her. Yeah, it is. If all goes according to plan, the alliance with the Shinto gods will happen, as well as a future cultural exchange with the other factions and pantheons. A cultural exchange, fufufu. Perhaps I can gain valuable material from that. I fully support your endeavor. Jean, she winked at me before prancing away. What the hell was that about? I shrugged before leaving the store with everyone else and going to Kajitsunemuru's. Joe, good day to you, Jean. I don't have any new stock today. Is it true that it's your last day here? The same question, and I answer the same way as I did with Ye. Kajitsunemuru nods understandingly and looks around at his shop. I will gain new customers then. This alliance isn't such a terrible thing after all. I raise an eyebrow. You were against it? Well, I wasn't for or against it. I just didn't have an opinion, I guess. But meeting and speaking with you changed my perspective. So I'm for it now. He smiles at me, and I laugh. I see. So that's his thoughts on the matter. Well, at least he's for it, and I'm kind of increasing everyone's business this way, right? This includes both Kitsune and Oni realms as well. Is that so? Glad to hear that. Anyway, we'll get going since we have one last pit stop before I leave. See you around, Kajitsunemuru. Yes, please come back to my shop when you next visit. I wave at them as we leave the shop and go towards the castle. When we got there, Sarah and two other Tengu were there. Joe, Sarah, what's wrong? She turns around and nods at us. Benkei-sama. Today I won't be in my post. I heard that the mid-Jean-sama is en route to my race's realm. With that said, Amaterasu-sama told me to volunteer to be an extra guide there. Huh, what a coincidence. Well, this makes it easier neat. I was going to ask you to accompany us to the Tengu realm. A Tenggud and Shifengu, right? She seemed a bit surprised, but nodded. Yes, that's what the realm and our city are called. However, I would rather call it a medium-sized town rather than a city. In any case, please follow me. Sarah turns around, and I quickly go beside her as Aquino and Shala are attached to me. So, anything special to look out for in your realm? She glances at us and looks back forward. We continue walking as we enter the castle and go down the stairs. You may have heard, but you need to be able to fly or need to be powerful enough to jump to high and elevated terrain. Our city is in the middle of waterfalls. On all sides are cliff sides and waterfalls run down them. SJB-sama picked this place because it would make it more difficult for enemies to invade us or monsters that couldn't fly to attack us. Shiryuki-sama sometimes appears from the bottom too. Wait, what? I thought she was bound to Zyoto? It may have been like that many years ago. However, per Amikusuma's request, Shiryuki-sama has been appearing in all realms. However, the most difficult realm to go to are the Kitsune and Takamagara, since they lack large masses of water. So, she has to be in her human form. I look back at Yoshitsune, and she looks away nervously. Benkei starts to lightly pat her on the back while laughing. Yoshitsune sometimes forget details, haha. Be Benkei. Also human form, ha. Benkei started laughing behind me, which made everyone stare at her strangely. She was apparently pointing at me with her gourd. Shiryuki-sama is a female, and once this guy heard of her having a human form, he became even more interested. Jin-kun, you never cease to amaze me. Why can't I be curious about how she looks before someone assumes? I just want to collect more friends. No comment. That's not helping. I'm just curious about her human form. I looked at them, but they didn't believe me. I just sigh and leave it at that, whatever. Another dragon. Velgrind muttered Ophis, Irene, possibly Tiamat, and now Shiryuki. Velgrind, you have a lot of competition, and not just from his usual circle, ow. And what is that supposed to mean, Rudra? The quarrel between them didn't matter in the end, since we eventually reached the teleportation room. Yoshitsune's group entered first, followed by Aquino, Suzaku, and Shigeon, and finally mine, which was Sarah, Shala, and I. Tenga Chifengu FWSHHH, this is certainly something. We're not even inside a building Jin-sama requested us so. Sarah says next to me as the rest of us stare at the view ahead. We were on a floating platform with no walls or railings anywhere. However, the platform is quite substantial, so there is no chance of anyone falling. In front of me was a vast, expansive blue sky with multiple floating rocks, or tiny islands that had buildings on top of them. Looking down, there was the quaint town or city that Sarah called Shifengu. What she didn't tell us was that the city island was connected to the side of the waterfalls via stairs and houses. This was because it gradually rose up, so in a way you wouldn't need to fly or be physically fit to get to Shifengu. On the sides of the waterfall were also some houses scattered along it. One structure stood out the most, and it was the castle where I will presume SJB resides in. In front of the castle was a large circular courtyard. Away from that, it looks like a normal city with markets, vendors, houses, and other businesses. Further down, there was the same large pool of water that could definitely fit a large snake dragon like Shiryuki. I looked back up and could see mountains in the far distance. And hey, what's that to the northwest? I point in that direction, and everyone else follows. Sarah nods, that's where a single Tengu lives. If you wish to know more, feel free to visit it, Jin-sama. Neither I nor anyone else can do it justice by saying anything. You will need to hear her own story and judge it for yourself. Meaning? I glance at her as she sighs heavily and says just one word. Hybrid. I look at Aquino as her eyes widen. A hybrid, huh? I wonder what her deal is. I see. We'll have to take a look at it later then. For now, let's focus on the main city. Yes, of course. Spreading out her black, feathered wings like those of a fallen angel. Sarah leaves the platform we were on and flies down towards the city. However, she slowed down away for us. Anyone who could fly did so. I looked at Benkei, Yoshitsune, and Yoichi as they hadn't moved from their spot. Can't fly? Inano inudda kaisel. From my shadow came out my shadow, Soldier Kaisel. He flies into the sky and then floats in front of the platform we were on. The three of them stare in awe. Hop on. will go down with his help. I stepped onto Kaisel's back, and the others soon joined me. Once we were all on, we flew towards everyone else. Thanks to Rennie and Rose's help. Centuredo, please, Sarah says, and then looks at Kaisel. I know, I want to have Kaisel land, while float above and jump down. Sarah nods, and we continue on. It didn't take us long to arrive near the island, and everyone else lands. I order Kaisel to just stop above it. Many of the Tengu that were staring at us, Benkei, Yoshitsun, and Yoichi jump down first, and then I do. When I jump, Kaisel also disappears back into my shadow. I landed on the ground, and the area was a little larger than I expected. From afar, it seems small, but being down here makes it feel larger. I look around to see a normal marketplace, Tengu, and some other yokai, as well as humans being there. Several of the stalls sold food, other general goods, and even Tengu masks. Please follow me. Sarah says to get our attention. I guess she lets us look around a little bit before getting our attention. She starts to walk away, and we follow her. Oh, it's Serenade-chan. Sarah, you, my crazy Tengu friend slam. Bam! Sarah kicked a random male Tengu who was saying strange things. She had a look of pure annoyance more than anything. The people and kids were calling out to her, stiffened, and ran away. Ignore the idiot. He's a stalker of mine. Let's go. All right. I summon a healing slime and throw at the guy. He immediately perks up and looks around while shouting Sarah's name. After climbing a flight of stairs, we reach this circular courtyard. This place really is smaller. Is there more to your realm? Apart from a structure in the back and a pool of water underneath this place. Sarah stops, looks at the ground, and nods. She brings out her wings and flies up, gesturing for us to follow her as she lands on top of a building's rooftop. Everyone either flies up or jumps up. Once we were on the rooftop, she pointed in a certain direction. We followed her finger. From a distance, we could see a floating structure, a house on top of a large mass of rock. It had plants around it and several mini waterfalls. The house looked to be Japanese or Chinese-inspired, by green and red walls and a black roof. That is where Jin-sama lives. As you know, she isn't here right now, so it wouldn't be wise to go over there. Perhaps in a future visit? Once she was done with that, she flew back down. Everyone else followed her, but I stayed for a few extra seconds looking at the place. That's where she lives, huh? They'll take note of it then. After that, I flew back down. We resumed our walk up, but were then stopped by two Tengus, one male and one female. They look like guards. Oh, well, if it isn't little Sarah, is it the Shadow Dragon? The female Tengu starts to speak, but stops when she sees me. The male Tengu also looks at me with a hint of surprise before bursting into laughter. You brought the dual Dragon Emperor with you? Well, color me surprised. He patted Sarah's shoulder while he said this. She looked a little annoyed, but said nothing and just tolerated it. Ah, that guy is Sho, and Anzu is the name. It's nice to meet the middleman and dual Dragon Emperor. Anzu is a woman with platinum blonde hair and pale blue eyes. She wears a small black crown on her head, as well as having two purple roses on there. She wears a black and white gothic Lolita dress with frilly black toe stockings leaving her barefoot. She did not look like your traditional Tengu, as she was mostly wearing Western clothes. However, Sho looks more like your typical Tengu, as he wore a more traditional set of clothing. Sho has long black hair that's tied into a one-sided ponytail and has red eyes. With it, he wears a black, white, and golden off-shoulder cutout long-sleeve t-shirt with arm guards, paired with wine-red pants that are modified cutout hakama with patterns in gold and black and brown getters. Yeah, the pleasure's mine. Anyway, can we see the SJB, or is he busy? SJB-sama isn't busy, but a certain person is meeting up with him. It should be fine, right, Sho? Yeah, they won't be long. Hurry on and enter. They parted to let us through, and Sarah started to walk forward. She pushes the large doors open, and once inside, it was quite opulent. This may be the most luxurious place I've been in the past few days, with polished brown walls and floating balls of fire everywhere. It's certainly not like Shuten's weird-ass house or Inari's open-plan home, though I didn't really venture inside it since we were mostly outside. There were multiple portraits of the king, and he certainly looked handsome. Another male was present in some of them. Was it his brother? Or maybe a general or something? Follow me. It isn't far. Sarah says to us as we took in the interior view. She turns left and proceeds to walk away. We quickly followed after her. There were multiple rooms around the castle, but all the doors were closed. I scanned the castle and felt many auras within it. We climbed up some flights of stairs, turned a few corners, and eventually ended up near the top of the castle. We stood in front of a unique, shaped-looking door as it was painted red. Sarah glances at us and then pushes it open. The inside of the room was even more fancy-looking as it had a large green and black carpet rug, banners on the walls, a few weapons and tools. There was a large chandelier on the ceiling as well as candles around us. Other Tengu guard were present, and I assumed the king and his commander as well. And a female human was also here. Wait, isn't she? Oh, Reiko-san, Yoshitsune says, but then covers her mouth. Everyone turns towards us once she said that, and they had surprised but happy expressions on them. Oya? If it isn't Yoshitsune-kun, Benkei-kun, and Yoichi-kun. Are these no? Is it the dual dragon emperor? Ho! To think you would visit my realm today on your last day. I'm honored. The man speaks from his throne. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of the Tengu SJB. Beside me is my husband, Suresu, and the lady in front of you is none other than Minamoto no Reiko. Wait, husband. T, the man that was beside the king of Tengus, is his husband? He's gay. Wow, I never would have thought of that. Now that's certainly interesting. The king of Tengu, SJB wore what is called the sokutai of the emperor. It's basically what they wear. His was golden in color. He had blonde hair and yellow eyes. He had some sort of helmet that looked like the top half of a Tengu's head and that had long white hair. Beside him, his husband, Suresu, has long black hair tied in a ponytail. He has red eyes, but his right eye was covered with a dark eye patch. He wore a modified Nagagi kimono, which was mostly gray, black, and red. He had a stoic but calm look on him. She has very long hair, which she ties at the very end. She appears to wear a fitted outfit, with a piece of cloth draped over her barato, bearing a heart-shaped insignia, linked to her collar. A similar piece of cloth is found over her lower body, tied by a rope around her waist. Reiko possesses some armor in the form of tight gauntlets and greaves, elbow and knee length respectively. Her katana is seen sheathed, connected to her by another sort of rope. Welcome to Tenggud and Shifengu, middleman. Welcome. Please enjoy your stay. Both had different ways of welcoming me. Thank you, SJB, Suresu. I will enjoy myself here today. He sagely nods and looks back at Reiko. Our discussion has essentially come to a close. Minamoto no Reiko. Shall we end it here? King SJB asks her, and she nods. He turns back to us with a kind smile. Sarah, I trust that you can guide them in our realm. We do have a small event happening, Skyball. It's essentially basketball for Tengus. Will you watch a game, Jean? Jean skyward. Then, Jean, please have a look at our sport if you have time. Will do, it sounds interesting. SJB then looks at his husband before laughing and then being smacked by Suresu. They certainly have the same dynamic as Surzex and Astery. Reiko walks past us, but looks at me with a mysterious glint in her eyes. Sarah gestures for us to leave, and so we do. Reiko follows us out. Once outside, she turns to me. Jean skyward, was it? As you heard in Minamoto no Reiko. It's a delight to meet you. Yeah, the feeling's mutual, so may I accompany you? Sure, if you don't have anything free. Alrighty then. I nodded, and Sarah started to lead us out again. It's been a while. Reiko-san, how have you been? Reiko is walking in front of us with Yoshitsune's group, while mine was behind them. Sarah was leading everyone at the front. We just listened into their conversation. I have been well, Yoshitsune-kun. I trust that all have you been well too? Yes. Where have you been during all this time, Reiko-san? She smiles at her and puts a hand on her cheek, while sighing. I've been doing what I usually do. Traveling the sub-realms of Takamagara, helping those in need, stopping troublemakers, and the like. Just doing my own job, my self-imposed job. She glances back at me while saying that, and so did Yoshitsune. I then ask her, Reiko, why do you want peace? She briefly looks at me and then looks back in front of her. She doesn't answer me for the next few minutes, most likely thinking about on how to answer my question. I would have thought that she would have one since she's essentially doing what I'm doing, but just in this realm. I've lived a long time, since becoming essentially immortal. I have seen conflict throughout human history and experienced some of them firsthand. This is also the case with the supernatural side. It's always violence. Even when I was still human and in my own time period, I was tasked with tracking Shuten Doji down. You probably heard what happened to her, right? If so, then not all of it. I would assume she told you to hear the rest from me. I nodded, and that made her sigh with some frustration. Large-scale or small-scale wars, active or cold wars, it doesn't matter. War is war, and the ones who suffer the most are the innocent bystanders, the civilians who want nothing like that to happen. We were nearly through the castle as Reiko continued with her rant. World War II, Mongol conquest, World War I, the Manchu conquest of China, and Napoleonic Wars. I haven't even included the smaller scale ones, and don't get me started on the supernaturals, the famed Great War of the Devils. Fallen angels and angels, when will it end? When will they be satisfied? Will there really be any heroes? Any winners? That's why I support what you're doing. It's something I wanted to do, but I was too much of a coward to do myself. I didn't have the power, the support, the backing. How did you start it, Jean? Jesus Christ, lady, that's heavy. I literally started this out of my own selfishness. You're probably already aware of it. I want a peaceful life with plenty of rest. Nothing more, nothing less. I mean, you already know my other object to wanting to unite the supernatural. Yes? She nods. Then yeah, that's about it. I realize along the way that if the supernatural keeps on being hostile to one another, we'd eventually just blow each other up. And that'll be in a bigger scale than the humans' world wars, not to mention the multiverse and omniverse being real. We'll be doing something about that once I evolve. I will literally make it impossible for world travel to occur for anyone else other than me and my lovers. Of course, I mean, other psychos from other universes finding out that the omniverse is real. They'll definitely get a conquering urge and try to, well, conquer it. It's a problem I would rather not deal with. So they'll nip that bud when the time comes. So, in my mind, peace equals easier time in building strong relationships. And peace will make it so that we'll have an easier time spending our days with zero conflict. In turn, this will make it easier for everyone else. I chuckle and look at her. I really only did this out of my own selfish needs and wants. But in a way, it does good for the rest of the supernatural. I mean, I chose this role to have an easier time meeting women, though it evolved into meeting just people in general. I get to make friends and potentially new lovers, going on many adventures and exploring new places. I mean, it's a pretty swell job, right? I also get some money out of it, though I don't need it, so I just dump it into an account that I'll eventually just donate to charities. Since I have unlimited funds for myself anyway, so what I get for being the middleman is useless. The information isn't too bad, though. I know most people thought of me as crazy when I first announced this, but hey, look at where it is now. My next stop is the Egyptian mythology, even if not all of them want me there. Don't ask, it's complicated. It involves some past wielders of my sacred gears. We eventually reach the outside and greet the two Tengu guards again. We start walking away, and Reiko speaks up again. I see, even if that's how you view it. It's still admirable in my eyes, even after being introduced to the supernatural and staying in this realm. Shuten Doji and I clashed many times. Amatrama eventually forced us to stop. She shivered slightly, however. As she probably mentioned, over time I got over that hate, and now we can tolerate each other and work together. In an ideal world, I would be able to make up with her, but I can't see it happening. Maybe it's imposed. Leave it to me. I got away with people. Hey, maybe you'll become best of friends, eh? I interrupt Reiko as she looks back at me like I was an alien. She then shows me a sad smile while shaking her head. Centuredo, Centuredo. I look back at everyone as they were staring at me strangely. I sigh and stop covering her mouth. Anyway, let's keep the heavy talk for another time, shall we? When's that sky ball starting? I look at Sarah as she nods. It will start in a few minutes. The teams should be ready. It usually lasts a few days, but since you won't be here for too long, you will only see a match or two since they last as long as regular basketball matches. This was happening just above and to the right of the market area, much to my surprise. Once we got there, the place was already quite crowded. Did other yokai travel here for this? It's as you think, Jean. Sarah says in front of me. We were walking towards some empty seats and sit down on them. She turns to me and continues. It's a relatively popular sport in our realm, and many come here to watch it. It happens twice a year. This will be the second time, and many that couldn't make it here the first time have come for the second. Sarah then proceeds to explain the rules to us, and it's essentially just handball. But, you know, tengus and flying in the sky. They can use magic or whatever powers they have to attack and defend. So, it makes it a little more interesting. Handball, but for the supernatural. Let's see how it goes then, Dome. Boom. Boom. KSHHH. This was a lot more chaotic than I initially thought. Even though they couldn't move, once they had the ball, they would resort to brute force most of the time. Whoever was stronger would usually overcome whatever defensive spell or tactic the other team did. But, go. Yoichi was really into it. It wasn't immediate, but after a few minutes, he also started screaming along with the other fans. Benkei had threatened to knock him out, but Yoshitsune told her not to and to let Yoichi enjoy this. So, we've been watching for the last 40 minutes, and he's been screaming out occasionally. Two teams were playing, the Sky Kings and the Eagle Wings. The Sky Kings were clearly winning, and it sounded like they were one of the favorites. The Sky Kings have 5 points, while Feather Lickers has 2 points. The game was also set to end at the 60-minute mark. I glanced at everyone else to see their reaction. But to my immediate left was Akino staring at me smiling, so she wasn't too invested in this. Beside her was Shigyun, and she just looked confused, so she was mostly playing with Po. Benkei and Yoshitsune did watch occasionally, but they were mostly discussing things among themselves. To my right was Suzaku, Reiko, and Sarah. Suzaku and Reiko were actually watching it like me, and Suzaku would occasionally grip my arm when a tense or exciting moment happened. Sarah just looked as serious as ever. Shala stayed close by my side, as she refused to settle anywhere else. I could still see, but I had to move my head around from time to time. She sees me looking at her and gives me a questioning look. Your thoughts? I'm a fan of the Sky Kings, but the Feather Lickers aren't a bad team. However, since they came across the champions this early, they don't stand a chance, as unfortunate as that sounds. So they were the champions. Well, they did well to get 2 points or goals off them, and so the game eventually ended with the Sky Kings getting 1 more point, making it 6-2. It was their victory. I've never had time to watch those games, so seeing them today was something. I may become a regular. Yoichi says as we left the stadium that the game was played in. Outside, there was a huge crowd around the team, as they did just win. Sarah looked like she wanted to go there and get something signed. She did buy a shirt before we left. Go ahead. We're in no rush. I pat Sarah on the shoulder as she looks at me and everyone else. They also had no problem with it. Thank you. She scurries off to join the other fans eager to meet the team. I turn to the others, so where to next, Jinkoin? Well, to that hybrid that Sarah mentioned. There's a reason I'm curious, and am not the only one. We'll fly over there while riding Kaisel, so don't worry about it. Benkei drank from her gourd as a response. Do they know anything about it? I look at Yoshitsune, but she shakes her head, then to Reiko, and she just smiled at me. She is one of the people I couldn't help. If you can, that would be great, Jean. Do I need to make a formal request? Oh, but we're not in an alliance, yet Reiko seemed troubled. I see. So, she knows the person over there then? And she couldn't help them? I look at Akino, it's kind of the same as her, right? But are hybrids rejected here? Or is it her specifically? We'll just ask Sarah on the way there. After a few minutes, Sarah came back looking satisfied as her shirt was signed. I tell her where I was going next, and she changed back to being serious. I tell her on how to get there. The same with everyone else. So we jumped up to the highest point in the area, and I summoned Kaisel again. Once he was out, we all jumped on his back. Take us to that, Kaisel. He makes a grunt and immediately started flying in that direction. The terrain below us was mostly marshland or small areas with solid land, a few grass and tress, but it was mostly inhabited. In the distance was a lone tower. This certainly feels like a prince going to save a princess trapped in a castle. The only thing missing is a dragon. Did someone call for a dragon? The boosted gear appeared as Drake asked enthusiastically. No. Yeah, I guessed as much. I just got done reading a series, so I was taking a break then try these. I summoned some books in his home in the boosted gear. Ho ho, these seem interesting. They'll give them a try then, partner. With that done, the sacred gear was dismissed, Everyone was looking at me strangely. I didn't know your relationship with the Welsh dragon was that casual, Jean. Yoshitsun says while the others who didn't know agreed. Yeah, well, if you're stuck with each other, you tend to try to get into a more friendly relationship. Anyway, Sarah, can you tell us anything about this hybrid you mentioned? She nods and think about it for a minute. Once she was done, she begins to speak. Her name is Ine. She's a half Yukai, Tengu, and half fallen angel. Now, we have had hybrids in the past, and they're generally accepted, but in her case, she was hated from the start. She stops to look at us. It would be best if you find out yourselves. A half Tengu and half fallen angel, huh? I wonder why she's hated then. I glanced at Aquino, and she was frowning already. I guess she's also eager in finding out, if possible. Maybe she could be the star in this? Two hybrids that can help each other. Well, ideally. I then turned my attention to Reiko, but she was expecting me to do this as she shook her head. So no information from her. Whatever, we're not too far now. Kaisel then increased his speed, and we reached the place in record time. The area around the tower was mostly dry land, and Kaisel landed on it. We jump off, and he returns to my shadow. We look around and could see it was rather well maintained. There was a flower garden to its right, and a vegetable patch for growing her own vegetables. At least she isn't starving. Maybe SJB send her food every month? Was she forced out her by everyone else? Or did she go here just to get away from the hate? Then, Reiko-sama and I will lead you. Everyone please follow us. Sarah says, and Reiko start walking towards the brown wooden door. We do so, and they push it open once inside. It was, well, a spiral wooden staircase up. When I look up, there were multiple levels to this place. They walk up, and we follow. The first area we come across was a sort of living room area, a few couches, a table, and shelves of books. We keep on walking, and the second area was a kitchen area. The usual things were there, but no Ine. So we kept on walking up, and the third level was mostly storage, some boxes and storage containers here and there. It seemed like there was a section that had a lower temperature. We were pretty high up now, so the next area should be the last one. We quickly get up there. Reiko-sama? Sarah? What are you two doing? A voice starts to speak, but when the rest of us came up, she went silent and was staring at us with a blank expression. Her eyes dart around to each of us. I can tell she recognized Benkei, Yoshitsun, and Yoichi, so she let her guard down a little. Ine has silver-white hair and red eyes, the latter of which are purposefully shown to have narrow, slit pupils. She wears a black headband with black lace trimming. Each side of the headband ends with two black bows. The headband also sports a black rosette on top. A black neck ribbon is tied around her neck, and her dress is white and black. It has a matching rosette on the chest, just like the one on the headband. The top part of the dress also has black lace trimming and features white ruffles trimming. The sleeves of the dress are puffy on each of the shoulders, while on the arms they fit the first half. The lower arms feature three-layered white ruffles. A ribbon and several strips of cloth from the dress hang off around her elbows. The skirt is white with ruffled trimming, layered with black diamond-shaped pieces. The two front layers feature white inverted crosses. Between these two layers is a crisscrossed ribbon. She also wears a pair of black boots with matching rosettes like those on the headband. Hello, Ine. We've come here to visit you. And we also brought the middleman. Sarah gestures to me, and we stare at each other. Well, we did that. I used observe on her. I wasn't expecting that. Daughter of Kokabil was her other title. The first one was Tengu of the Tower. I don't and never will see Kokabil as someone who would love someone. Then she must be Jean Skyward. Nice to meet you, Ine. I hold my hand out, but she just stares back at me, unblinking until why are you here? Well, Yoichi, Jean-san, can both of you leave, please? Yoshitsun tells us. I look at her and everyone else I see. All right, sure. Huh. Why, wow, I just grab Yoichi and start to walk away. I glance at Aquino and she nods. They'll leave it to her then. Yoichi tried to protest, but I teleported us back outside. Why did we have to leave? Girls thing, just let them do it. Even though they asked me to help, seeing her like that she wouldn't open up easier, especially to guys. So, let's leave it to the girls, Yoichi. He grumbles and crouch down. I walk over near the edge of the land and look out. It was quite far away from Shifengu. I guess we'll just wait here until they get us. Aquino Himejima, Ine? Imakino Himajima, and in both my fallen wings and devil wings are on display. Her eyes widen in silent shock as she stares at them. The ones who didn't know were also staring. I was once ashamed of these, but I am not anymore, Jean. My friends and comrades accept me, and I have learned to accept myself. I'm a devil and fallen angel hybrid. But I was once human, so I was half human, half fallen angel, but then I was reincarnated as a devil. She silently stares and keeps on listening, so I continue. I was exiled from my clan because of being a fallen angel, you know? My mother who died because of their hatred and for my father not being there to save us. I hated myself, hated my fallen angel heritage, and hated my father. But I was reincarnated as a devil not too long after, and I put that problem away for the longest time. Well, to cut a long story short, I found someone who accepted this side of me even after he was attacked that day by 3 rogue fallen angels. I was sure he would hate me, but he didn't. He resurrected my dead mother, helped repair my relationship with my father, and gave me back my family, helped me accept my powers, and gave me new friends and comrades while also strengthening my old and current ones. You don't need to be ashamed of yourself or blood. Whoever that was from originally. You are your own person and not them. I stopped to look at Ine as she was looking at the ground. She finally looks up and a single tear falls from her. I am a hybrid of Tengu and a fallen angel. Hybrids are usually accepted, but the one who called himself my father is nothing but despicable. Hey, he's dead now, though. You should know him, right? His name is Kokabeel, a fallen angel from Grigori. I was left speechless. Kokabeel. Jean, does he know? Yes, he probably does. His eyes did widen earlier, but he said nothing. Kokabeel. From the looks of it, Ine is probably around her early 20s, or just about to enter it. I'm a child born out of wedlock. Well, let's just say my early life was filled with tragedy. My mother committed suicide when I was around 5 years old. Because a few weeks after I turned 5, father came back and attacked our realm. How he managed to come back here, and how he managed to go undetected from the gods was still an unknown, but seeing as how he was connected to another fallen called Azrael. And everything that's been happening lately, it's no surprise. SJB-sama, Suresa-sama, and Shiriki-sama were here at the time of the attack and repelled them. Especially Shiryuki-sama. She was the main reason in forcing him back. Due to this attack, and people finding out I was his daughter, she choked up trying to say the rest. I walk over and hug her as she started to shake uncontrollably and cry into my arms. We can more or less understand what happened after that. Ine eventually calmed down and continued. After that day, many of the Yukai and humans of Tenggud started to treat us badly, of course. Not everyone did, but the one who didn't were also started to being mistreated. My mom couldn't take it, so she paused and continued. So I made a decision to leave. SJB-sama eventually found out I had come here and started to assist me by sending food over every month. Honestly, he sends too much sometimes, and I can't store them all. The ones who were also kind to me found out and started helping SJB-sama. I can't help but be forever grateful to him. But you've been lonely, right? I can only imagine spending most of your life alone and fending for yourself. Even I had people my age and adults that I could interact with: Rias, Surzek-sama, Astri-sama, Grafia, Vinalana-sama, and everyone else in the Gremory Mansion. I had it lucky. While Ine, she had no one after her mother died. So that's why I know, well, you've held on for a long time, but you can start anew. We'll be your friend, Ine. She looks up at me, and I smile at her. Just like what Jean did for me, it'll also show her a helping hand, not just her. Ine-san, he'll be your friend. Shigyun says and walks over to hold her hand. Suzukane-san and everyone else crowded around us and gave her our support. Overwhelmed by this, Ine started to cry again. We waited for her to stop and began talking about the future. How about moving over to Jean's home? The middleman's? But Jean will be okay with it. You need more people to interact with. And if we tell SJB-sama about this, he'll be okay with it. I wasn't too sure if he would be. I was just being optimistic, but the small instance that I saw him, he looked like a kind and gentle person. He cares for Ine. So hell surely I look at Suzukane-san, Shigyun, and Shala. They all nodded. Jean-sama will definitely let you stay. If you want Lenny be alone, he has a lot of people there. Well, most of them work for him, but still. Maybe you can, or wait, you may be too old for school, but his restaurant. You can get employed there. Yes, you live on your own, so you surely know how to cook. Gene's a wonderful cook and is planning on starting his own restaurant when he graduates from high school. B, but if he doesn't have that opened up yet, what will I do to be useful? My friend and teammate, Natsum. Her sister lives there, and she basically doesn't do anything. So, ITLL be fine in Nasan. I look over at Shigyun and giggle. If she heard that right now, she would go off on you. Though Natsum would agree, why not ask the man himself? Jin-sama and Yoichi-sama are both downstairs. Sarah-san says, Ine nodded. Then let's go ask him. Reiko-san was the first one to leave the room, followed by the rest of us. Did I do the right thing? Jean would have done the same thing, right? I wasn't too sure, but I felt like I did. Jean, Skyward Jean. Thanks for giving me that bow and goggles the other day, but since I've always used a regular bow, how does maintenance work for a compound bow? Yoichi brings out the bow I had given him when we dealt with the troubles of Zyoto and looks over it. Both of us were sitting on a bench I summoned while looking at the scenery in front of us. Normally you'd go through a process. You should also know the basic stuff since you're an archer, but you don't need to worry about that. I made it so that you won't need to worry about maintenance. That sounds cool, I didn't get to use it, but all I need to do is pour some mana into it, right? I nod. Yeah, you'll use your mana as a basis for creating mana arrows to shoot out. The more you feed it, the more powerful and further it will fire. Creak, I was going to continue when we hear the door behind us creaking and opening. We turn around to see all the girls coming out. I look at Akino, and she gives me a happy smile plus a thumbs up. The reliable Himejima. First wife powers. Smack. I hear those two dragons high-five each other, quite rare of them. Yoichi, and I get up. I also remove the bench, and we walk over to them. Once in front of each other again, Ine, Hybrid Tengu, and Fallen Angel. Nice to meet you. She puts out her hand while being a little embarrassed. I smile and shake her hand. Jean, nice to meet you. Ine, so mind telling me of what happened? Ine nodded and told me of what had happened to her so far. The thing with Kokobile, and how she ended up here. I see. Well, the ones who supported her definitely will be rewarded, unless they King SJB already did. I see, and sure, why not? I don't mind, but I want you to think about being employed for me. You may want to change careers, or you might find other interests while you're living with me. So, just keep the offer at the back of your mind for now, all right? Yes, good. Anyway, when do you want to move in? Any time is fine. I can just come back and get you with Akino. I still need to pack things, tell SJB-sama about it, and check if anything else is needed to be done. I nod and summon a smartphone and a piece of paper with Maya and Akino's numbers. I hand them to her and explain that they're for her, and she can contact me through that, as well as Akino. I have no idea in how to use this. Akino trots over and start to show her in how to use it. I look at Sarah, and she nods. I will go back to SJB-sama and explain the situation then. I appear beside her, surprising her. I'll teleport you there. We'll join you shortly. She nods, and I touch her shoulder, and she's teleported back to Shifengu. I turn back to everyone and see Reiko had broken away from the group and waving her hand, gesturing for me to join her. I do so. What's up? May I join you too? Join me? I look at her confused, and she sighs. Join you in your home. I am a wanderer and do not have a permanent place of residence. As you also know, I heavily support what you are doing, so I want to be part of it. I want to see you do your job as the middleman, be there by your side, and provide assistance when I can. Will Amaterasu be fine with it? I mean, I don't mind, but you've been part of this realm for the longest time. Wouldn't your help be indispensable to the ones living here? She shakes her head. Amaterasu-sama set us free when we came here. I only did this because I wanted to. Also, most of the time I help here is minor, helping small things like moving large objects, helping clean places, and even promoting Ye's books once. Your job seems to be a bit more. She trails off and looks at me. They'll run it by Amaterasu, but I sure don't mind. But like an A, just get anything done before we do go back to my home. I'm a student, so I only get to do requests when they do come. Other than that, you'll need to find things to do on your own. Hobbies, jobs, and the like. I'm a good cook. I also only have these on me. I travel light, and as I mentioned, I don't have a permanent home. I slept in the wilderness, or when the ones I helped offer to let me stay the night. Why is everyone bringing up cooking with me? I know I'm going to have a restaurant, but Jesus Christ, all right. All right, like I said earlier, he'll talk to Amaterasu about it. I turn my attention towards where everyone else and noticed that only Yoichi and Shala were left here, and they both were minding their own business. I sensed that the rest had gone back into the tower. I gesture with my head, and we walk back over to them. Are they perhaps beginning to pack? I ask the both of them, and they nodded. I look at the tower and the summoned android fairies, and send them in. Those are? I tell Yoichi, and he seemed amazed by them. Shala comes over and hugs me from behind. Yoichi and I start talking about what we were previously talking about, which was bound maintenance. A few minutes later, boxes started to float out of the door and started to pile up on the side. They vary in sizes, but were mostly small to medium. This went on for a few minutes, and the girls eventually came out of the tower. I asked Akino and Shigen to store her boxes in their rings, so ITLL be easier for them to unpack it all since he'll take Suzaka back to Kyoto before finally going home. They were fine with it and did so. Ine looks at the tower one last time, and sighs, you can still come back here, you know. She turns to look at me and shakes her head. I do not wish to come back, Jean-san. This is a place that holds lonely memories. I'll move on with my life from today, and thank you for accepting me into your home. She bows to me, and I wave her off. We should get back to Sarah while it's still only around the afternoon and the day isn't ending yet. It should be fine in going back to Takamagara and just spending the last few hours there. It's fine. Anyway, let's go back to Shifengu, and we won't let them bully you out. Shinchiredo, I nod and walk forward. I felt both of them looking at Ine, but said nothing. I can tell they didn't feel any hatred for her, but weren't particularly happy in seeing her either. I guess neutral would be the word for it. Ine stayed with the girls as they chatted to themselves. Shala had gotten off me and was walking beside me. Reiko also joined my side. I glance at her. If Amaterasu does give me and her the okay, then she'll be going with me in my requests and visits, right? Those will be interesting. I quickly navigated through the hallways of the castle and came back to the same door as earlier. Sensing 3 people in there, I knock on it. Enter. I push the doors open and see SJB, Suresu, and Sarah there. Once they see me with Ine and the group behind me, both rulers smiled. Sarah looked at us with her usual stoic look. Hello, and I'm back with someone, and the sky ball was entertaining. Anyway, I brought someone with me. Yes, I can see welcome back, Ine. I have heard from Sarah. Are you comfortable with our arrangement? Yes. I want to explore the world beyond our own, as well as the human world. I have been in that tower for most of my life, so this is a new opportunity for me. But I am grateful for your help over the years. I don't know how I can ever repay you, SJB, and Suresa looked at one another and nodded. They both left their spots and walked over to Ine. And everyone else took a step back to give them some privacy. Seeing as how SJB and Suresu were both taller than her, they both knelt down to her level. Ine, I blame myself for how you were treated. At the time, I was busy with other things in our own realm, and as well as the others. Truthfully, I should have kept a better eye on the happenings of my realm and people. But I try to compensate by helping you any way I could. Since I also couldn't prevent your mother's death, that's something I will never forgive myself for. Suresu silently put a hand on SJB's shoulder. SJB sadly smiles at Ine. This may be presumptuous of us, but over the years, even if we were far apart, we started to see you as our own daughter. Ine's eyes widen in surprise. Did you know we would sometimes personally check up on you? We had to be discreet about it, so you wouldn't see us. We silently watched you grow up. We wish we could have been there alongside of you every day, but maybe it was just my own cowardice preventing me. Forgive me, but even if it's quite late for it, would you like to be mine and Suresa's adopted child? Are they sure we should be here for this? This seems a bit too private for so many of us to see. Ine looks at both of them silently before she slowly nodded. The both of them had a look of relief, and they then had a family hug. After a minute of that, they finally got up and turned their attention towards us. Jean, please look after her. I will. I know most of the Tengu here won't accept her because of what Kokobile did, but I stop him and put up a finger. He looks at me confused. They will. Maybe not today, tomorrow, in the coming weeks, but I'm confident that they will in the future. Ine will prove to them that she isn't like Kokobile and will be the one to change their minds. Fufu, then I do hope it does come true. I want my daughter to be able to freely move in her own realm she was born into. SJB chuckles at me as he lightly pushes Ine back to us. I catch her and look back at them. Off you go now. And please try to visit us from time to time, Ine. You'll always be welcome here, and I'm sorry again for not being able to directly help you. It's fine, D-Dad. Don't worry about it that much. You did help me with food, so it really was helpful. But like I said, I need to go out and expand my horizons. They'll visit here as frequently as I can. She looks back at me, and I nodded. Easy enough. Anyway, we should get going. I gotta check up on those gods and see if they're done with reading all the documents. Very well. Do take care now. Ine runs back to them and hugs them both one last time while whispering something in their ears. They smile as she walks back to us. I nod to them one last time before turning around with everyone else and leaving the room. Once outside at the courtyard, I summoned Kaisel out of my shadow, shocking Ine. Hop on. We'll be taking the teleporter back to Takamagara. Everyone quickly jumped onto Kaisel's back, and we flew back to the floating platform to teleport back to the main realm, Takamagara. Once we teleported back to Takamagara, we immediately ascended the long staircase up. Ine, did you have lunch yet? Because we haven't. Ine shook her head to my question. Great, I guess we can all go eat then. I'll look at Yoshitsun's group. I know a good place, Jean-san. Let's go over there. They're also cheap, though. You don't really worry about that aspect of your life, do you? Fufu, he doesn't. He's basically a billionaire. Already they go back and forth with how much money I currently own until we reach the surface. Once there's Sarah stops, this is as far as I go. Please enjoy yourselves. You didn't eat lunch yet, though? I will be fine. The others tried to sway Sarah, but she was adamant in staying and going back to her usual job. Seeing as how she wouldn't budge, we gave up and let her have her way. Yoshitsun was the one who was leading the group and started to walk in a direction we hadn't gone before. She takes a few turns, and finally we stop at a small building that had steak and bake above it. We enter it, and there were only a few other customers there. There were two that stood out. Two females, and they were both Onis. One was an Oni with gray hair, black horns, and she wore a nun's outfit. She has a necklace in the shape of a cross, and even eyes which were pale blue. Her pupils were in the shape of crosses. She had a tall and slim build and had a calm aura around her. The other Oni is a tall girl of slim build and considerable height. She has red skin, long pointy ears, and two small horns protruding out of her forehead. Her silver hair is cut short and styled, and she dresses in a fashionable ensemble of jeans, tank top, overcoat, and a fur wrap draped over hornspalders. She also has red eyes, and her nails are painted black. The two of them were speaking to one another as we approached the counter where the owner was. He was a human who had black hair, green eyes, and looked Europeans more than anything. He was also quite tall. If I had to estimate, he was around 5'11" in height. He wore the typical bar attire. Harika-san, Ro-san, Mizan-san. Hello. Yoshitsun greets the two of them, Oni and the owner. They look up and wave at her. Oh, hello there, Yoshitsun. Are you here for lunch? It's not every day all three of you eat together. Well, we're on our last day of guiding Middleman Sama here. Mizan, the owner, now called Mizan, looks at me and nods. He takes out some menus and hands them to us. We each take one and go over what we wanted to order. To my surprise, a lot of normal dishes here, though he is human. We all take a seat. I glanced to my side and could see the two female Onis looking at me. So this is the middleman, huh? He's pretty tall. Imro, by the way. It's nice to meet you, I'm Harika. Call me Jean. Pleasure to meet you too. The nun was Harika, and the fashionable one was Ro. We order our food and start talking to them. Do you two know each other? Yes, we're friends and are in Takamagara for a day trip. However, we were not aware that Yoshitsun-san was the mid-Jean-san's guides. Is that why you haven't been here for the last few days? Yoshitsun nods to them, and they start to catch up a bit. Shala was a bit fidgety beside me, and I look at her. Sorry. Jin-sama, I haven't had much to do lately, so I feel a bit restless. It's fine, just don't go too far. They'll treat you to something nice later. She had a weird look of excitement and immediately became stiff. Is this her way of stopping herself from moving around? What a weird girl. Even though I was the one who made them, I let them have a lot of freedom. Even during the recent 15 years in the pocket dimension, she and the rest of the Electa were given the okay in coming out. The ones who took advantage of that were Aurelia, Leanne, Elsa, and Shala herself. Even still, I can feel that Shala feels a bit out of place from time to time. She had that look. I naturally let it play out and see if she could form bond with everyone. She was just a bit hesitant. She's friendly enough to gain a lot of friends or acquaintances, though. Our food eventually came, and we started to eat it, and it was pretty good. Ine looked like she was a starved dog, as she ate it quite quickly, and then had a look of disappointment when she was done. Go ahead and order more. I can pay for it. She blushes and then ordered more food. The owner just laughed at her enthusiasm and happily made her seconds, and then thirds the same with Shigen. I feel like we just got another glutton in my home, Harika. Why do you dress up like a Catholic nun? Don't you worship the Shinto gods? Or, at least I don't know, Shuten Doji? I sprung this question to the Oni nun, and she stops her conversation with Benkei and looks at me. She ponders the thought for a few seconds before answering me. I just choose to. We have freedom here. We know that the gods are real, so I choose to pray for all of them. I just found this outfit comfortable. She blushed at the last part, making Ro beside her laugh. An Oni nun that prays to all types of gods. Huh? Will that include me? I inwardly snored at the thought. I silently ate the rest of my lunch as everyone else spoke amongst themselves. In the end, Ine ate more than Shigen. We stopped at 5 servings, even shocking Shigen in the process. I paid for everyone's meal, and we parted ways with Ro and Harika as they went back to Zyodo. A few hours later, we decided to just walk around Takamagara and explore the city a bit more. We even stopped by Uebami's Inn, Kathleen's smithy, and the 2 novel shops. The day was slowly coming to a close, and I decided it was time to finally meet the Shinto gods again. We slowly approached the castle, and Sarah was there to greet us. Are you meeting with the gods again? Jean-sama? Yeah, I am. Time to see what their decision is. Yes, very well. Please follow me. So we followed Sarah back into the castle, and she led us to the same door as last time. This time we had 2 new additions, Ine and Reiko. She pushes open the door and goes in before us. She stands at the side like before. Yoshitsun's group does the same thing too. Reiko also joins them. I glance at Ine as she's pulled back by Suzaku and joins the girls. I step forward and could see the Shinto gods there, sitting calmly in the documents in a neat pile. Welcome back, Jean. I trust your stay here has been pleasant? Yeah, it's been a fun one. So what's your decision? Amaterasu nods and looks at her fellow gods and goddesses. They each started to nod in response. She looks back at me and smiles. After careful consideration, we wish to join the alliance, Jean skyward. However, is there another document we are meant to sign? I grin and snap my fingers as a document appears in front of her, as well as a single pen. Everyone needs to sign this. After that, I will also sign it. Once that is done, you are officially part of the DXD Alliance. The DXD Alliance? I nod, that's what I call this alliance. They'll run it by everyone else eventually. It's what I unofficially call it. She nods and signs the document and then passes it along. Every other god also signs it until it was done. I walk over and sign it myself. Once I was done, I put all the documents away into my inventory. With that, I welcome you. You are aware that you will need to add your own to it eventually. Yes? Though that's Azazel's responsibility in contacting you guys. Yes, we are aware. Thank you very much, Jean. Will you go back then? Amaterasu asks me. I shake my head and look at her. May I speak with you in private? I have a few things to discuss with you. Amaterasu gains a surprised look. The other gods also look at me and wonder if Jin and Raijin squint their eyes at me. It seems like what Suzaku said was true. They seem to care a lot for Amaterasu. Can it not be discussed here? I shake my head. It's personal. I understand. Please follow me then. Amaterasu gets up and walks behind her. I walk around the table and join her. She opens a sliding door and there was a balcony out there. To our surprise, Reiko runs over to us and joins us. We didn't stop her, so now she's here. I glance at Suzaku and she looked a little tense. She closes the door and I put a sound barrier around us. She looks at me strangely but doesn't probe further. I guess we can start with Reiko then. I mean, she did follow us. I look at Reiko as she smiles at me. Reiko? What may it pertain to? You know what Reiko has been doing, yes? She nods. Well, to put a long story short, she wants to, accompany me. You know what? Reiko, you go ahead and tell her. She giggles beside me and tells Amaterasu her reasoning and why she wants to go with me. In the end, Amaterasu nods and closes her eyes. Reiko becomes a little nervous as we patiently wait for her answer. She eventually opens her eyes. I have no issue with that, Reiko. As I told you many years ago, you choose how you want to live life now. You aren't bound to your code as a warrior or captain or anything like that. Choose what you want to do. If this is what you want, then so be it. Trust in your own judgment. Yes. Thank you very much, Amaterasu-sama. She bows as she was quite delighted with the outcome. All right then, the thing with Suzaku and the Himejima clan. Then on to the last thing. They turn to look at me, and I sigh. I tell Amaterasu about the 5 principal clans of Japan, how things are, and what happened to Akino, Tobio, Saku, Shuri, and Barakil. I recount to her what had happened to Akino and Shuri in detail, even the small details I knew about Tobio, and how Suzaku has been trying to change things, but so, I was hoping you could help me out a bit. I know I said to Suzaku that I wouldn't try any kind of forceful way, but I've considered it as a last resort. I met them briefly, and even if it was during that event in Kyoto, they were still quite wary of me. During all that time, Amaterasu and Reiko listened to me seriously and carefully. They had a range of emotions during that time. Most of it was out of pity and sadness. Others were out of anger. In the end, Amaterasu sighed. When I and the other gods decided to bestow them, those sacred beasts, it was out of love and worry. We hoped that each clan that received the blessings would use them to protect themselves, their clan, and the people around them. I wasn't aware of how much they had changed and added multiple rules and systems to them. But if what you said was true, then, Jean, may I speak with Suzaku and Akino? I nodded and activated the communication function on the rings and told Akino and Suzaku to come over here. A few seconds later, I felt them on the other side, and I opened the door. They came in and stood face to face with Amaterasu. She wants to speak with both of you. Go on and tell her of what happened. I already did, but it would be better to hear it from both of you. The two nodded, and Akino started with her story from her perspective and how things have been for her. This mostly involved the clan and not me. Then Suzaku added her own perspective, what happened to Tobio, and how she's been trying to change the rules and systems of the Himejima clan. She also adds that she's not too sure in how the other clans operate, but would assume that they operated the same way. Suzaku then bows no. She goes into a Dajiza position in front of Amaterasu. Please, I beg of you, Amaterasu, the only wish I have is to bring those 3 back into the clan, as well as any others over the years before I became head. I do not want them being shunned by their fellow family members. They're all good people. Akino does a pretty low bow and joins in with her cousin. While in truth Akino doesn't really care if she's brought back to her clan or not since she's satisfied with her current life. It may mean something to Shuri, and it definitely matters to Suzaku. She also wants to do good by her cousin Tobio, even if they did only meet and interacted very briefly. But the two of them do have mutual respect for one another. Amaterasu looks at the 2 girls and then back to me. She then walks over to Suzaku and urges her to stop doing her Dajiza. She then hugs her much to Suzaku's surprise and gestures for Akino to join them. She is then brought into the hug while I can't promise anything. I will try to convince them in a civil way, but if they refuse to listen, then please come and tell me so we can find a different way in reforming them. Thank you very much, Amaterasu-sama. Suzaku stutters out of shock, and Akino also thanks her. They stay in a hug for a little more time before breaking away from each other. The 2 of them stand beside me as Amaterasu stands up and looks at us. Perhaps I need to visit the human realm again. I will do that in the future. Will you 3 accompany me? I will visit Japan, go to your clan, as well as experience current Japan. The 2 Himejimas look at me, and I chuckle. Sure thing. Take this and contact me when you want to do that, then, you have a smartphone, right? Amaterasu just smiles at me and nods. Oh, good, I didn't seem like an idiot there. Well then, if that's all, shall we go back? We nodded and left the balcony and joined up with the rest. Shigyun and Ine had joined up with Yoshitsune's group, and I give them a thumbs up. Shigen smiled our way and did it back. The rest were just confused. As I got to them, I canceled the barrier back at the balcony. I looked back at the gods, and they were already speaking to Amaterasu, probably asking about what we spoke about. Well then, Jean, I will see you in the future. The same with Akino and Sasaki, yes? Sure thing. As we left the room, what's that supposed to mean? Amaterasu? What did he do to you in there? Jin and Raijin started to ask her question after question. Inari tried to calm him down by saying I wouldn't do anything too suspicious. Yeah, like that'll help once we got outside. I turned to face everyone. Well, this is goodbye for now. We'll be going back home. It's been an enjoyable stay. Yes, please do come back, Jean-san. Bring some alcohol, will you? Farewell, Jean. The historical trio gave us their goodbyes. Sarah just bowed to us, and we finally left the Shinto realm, Takamagara. Japan, Kuo, skyward household home sweet home, but we're outside. I had teleported us back home, but outside I wanted Nate to see the front of the house she'll be living in. I tell them that, and they laugh at me. I see. Thank you, Jean-san. Don't worry about it. Anyway, Shigyun, Akino, can you help her with the unpacking? Yes, I don't mind. Yes, Shigyun, and Ine go into my home first. Akino turns to me and kisses me on the cheek. She looks at Suzaku and winks before going into my home, where boom, boom, crash, thud. It seemed chaos awaited them. I turned to Suzaku, to your clan or apartment. Apartment, please, Kyoto, outside Suzaku's apartment door. When do you think Amaterasu-sama will come and visit Kyoto? It should be soon. I'm guessing after my exhibition match with Sarorg, or even the rating game between Rias and Sarorg. I see Suzaku seemed a bit off. Her heartbeat was quite elevated. She turns around and opens her door, but doesn't go inside. It's happening smack. Thud. Comptoir. Answer. Be quiet. Suzaku? She turns back around and lays her head against my chest while wrapping her arms around me. I return the hug. Thank you. Jean, while it hasn't happened yet, you did keep your promise. I am a man of his word after all. Though it did take a bit of time, sorry about that. She just shakes her head on my chest. We stand there silently until she looks up at me. It was perfect, the timing and the setup. We lean in close and share a meaningful moment together. Unlike the previous time, this one feels more sincere and intentional. Back then it happened unexpectedly, but this time it's by our own choice. It's still a tender moment, though we eventually had to part ways. We stare at each other smiling. I guess she sees this as the first one, much like Shigen. Sue, I love you, she declared her love for me, and we kiss again. I hug her tighter, as does she. I felt my heart at ease again. I'm not sure if I've been doing too many things right, but not many things have been going wrong, so it'll take it we separated again and just stare at each other. I love you too, Suzaku. I feel her hug tighten even more, and she bumps foreheads with me. Heh, she's using my tactic, huh? Good night, Jean, yeah. Good night. She gives me one last peck before going inside her apartment. I was left to stand out there, but I felt strangely at peace with myself. I look up at the night sky, and so I learn to love and forgive myself. Huh? I repeat the words that both Elsha and Rudra told me months ago. Am I getting to that place? I wasn't sure, but I think I am. I felt a bit of the burden I had left me. I chuckled to myself and prepared to teleport back to Kuo. Love you too, dumbass. Ignoring Azathoth's cryptic message and weird numbering, I finally go back to Kuo, feeling a sort of lightness in my heart. My fight with Sarorg starts soon. I better give everyone a good show. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Purple Rose, Short Date, and Queen Halloween Mount Olympus Zoo soon. The long-awaited match between Jean and the heir to the Devil Clan Bale, Sarorg Bale, would begin. Since our alliance with the other factions and pantheons, many have been excited to see this. Jean did not fight during the Tournament of Power. However, his subordinate Leanne Sandlot did. That's why many of the locals are looking forward to it. Zeus, Freya's back, I heard. I wonder what she'll do, Freya. The goddess of love, beauty, fertility, passion, war, gold, and seer. A goddess that was previously part of the Norse mythology. However, due to circumstances, she has moved into our realm. Are you referring to Jean? Yes. Everyone knows of both his goals, uniting the supernatural and the many who follow him. I wonder what Freya's thoughts are on that. Freya is known for her deep connections with many beings across this realm and the Norse realm. She regularly visits the human world and engages with its people as well. She certainly lives up to her title as the goddess of love and beauty. Won't she try to get closer to him? Perhaps even try charming Jean? I shake my head. While our interactions were brief, and we only saw Jean a handful of times, I don't think he's the type of person to be easily swayed by just any women. I believe he has a certain standard he sticks to. Now that you say it like that, it seems like Hera agrees with me. We were about to discuss more when slam. The door slammed open and in came Hermes. Hermes? How may I help you? Jo, Zeus. Did you hear about the news? About Freya coming back? Well, she's already in that part of town and getting to work. Haha, she certainly doesn't take any breaks, does she? She's already there? She certainly has her priorities straight, though she's always been like that. This is not the bravado that this kind of thing has happened. That is not new, Hermes. Did something else happen, or is this all you came here for? Hermes grins and starts to wave his finger from side to side. You don't get it to use Zeus? Jean said to Hestia, Hephaestus, and I that he would come back here in the future, since he's not done exploring our realm. Not to mention that we may ask him for something. Freya will surely get wind of this. Then their meeting will be inevitable precisely. He certainly seemed excited about that fact. Whatever happens to Jean and Freya is between the two of them is none of our business. Unless it somehow involves our entire pantheon, then I won't take any action. We'll see in the near future, won't we? That we shall, Hermes. But the next biggest thing that's happening is, I've recently gotten wind of a certain rumor. Rumor? Sir Skyward has gone to the Shinto gods. We may experience some Japanese culture here sooner or later. We have been getting some through the Yukai, but maybe there will be an influx of them when he does get them to join. Hermes looks up with a starry look on his face, not to mention all the new things we got access to with this alliance. The food is great, that is true. If you join, you will reap more benefits than anything else. Well, in any case, that fight between Jean and the devil Serorbale will happen soon, right? How will we show it to our people? In the stadium? Yes, that is the plan. We plan on projecting the fight in the stadium as well as multiple parts of the realm, especially in the parts with quite a large population. I see. Send me a list on where you specifically plan on putting them, and I'll check them. I will send it to you in a few hours. Hermes nods and leaves the room. I do not know how Jean interacted with the races in our realm in those few days he was here. I wonder how they will react to seeing him fight. I felt Hera touch my shoulder. Zeus. Ares, I know. We'll find him what a troublesome son. Apollon is already looking for him. We also asked Athena, but she has no idea in where he is. She may be putting up a charade and does know. It would be best to keep an eye on her. Yes, let us do that, Ares. Where did you go? Ares, you will need to use that for the foreseeable future. Ares. TCH, as long as I can fight with it, I don't care. Since joining Hades' Alliance of Hell, that's a faction of Chaos Brigade, I have been given a new opportunity to get back at them, at that wretched fool. That lousy dragon is also to blame. Seal of my powers. I am a god. A god. Just the thought of it makes my blood boil. I look down at the item I was given. A mass-produced, artificially created sacred gear. What is it? Break it and find out. The woman in front of me, she calls herself Avetsa and is one of the lead researchers here. She, along with another, have been mass-creating divine beasts, cryptid, and in the last few months, sacred gears. I break the thing she gave me, and KSHSHSHSHSHS. Shine. It falls from my hand and glows in a black light. When it disappeared, there was a small black lion cub in front of me. It had glowing green eyes and had a green fire symbol on its forehead. Fufu, this combined with the divine beasts as a base, I created an independent type artificial sacred gear. A black lion of the night. How about we call it Twilight Monarch? Felis Leo, or in other words, Monarch of Darkness, King of Beasts. She grins at me. This little fellow works differently. Seeing as how your powers are sealed, you're essentially useless. However, I made him with that in mind. This sacred gear plus divine beast mix works off its own power. It's a god class item essentially. Of course, a balance break is also possible. She turns around and starts to walk away, but then glances back at me. Oh yes, it has its own breakdown the beast, but in a way you're just going to fuse with it if you do use it. It's also permanent, so use it as a last resort. Figure out that dumb chant yourself. With that, she finally leaves the room we were in. Twilight Minurk, Felix Leo. Huh. I certainly feel a powerful aura coming from you. Now, then how about I name you Agner? As if responding to what I said, it made a small roar, but that roar also shook the room. I felt a grin spread across my face. Perfect, let's get used to this new power, shall? Now then, let's go and try out our balance break, Avetsa. So, do you think you will use it, Avetsa? As I reached another room, a woman in a purple Gothic Lolita dress asked me a question. I turned to face her, and it was Walburga, a magician from the Hexen Act. They had joined us a few months back. It was a temporary alliance that had turned into them joining us. Courtesy of Lapis, of course. This also meant she had joined back with her former organization, Wizards of Oz. Yes, he took it quite well, actually. I never thought a god like him would use it. He has his pride to keep after all. She scoffs. Well, he must hate the dual dragon emperor that much to throw it away like that and use it. Maybe, however, there are rumors of the middleman. He can apparently steal or seal your powers. That makes him even more dangerous. Nevertheless, we must keep going with our plans. Are they ready? Walburga shakes her head and frowns. I would give it a few weeks, then we'll be ready to commence part 2. It'll be in Ireland, Mardgeir in Russia, and Ignia in Egypt. He'll be bringing Chow Chow and some of the hero faction, right? Yes, he will be. Good. We can set up the points there to draw the false king nearer to us. Lapis said that we'll need to make more at different parts of the world. The last 2 should be in the North and South Pole. So much work to do just to get a universal destroying being here. It will be worth the trouble. I know. Walburga waved me off and left the room. Fufu, the Irish mythology, may be the hardest to break through since the middleman hails from the country, but Queen Halloween should be easy to break. She may not have that much influence in the country, but it should be enough it'll leave Russia to Mardgeir. He can definitely rile up the supernatural there. As to the Egyptians, Ignia-sama will have no problems. However, Chow Chow and his faction will be the wild factor. I put a hand on my hip and stare at the door that Walburga went through. That child is too obsessed with trying to get even with the middleman's subordinate. Aurelia, was it? I can only hope that the middleman won't be going to that mythology anytime soon, but we do have a backup country if it fails. But first, many of us in Cow's Brigade know of the upcoming exhibition match of the middleman and the Bale Devil. Many will also be watching it to see any weaknesses, a foolish thing to do. You're only showing us a chance to exploit any weaknesses he has. 2 days later, Japan, Ko, Academy Gene, Skyward, life is pretty unfair. Don't you agree, Min? Yes, sir. The guys in the classroom glance at me and continue, why are we single? Why does a certain someone have what appears to be a whole group of admirers for himself? Is it fair? Is it justice? Why can't we enjoy the same youth as he does? Why is God so cruel? Because he's dead. Najima and Kuda were giving a weird speech to the guys of the classroom. It was morning and classes hadn't started, or homeroom, but they were already riled up by me. For all intents and purposes, Aquino no longer cared about hiding our relationship, and I didn't either, so it's whatever to them. Since it was also before classes started, she moved her chair and desk closer to me and was leaning against me. Rias tried to warn her about it earlier, but just let her do it in the end. The guys then turned back to me, that is why. Skyward-sama, help us find dates. I refuse. Why? I am no Cupid. Also, you should know like 90% of the student body, more specifically the males, hate me for some dumb reason or another. Do it yourselves, Najima slaps Kuda, who then looks stunned at him, then at least give us some advice. Why did you hit me? Spur of the moment. The two argued back and forth for a little bit before looking at me rather expectantly. I look at all the guys, at the girls, and then the devils. Keep your nonsense at a reasonable level. Learn to tone it down a little, and I guess self-improvement? No. They answered unanimously. You guys are beyond saving. I know being overly curious is part of being a teenager since adrenaline is flying around, but Jesus Christ. I see Sona and Tsubaki giving me strange looks and inwardly chuckle at them. Yes, I'm a bit curious about my girls, but I mean that's natural we're in a relationship. You asked for advice, I gave some. You don't take it, so whatever, it's up you guys, that's way too strict. You expect us teenagers to go with those rules. Are you insane? Are you like a 100-year-old man who doesn't understand kids at all? Aquino opens her eyes and looks at the guys. I didn't like where this was going, but decided to let it play out. Jean seems to be doing well. It's become a regular habit. Doom. The room falls silent. The guys left with their jaws hanging open. Rias started to have a coughing fit. Ingvild gave Aquino a strained smile, and the two other devils just sighed. Thud, thud, thud. A guy falls and starts to quietly sob. Another apparently passes out from shock, and the rest had varying reactions of despair. No, my Himajima honey. What? Winglish. It's over, my springtime of youth. It's over, you still have a few months left, my guy. Another guy turns to another, and today, I officially become gay. The other guy starts to back away slowly as everyone else turns to look at him. Unless you always felt like that, my guy, don't go doing or saying something that you'll regret. But if you're gay and just decided to use this time to come out, congratulations, I guess. Anyway, did you guys know there's a new teacher transferring in? They're apparently a female and shall be our new science teacher. Could have decided to change the subject. Yes, I was aware, and their aura felt similar. I checked earlier, and man, Rose was shocked to see her here. They'll keep it a secret from Rennie for the time being, and let her see the shock later on. What? Seriously? What does she look like? Her name? Is she single? I heard it from Azazel Sensei, but she's apparently a foreigner, and a real beauty. The guys cheered, and some started to discuss and how to get on her good side. This went on until school and homeroom started. She's coming. One more class until lunch, and the new science teacher was coming. We had classes with Rose and Azazel earlier, and they warned us, well, me to watch out. My school life might get a little more turbulent, apparently. The door opens and came in a teacher. She was female with fair skin, green eyes, and wavy, light honey brown hair, which is tied in a loose side ponytail. She wears a short-sleeved purple shirt, purple mini-skirt, black lace stockings, and black high heels, and an earring is visible on one ear. She wears a gold necklace around her neck, too. She also has a purple flower on the tie of her ponytail. Oh, the guys say in unison. The devils became alert, but look over at me as I shake my head, so they relax. She gets up to the front of the room, places her clipboard and books down. She then looks at us and smiles. Hello, everyone. I'm your new science teacher. We'll be taking over your previous teacher since she'll be moving over to the college division. Call me Lisa Sensei. She smiles confidently at the end of her introduction, and the guys cheer in response. Why in the world did she come here? I guess I'll wait until lunch to ask. I mean, if she comes over to the occult research club, the rest of the class was normal, as she was quite knowledgeable and could teach the subject in an easy-to-understand way, making even the dumber ones understand, which made her even more popular. Lunch, I was standing in front of the school's first-year classroom. It's Shiren's and Gasper's classroom. Today, the Ojusama of the House of Phoenix, Ravel, transferred here. Ravel is more of an Oju-sama than Rias, since she lost most of it over the years. However, she does revert back to it at times when she's a little flustered, but it's nothing serious. They've brief and are few and far between. But today is about Ravel. She'll be attending a normal school after all. Will she be able to cope with the lifestyle within this school? I was worried about that. I came here during our break as I was worried about her. But isn't that Skyward Senpai? What's he doing here? I heard he's trying to gather a group of followers for himself. But he's cool, isn't he? I guess word travels fast, huh? I wasn't already infamous even at first years. But I don't really mind. Jean also came to see how she's doing. I heard Rias' voice. When I turned around, Rias was also there. You're also worried about her, Rias? Yes, that's why I came here. We can go to the clubroom together after this. When I checked inside the classroom with Rias, Chiron, and Gasper, who was casually sitting at his desk reading something. I wonder when those two will start going to the clubroom. Now, where is Ravel? I look around the room and, oh, I found her. She was awkwardly conversing with her classmates. She looked a little uncomfortable. Phoenix-san, do you have the textbooks? Phoenix sure is a rare surname. It sounds cool. am glad that this class was the one to have another foreign transfer student after Jaya Cohen. Just like that, she was surrounded by the girls of her class. I see. Since she just transferred, it can't be helped if she is approached by her classmates. If a Bishujo from a foreign country transferred, then for today, she would be treated as an idol. Yes, it is, isn't it? Her gaze then catches both Rias and I. Because Rias had arrived in the first year's floor, the first-year girls who were Rias fans started to make a racket. So she must have become curious. She then immediately got up from her seat by saying, "Excuse me," and approaches us. Ravel takes Rias and my hand and tries to take us somewhere. She let go of our hands after we took a turn in the corridor. "Is something the matter, Ravel?" When I ask her with apprehension, she blushes as if embarrassed. It's my first time transferring to a school, so I didn't know how to interact with everyone. I'm a devil, so I can't find a topic to discuss with everyone who are humans. That makes sense. She's a devil, a high-class one at that. And Ujisama, and this school is full of ordinary humans, not including us. Then yeah, it'll be hard for her to find topics to talk about. Seeing Ravel like this is cute. The usual haughty attitude is gone, and she seems completely defenseless here. It's not like you don't want to talk to them, right? Rias asks her. Oh, of course. Even I am maturing. I feel that getting to know people who aren't nobles and learning from the commoner's lifestyle is also important. She's a lot better than her brother, Riser, that's for sure. The so-called Razor got depressed after losing against me, but after that, we somehow made him stand up again after Ravel came to consult with us. Thanks to that, his dragon phobia was cured, and he was able to return to his ordinary lifestyle. I also heard that his comeback to the raiding game will be soon. That guy was just full of himself and became arrogant. Centurado, come here for a second. Both my juniors look up and nodded. They excused themselves and came over to us. Chiron, Jayasuk, I have a favor to ask both of you. If it's within my power, then I don't mind. What is it, Jean Senpai? Ravel's support. I want you two to support her for her school lifestyle. You two are in the same year and also in the same class, right? Do this for me, please. Chiron is one of the school idols, and I hear that she is getting along with her classmates even more since a few months ago. If she was to start a discussion using Chiron, then I think it will be easier for Ravel to open up to her classmates. The same for Gasper. He's popular. Even for the weirder reasons, he has connections and has become very confident and can keep up with normal conversations. I don't mind Jean Senpai. Ravel-san, let's get along. Gasper answered enthusiastically, making Ravel sigh in relief, and she nodded. But Chiron seems a bit hesitant. She twitched her eyebrows, and her smile turned upside down. She looks cute, but I understand what she's thinking right now. After thinking for a bit, she sighs. If Jean says, so then I don't mind. She lost her honorifics and addressed me with just Jean. She usually only does that when we're alone and having a quiet personal moment. Great. I can rely on my two juniors then. Useless grilled chicken princess. A moment of silence. Veins appears on Ravel's forehead. She then says it with a trembling voice. W, what did you just call me? Useless. Chiron answers without any pause. But unlike Canon, she wasn't saying this out of genuine annoyance or frustration, but was teasing her. I could tell from her emotions right now. I never thought the day would come that Chiron would casually tease people. Though her expression is the same as always so, Ravel may not see it that way. To talk to the daughter from the House of Phoenix in such a manner, talking like that, in such a posh manner, and then becoming useless at crucial times? I thought you came to the human world with a strong resolve. If you keep this up, you'll just trouble President Rias and Jean. What a useless and clueless chicken princess. Snap. I heard something snap from Ravel. Ravel, who is emitting a creepy and dangerous aura. She was starting to lose it, but Chiron doesn't back down and Blanqui but smugly stare back at her. I didn't do anything like that. To trouble Jean-sama is the last thing I want to do. This Nikomada. The two glared at one another until a normal human female fell over and a few of her things she was carrying scattered around the ground. As if on reflex, Ravel goes over to her and start helping her. Are you okay? If I remember, you are from the same class as me? Your name is? I still haven't asked you yet. T, thank you very much. So, you recognize me, Phoenix-san? My name is Murota. Ravel is fine. Murota-san. Chiron and Gasper also help her, and they quickly get her things back in order as she walked back into the classroom. The previous tension left, and the two got along relatively well. Gasper was also there to mediate between them. Occult Research Club, I had contact Rose as soon as lunch started and asked her and Azazel to try to bring Lisa to the Occult Research Club. This was before we went to Ravel and all that happened. As expected, she was quite popular with both students and staff. She hasn't gotten a weird nickname from the student body yet, but ITLL, come eventually, thankfully, she kept her professionalism act up, so she didn't try to speak to me or insinuate that we knew each other. Though, we really didn't, since I only knew her from Rose and her former workplace, as well as briefly seeing her in Asgard. Before any of you ask, let's just wait until they get here. Rose will know more, you know? I know small things from Comptoir. Everyone agreed till we went back to waiting for them to arrive, but that didn't take too long. Creak open, close. This woman is exhausting. Azazel came in first, looking tired while also slouching. He immediately sat down on free chair and started drinking tea that Aquino poured him. Rose and Lisa were next. Rose seemed a little stiff while talking to Lisa, but the latter was quite relaxed and friendly. Ara. So many cuties in one room, Lisa says while walking away from Rose. She sat down across from me, beside Gasper and Kiba. Gasper immediately became uncomfortable and tried to scoot away. Ara. Do you not like me, Gasper-chan? Aye. Well, I do like you, Lisa-sensei. Do you hear that? He likes me. Lisa began to giggle beside Gasper. I expected the guy to be flustered or blush, but he just looked to his side and sighed. I guess he's completely fallen for Coriana. All that's left is to wait for them to get together. Lisa-san, why did you come here? Lisa looks over at Rose as she directed that question to her. Everyone else waited for her answer as she put a hand on her cheek while looking at the table in front of her and then to me. Before I answer that, how about I tell you a little bit about myself? I can sense that a lot of you here have no idea in who I am. Jean and Rosweiss-chan are the only ones who know about me. Even Governor-chan isn't aware of me. Lisa says. Azazel shakes his head and takes a sip from his cup. I know a little bit about you, but not enough. Grigori has been in contact with Grauzober Way before the Kuo Treaty and the current DXD alliance that Jean started. So, I heard a thing or two from Mephisto. A genius magician on par with Lavinia Rennie, or even greater, created, modified, and perfected her own magic circles. A genius with the use of lightning magic. Her own lightning turning purple for unknown reasons, and has two monikers known throughout the supernatural Purple Rose and Purple Lightning. You were in the position of being the right-hand woman of Mephisto, but suddenly disappeared, some assumed dead, or turned rough. But you just completely vanished, and now today, I learn you're alive and have been living in the Norse's realm? If that doesn't scream suspicious, then I don't know what will. Azazel finally finishes and takes another sip of his tea and silently stares at Lisa. The rest who are not in the know also stare at her in surprise. So, you're the Purple Rose I see. I've heard many of your achievements throughout the years, even when I was younger. But to think I would meet you here, of all places, Aquino says, while staring at her with a squint and a hint of excitement. I didn't know she was a fan of Lisa. I glanced at everyone, and they more or less had the same reaction. Lisa smiled and clapped her hands. I didn't think I did that many things to warrant such popularity. Well, you're all more or less right. As for the reason of my disappearance, Afufu, let's leave that for another day, shall we? I came here because she pauses for dramatic effect and stares at me directly. I was bored. I had been in the Norse realm for so long that I had read all the books I had, experiment with everything that I could. I just thought, why not rejoin the current supernatural now? And so I did. Of course, I also heard many things happening over the years, and in light of the recent alliance being formed by none other than Mr. Gene Skyward, I thought, why not go to his school and see him for myself? She was bored. I totally get it. If I did the same thing, but for an even longer time, I would also go out and explore the new world again. But I am curious on why she left Grauzober Way. She didn't leave it per chance. She just stopped showing up. Can you even leave that kind of organization? It's not like it's an ordinary job and place partner. Would she be labeled as rogue now? Or just MIA? I don't know. We can just ask Rennie about it, or Azazel. He seems to know a bunch of stuff. Azazel, now that Lisa resurfaced, is she considered MIA, rogue, or something else? Can you even leave, Grausaber? What's the deal? He glances at me and nods. He takes a deep breath, then exhales. Mephisto is an intelligent man, so he didn't label Lisa as such. He told me that he officially put her on a long mission and that he wouldn't know when she'll make her return. Mephisto knows that Lisa wouldn't just randomly disappear without a reason. I also share that sentiment. You don't need to share why you disappeared, Lisa. But you will need to report back to Mephisto to tell him you're doing okay. I know Jean wants you and Lavinia to meet before he chooses to do anything. I look at him with a questioning look, and he snorts. I've known you for months now. I should start to more or less understand how that mind of yours works. I chuckle at him. Yeah, that makes sense, though. I want to say the same thing to him, but am not 100% certain. I look back at Lisa as she had gone into thinking. She sometimes takes a sip from the teacup, but ultimately remained quiet. After around 2 minutes of silence and lunch slowly coming to a close, she looks up and begins to speak. Yes, let's wait until I meet up with Rennie. I haven't seen her in a long time. I wonder how much she's grown. Ding ding, there goes the bell. We better go. I say while getting up. Both Asia and Chiron jump off from my lap. Everyone else does, so as Azazel sighed. Fine, but after that you have to at least call or contact him somehow. He's quite worried for you, you know? One of his best magicians did just randomly disappear. I know, I will. We slowly left the club room and went back to the main school building. The same questions were on all our minds. Why the hell did she really come here? And why did randomly disappear, and why now? I glance at Lisa as she just smiles back at me, then resumes, speaking with Rose, after school Aquino. Do you the exact measurements of everyone? Yes, President. We were in the club room after school. The usual contract work for them was being delayed since Rias wanted to double-check some of the things for the Culture Festival Udo. How is everything going well on your end? Yes, President. I had brought the form to President Sona, and she's approved of it. Though she did say it's a bit generic, and asked if Jean-senpai was okay with it. Kiba chuckled nervously at the end. I mean, yeah, it's a maid and butler cafe. I'll be fine. Centurato Rias goes over a few more things, as Rose also checks up on things on the documents. Azazel had left earlier saying he was called back to Grigori. At the same time, Penemu messaged me that the Mahjong competition will start soon, hopefully after the match with Sarorg, and before I go to other mythologies. Once I was done, everyone else got to doing their contracts, leaving Rose, Rias, Irina, Griselda, and I in the club room. Jean, how is the recruitment of your future business going? Rias asked me from her desk. I got up and went to brew some tea and coffee. I was going to wait for Lisa to come here before going back home with her. Ine has offered to work for me. The same with Kanami. She's also been asking me if she should become a pawn for you. She said she doesn't want to die off too early, haha. I should ask some of you about that soon, too. What do you mean by that, Jean? Rias asks, as everyone else listened in. Sure, why not? I made Grafia, Asia, and Aquino special back during our summer holidays. I made Rennie an immortal before all that trouble happened with Kokabeel and Azrael. I turned back to them as the kettle stopped boiling and poured water into my cup. I was going to ask everyone else in my group if they would want to become immortal, you know? I mean, I am so. It'd be pretty lonely in the next 1 million years without you guys. I pour some tea for the rest of them and brought it to them. They stare blankly at me, but accept their cups. Wait, and they accepted? Rhea stutters out, and I nodded. Yeah, those four will stay by my side from now on. They'll slowly ask the rest of you as well. Irina looked away shyly at what I said. The other three were thinking about it seriously. Griselda looks back up. What would happen if someone refuses? I mean, they said no, so I'll accept their answer. I won't force them. You know me, consent and everything. So they'll all die. Saying that out loud made me uneasy. I was split since they would easier say yes or no. Is it conceited of me to think they would all say yes? I mean, probably everyone here is fine. They all have at least 10,000 years of life in them, so I don't need to worry too much. But like Shigyun and Natsum, anyone that's essentially still human. Unfortunately, your lifespan doesn't increase with how powerful you get. You'll need to ask those two eventually. You four are already not human. A pure devil, a Valkyrie, and two reincarnated angels. Anyway, that's just what I was thinking. Don't think too deeply into it. Kriakara, did everyone else go do their devil duties? Jean, am here. Take me home. I look at the two angels, Valkyrie, and they nodded. They started walking out of the room along with Lisa. I go over to Rias, and we share a quick kiss. He'll see you later tonight, then. Yes, he'll see you then. I feel her grip my sleeves a bit tighter, then give me one last barato on the cheek before letting go. I glance at her one last time as she smiled at me. I finally left the room, too. Skyward household cooking? I would like to have a taste of your cooking. Bruh, it's in her character, you should know. She's been like that all day, albeit more subtle during class. We had finally arrived home, and I pushed the doors open. Welcome by Lisa. Rennie was there to greet us, but as soon as she saw Lisa, she froze and stared at her. Both broke into a smile and hugged each other. It's been so long. I heard from Jean that you were in Asgard, but why? How are you here? Hoo-hoo. Let's talk about that in a bit, Rennie. How about we get settled in first? Do you mind showing me your lover's home? Rennie looks at me, and I nodded. This is as much as my home as it is yours. You don't need my permission every time she nods and then leaves with Lisa in tow. I and everyone else went into the kitchen. Did someone else come with you, Jean? Grafia asks as we get into the dining room. Yeah, they'll tell you, or she'll tell everyone about it later. She's probably going to stay for dinner, maybe even for the night. I'm not too sure yet. I see. Griselda and Rose takes a seat while Irina runs off upstairs for whatever reason. I join Grafia in the kitchen and start helping her. We share a quick kiss and continue on. Where's Ine? She's out with Kuroka. Ine wanted to explore Kuo more. So, they went out to look at shops and landmarks, Jean. Do you put money into our accounts every week? Is that so? I hope she enjoys it then, and yes, it was weekly before, but now it's monthly. I put around 500,000 into all your accounts. By the way, I pay Rose 1 million a month. That should be the same for Ine soon, too. Is that an allowance for the rest of us? Well, yours is the same as Rose. You're my maid after all. But yes, everyone else gets an allowance. I mean, we just spent 15 years in the pocket dimension, constant gold dropping from them. Grafia nods as she kept on working. Griselda then asked behind us. Centuredo, I could also hear those two chatting up a storm. They certainly sound like good friends. Dinner was fast approaching. Everyone was here, including Azazel, Kiba, and Gasper. Everyone was mostly spread out in my home. Azazel was at the very top smoking and just drinking. I told him not to since it may ruin his appetite, but he just brushed me off. Everyone else was either in the training facility, living room, or entertaining floor. In front of me, Grafia activated her communication function on the ring and connected to everyone. Dinner is ready. Please come to the dining room. She then makes a communication circle and told the ones without the ring the same thing. Slowly but surely everyone else came here, but Irina was missing. I could feel that she was still in her room. Grafia looks at me, and I nodded. I left the room, went up the stairs, and made my way to Irina's room. I knock on it, but no response. This is deja vu. Something similar happened with Rennie, didn't it? I checked the door, and yes, it pushed open, and not to my surprise, Irina was asleep. When I stepped into her room and closed the door, it was quite girly. Shelves full with some shoujo manga, a few other miscellaneous items scattered around, and even some stuffed animals on her bed. Irina was hugging one of them. Funnily enough, it was the boosted gear scale male, and she was sucking her thumb. She really fell asleep, hugging that and sucking her thumb. You just go by your own pace, don't you? I chuckled to myself and walked over to her. I sit on her bed and start to shake her, but she doesn't wake up. I continue to do this until Haiwa. Nio, I done have Fiud, Irina mutters and goes back to sleep. What in the world did she say? Something to do with food? I keep on shaking her until she finally opens her eyes back up again and sits up. Ashul, Jijin Sompe? It's time for dinner. Everyone's here. Let's go. Irina nods while still hugging the stuffed, boosted gear scale male. Cute room, by the way. I walk out of the room as she begins to scream at the realization. I wait outside while chuckling to myself. After a few seconds of loud sounds coming from her room, Irina stumbles out, and I catch her. I know I said she called us, but no rush. Irina. Ah, yeah. Thanks she gets off me, and we quickly go back down. All the while I felt a hand on my sleeve. Cute angel. I heard good things from Rosweiss-chan, but to think it's this wonderful. Thank you for this, Jean, Grafia, Lisa says while enjoying her meal. We were all eating dinner well, nearly all of us. Azazel took his share and went back up to chill. He said he'd come back down when we're all done, right? Jean and Grafia are great at cooking. Rennie also gave me a little praise. I shot her a smirk as she smiled back at me. I see Aquino try to say something, but stopped herself in the end and just quietly ate. What was that about? Constipation? Are you insane? What? It might be. Don't look at me like that. Oh, by the way, Jean, isn't your exhibition match coming up? Lisa briefly stops eating to ask me that. I nodded. Yeah, it should be in a few days. Why do you ask? Aren't you worried that you're exposing yourself to any potential enemies? No, it's not like they can do much. I also have Ignia was a double agent now, so I should receive some relevant information when the time comes. Lisa gives me a strange look, and I just shrug. She'll find out eventually. She doesn't ask me more about it, and resumes eating. We make idle chatter until we were done and all gathered in the living room. Azazel also came down on time, so we were ready for her explanation and probably calling Mephisto. Lisa decided she would stand in the middle of the room to address us. Rennie was also beside her. I don't know what they discussed, but it seems like she'll be helping her. Lisa glances at Rennie and nodded. She then makes a communication circle. Oh, Lavinia, I haven't heard from you in a little while. What can I do for you? Mephisto Fellis' voice came out of the communication circle. Hello, Chairman. I have some wonderful news to share with you. Wonderful news? And what might that be? The two look at each other, and then hello. Felice-chan? Elisa? Is that you, Lisa? What the where in the world have you been the last few years? Oh, just here and there, but I'm back. I'm actually here in the Japan with Rennie. Anyway, should I report back to you soon, or am I kicked out of Grauzauber? Mephisto was clearly shocked to hear his former top magician alive and well. Come to our headquarters in the state of California in the USA. I will give you detailed instructions as to where our base is at now and how to get there. I have a lot of questions for you. Sure thing you'll get going, then Ha is relaxed as always, huh? You certainly haven't changed all right. They'll see you soon. Rennie then dismissed the communication circle as Lisa chuckles to herself. She turns to Face and starts speaking. Where do I start? Well, from the beginning. Why did you randomly disappear? Why hide all these years? Why in the Norse realm? And why resurface now? Lisa asks no one in particular, but Azazel crosses his legs and stares at her seriously. I guess he's not our teacher or club advisor now, but the leader of the fallen angels. I guess you're right, Azazel-chan. Let's see, as you know, and Rennie will probably know, I love reading books, experimenting, and just gaining more knowledge. I may have dug a little too deep that time. Anyway, I found an old grimoire. It's called Satani Grimoire, and as you know, it's Rias interrupts Lisa while standing up in shock. Azazel's eyes were also quite wide as he stares at her in disbelief. Impossible. That book was meant to be lost. After the original Satans died, and Satan Sama himself, the grimoire of Satan, one of his most prized possessions, just vanished. Everyone else looks at her in surprise. Azazel nodded and continued for her. That's right. I heard it from Father a long time ago. Satan himself wrote it. It held many forbidden techniques, skills, information, and sacred text lost to the current world. You could say it's, in a way, Satan's diary. But if you read it, it's supposed to kill you. Azazel looks at Lisa in concern. Everyone else became even more shocked and was staring at Lisa like they were looking at a living ghost. Lisa nodded yes. That's what it was supposed to do to you. The knowledge I gained from opening that book and reading through it, it's a curse. I, myself, don't know how I'm not dead, but I researched more about it throughout the years, and I came to a conclusion. My lifespan may have been cut instead. As to why? I truly don't know. As to why I picked Asgard? That lake in Rosweiss-chan's home is quite special because of the fish and other factors. TF fish? Oh, other factors? Rose stuttered out confused and looked strangely at Lisa. The rest followed suit. Yes, as you know, Vidar changed how that lake works, as well as brought many fish around the world into it. It has its own ecosystem, only unique to it, he also imbued some of his powers into it, making them even more special. I used that. Over the years, I felt my own mana slowly being drained. This may have been the reason why I wasn't instantly killed. I had a large amount of it. It may have taken it as a substitute to my life force. Lisa frowns and looks to her side. However, over the years, as I mentioned, my mana has slowly been draining. I also felt that I couldn't regain much of it anymore. Every time it refills, I felt a large amount disappear. Once that dries up, my life force may be next. In living on borrowed time, now back to why I chose Asgard, and more specifically why Rosweiss-Chan's home. The fish, or the lake, is rich in many energies and also regenerative abilities. Now, normally it wouldn't just help me regain my mana, since I don't have divine energy like Vidar. So, I created a large magic circle around my home. That magic circle converted all those energies into a sort of filter for me to naturally regain my mana. So, I lived for the last few years gaining it back. However, it doesn't necessarily negate the initial amount of life I lost that day. At the very least, I delayed my own demise. But now I have enough to enjoy life a little more. I decided to re-enter the supernatural world. I may as well enjoy the little time I have now, right? Lisa smiles at us, but the room had become a little gloomy after finding out her reasons. That's a lot to take in. But you're one hell of a human to be able to live through that. I would wager you have to be at least ultimate class or higher with a large mana pool to survive it. Azazel says, and then looks at me. No, everyone was looking at me. Lisa became confused, and I just sighed. All right, I'll have a look. Since in a way, Grauzober and Grigori are already allied with one another, Lisa being Rennie's friend, I get up from my spot and stand in front of Lisa. She looked confused and stared back. Comptoir, analyzer. Comptoir, answer. Analyzing Lisa. Processing. Complete. Comptoir, answer. Lisa had an original lifespan of 172 due to many experiments, and she unintentionally increased her own lifespan. She had naturally high mana reserves, equaling to that of weak gods. As a result, that was her saving grace. Currently, and due to her efforts in preserving her life, she will die at the age of 47. She is currently in her 30s. The necklace around her neck is also connected back to her home in Asgard, as it helps regularly give her mana. I see. All right, let's remove whatever curse of that book is left in her and also increase her lifespan back to its regular one. Censurado, removing any and all impurities. Returning previous expected life, expectancy. Returning previous natural mana, reserves. Lisa's body started to glow purple, just like her. She became a little surprised, but when Rennie put a hand on her shoulder, she stopped panicking. She stood there waiting for it to die down. Censurado gave back your lifespan, and as well as your previous mana reserves. You can live your full life again, Lisa. Lisa stared at me dumbfounded. Rennie giggled beside her and hugged her. The rest behind me just sighed. Yeah, the typical day with me. I get it. I shrug and go back down to sit. Do I get a reward? Like a friendly hug, maybe? I sat down beside Natsum and Ingvild, and the hybrid gave me a warm hug. I am fine with this. Lisa starts to check for herself while conjuring up some magic circles and closing her eyes. This goes on for a full 2 minutes before she opens her eyes back up in total disbelief. How? Magic. Bonk. I was lightly hit by Natsum, and Azazel groaned. I mean, I can't just tell her, so I just shrug. Classified information, but just trust me on this. Whatever. Anyway, I'm going. I found out what I needed, and Gene did his Gene thing. Anyway, go report to Mephisto as soon as you can, Lisa. You'd just get your full life back, and probably some extras knowing this guy. I summoned something from my inventory and threw it at Azazel. He reflexively caught it and looked back at me in annoyance. It's those pills that made you feel like you slept a month. You can't replicate it, so don't go using them up. There's like 300 of them. Cooking now, that's what I'm talking about, Gene. I can experiment and research for as long as I want. They'll put a good word in for you, for Penemu. That wasn't my intention, you know. Azazel then teleported away, looking like a child that just got his birthday present. Ada, I appreciate the help, Gene, truly. However, why? I turned to look back at Lisa and shrugged. You're Rennie's friend and colleague. Also, Grigori and Grausauer were already in an alliance, so I thought, why not? Also, after hearing that story of yours, I felt bad. Opening a book only to lose your lifespan? I mean, we're lucky that you didn't outright die. Yes, that's the reason. No other one. I reassure myself as I lean closer to Ingvild for comfort. I felt her gently stroke my hair. Era, is that so? Thank you. Lisa thanks me again, but I also felt her gaze still on me. He's just like that, hee. Jean can flip a switch from being mature to immature in an instant. From spoiling us to us spoiling him. Anyway, Lisa, shouldn't you go, Mephisto? He did say he wanted to speak with you. All right, but will you come with me, Rennie? Mephisto also said you hadn't gone back to Grausauer in a while. I don't mind. Shall we go then? It should be morning in the USA. I move away from where I had been resting beside Ingvild and sit back up. Rennie had come up to me, and we shared a quick, friendly greeting. Lisa tried to tease her, but she wasn't really affected by it. The two of them teleported away. Not too long after, Gasper and Kiba left for their own home. The rest of the night, we just relaxed and waited for Rennie's return. Next day, Rennie and Lisa were still gone, but Rennie did call me, saying she'll be back later on tonight. She and Lisa were basically hounded because they had been gone for quite a bit of time. So, they'll be staying there for a little bit. It was Friday. Normally, most students would be looking forward to this day, but I was skipping while my avatar was going to school for me. I did promise Valerie and Ingvild to go on a date with them, and I chose today as it. I don't think we can go to all those places today, since we're limited to just one day, but we can probably get to 2 places. So, Tir na Nog and Land of Heroes and Giants? I turn to face the two of them. Ireland's weather should be colder, so they've dressed appropriately. They had bought these clothes not too long ago. Both of them were wearing long coats. Ingvild's was light purple with crowns and flowers as design patterns. Valerie's was red and brown. Both were wearing blue jeans. Valerie was red and yellow Converse, while Ingvild wore black Ugg boots. I had enchanted them already, so they could even wear those in the desert, and they'd be kept cool. Since I also needed to fit the part, so we wouldn't make people look weirdly at me, I wore brown long coat, black jeans, and black sneakers. You sure like the color black, partner. I guess, so maybe it carried on from past me? Or because of my outer god form? I mean, Connor did say I was a massive black dragon or something. Comptoir. Answer. I did say you have an outer god form, but I never said what you looked like. However, you may be able to theorize your appearance through your wings. Black. Blue, and with streaks of gold and red? Well, whatever, it'll probably try to transform into that in the future. You guys ready? Do you want to go to Cranside for dinner? Before we do you want me to directly teleport to Tir na Nog, or we jump down? Valerie looks at me unamused, and Ingvild became confused. Is there a difference? No, but it would be fun we are teleporting there directly. Valerie stated firmly, making me chuckle. Yes, ma'am. I would have liked to see Ingvild's reaction and us just jump off the edge of a cliff, though. Sure. Tir na Nog, we had teleported in the middle of the busy and bustling streets of Tir na Nog. We did a few locals recognize Valerie and I, so they stopped to greet us. Oh, it's Jean, welcome back. Hello, we're just here to visit and check up on you all. I greet one of the locals. She smiles and nodded before going back to what she was doing. It was Ingvild's first time here, so she was looking around the place eager to see what it's like. Valerie was already hugging my left arm, and I urged Ingvild to follow us, making her hug my other arm. We go through the streets, and like earlier we were greeted by the locals. I even bought a few of the things that were being sold by their stalls. They were mainly vegetables, fish, and other meats. I could use them to cook later. We quickly get through the small shopping district of Tir na Nog and come across the inn that we previously stayed in, and to my surprise, the same person who accommodated us was outside water the plants. She turned around to see us and became a little surprised. Oh, Jean and Valerie. You brought someone else here, huh? What's your name, miss? Ingvild, nice to meet you. I then call me Ian. I'm the owner of this little inn, if you hadn't noticed. Hee. Will you guys be staying here again? Valerie shakes her head. We're just here to check up on the situation on Tir na Nog, and it seems like it's been good. I'm glad. Ian gives her a thumbs up. Yep. Since that problem of ours was fixed, we've mostly gone back to being the same old, same old. Centurato, you're already on your way to having a pretty large group of close companions, you know? I want to deny that, Ian, but you know, right? Anyway, it's nice seeing you again, Ian. What are we going to Queen Mia then? Good luck with your business. I decided to move the conversation along and get going too. She gave us another thumbs up before going back into her inn. We started to walk away. She's certainly cheerful, yeah. She was like that even when this place was quite sad and gloomy. She's quite cheerful, which helped during that time, since she did make the other locals here a little happier. Ingvild makes a comment as we walk away, and she isn't wrong. Either we quickly reached the gates and entrance where the female guard were. They were a little surprised to see me, but I just waved to them, and they let us through. As we passed them, I summoned some water bottles and sandwiches for them. You seem to like doing that, partner. They do a boring job that can be dangerous once in a while. They deserve a little snack, Drake. Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, just making an observation. We quickly went through the small yard in front of us and into the building's entrance. Once through there, Aoife was by her reception area looking down and was busy writing on a bunch of documents. Hello, I call out to her. Hearing this, she looks up and her eyes widen. She quickly gets up from her seat and walks over to us. Jean, Valerie, and someone else, welcome back. Cinchuredo, we go towards the platforms we took from before. Valerie pointed some things out to Ingvild as she got on the platform. It then took us up quite quickly. Ingvild stumbled a bit as Valerie chuckled at her, making her a little pouty. We quickly reached the top and stepped off the platforms. Once there we walked forward, and I could feel a single person up here. We quickly reached the open doorway, and Queen Mia, there sitting on the throne while she held something in her hand, and she was looking at it intently. We walked forward, and I flared up my aura a little to get her attention. She became alarmed, and she looked towards our direction. Valerie, and I waved at her as she calmed down and smiled at us. Jean, Valerie, welcome back to Tir Na Nog. Is this one of your other companions? Ingvild, nice to meet you, Queen Mia. I nod, and Ingvild does a small bow. And to you, Ingvild, may I inquire as to why you are here? Jean, I'm on a date with these two. Valerie, and I wanted to check up on you guys and maybe have a small part of our date here. It seems like everyone's doing well, Mia. I see, and yes, thanks to your help back then. The last island has also flourished and a new village has sprouted there. However, we are still in the process of building it. I see, that's good. They're also already trying to make the last island habitable again. Huh? Should I offer some help? It shouldn't hinder us, since ITLL be quick. I glance at the two girls with me, and they were already looking at me with smirks. Am I becoming that easy to read to them? Yes, you weirdly helpful bastard. You know it's in his nature, Drake. I know, Queen Mia. I can help speed up the process if you want. What's left to do in the last island? But I insist. She tried to protest, but I quickly stop it. She sighs, closes her eyes, and thinks about it. She finally opens her eyes back up after a minute. Only a few houses were built there recently. We wish to make a few shops and other necessary buildings for it to be able to function normally. Of course, we also wish to have the tree that houses the Fountain of Youth. I see we'll go there after we check up on the other islands. We'll try to keep the design the same as here. She smiles at me and nods. Then please take this as a request, Jean. Sure thing. We turn around to leave. All the while I could feel her gaze upon my back. It felt like she wanted to speak to me more, so I summoned a piece of paper in front of her. My number, if you know how smartphones work, then you can text or call me. Thank you. Once we left the throne room, I teleported us to the first island. The island of Alana, the magical deer. Once there, Ingvild looked around. As per usual, she touches a few plants, and we watch her as she explores our immediate vicinity. When Russell come, kids, we're going to your stepfather's home. Yay! The same group of chicks, and a mother chicken came by. The father was not to be seen. Also, stepfather, huh? I guess even the world of chickens, their lives keep on going. More chicken drama. I watched that Russell as I watched them go. I felt a familiar aura. I looked to where the rustling was as Ingvild looked over there too. Out came a blue and glowing deer. It was Alana. What a surprise to see you again, middleman. Has he come to visit Tir Na Nog? Yep, just here on a date and checking up your world. Ilana nods and stomps her hooves to create a small gust of wind. The leaves and bushes around her shake, and she looks back at us. One has been well. I trust that you have been too. I nodded as she walks over to me. I reach out toward her, but pause. She gives a small nod, and I rest my hand gently on her shoulder, feeling her warmth. It was normal. I was expecting it to be a little, I guess, strange or unique. But I guess it just glows, and that's it. But her fur was soft, and she seemed to enjoy the light stroking and petting I was giving her. She also gave Valerie and Ingvild to go ahead, and they also pat her. Is Aurelia doing well too? Yes. Aurelia has been speculating on your return. She will be delighted to see you two again. Is that so? Oh yes, this is Ingvild, by the way, one of my other companions. Nice to meet you. Ingvild. Call me Ilana, young hybrid. Ingvild seemed a little surprised, and I explained that Ilana can apparently tell the races of people. She nodded and gave Ilana a bit of praise. Anything new happen in this island? To my surprise, she nodded. Yes, once you helped with the dilemma of Oshin and Niev, this, and the Aurelia's island have become much richer in its soil. Perhaps Niev giving us one last blessing? I don't know how powerful she was, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Come, one will show you around. There are a few changes in the island. We walk around with Ilana again, with Ingvild, as she takes in the surroundings, and we do notice a few small changes. A few new groups of animals had formed, previous ones gone, and some still the same. The pond with the waterfall was also still there, but it seemed like more animals also made this their home. None of them attacked us before Ilana, but they did keep their distance. At the end of it, she brought us to the same tree branch bridge to go to Aurelia's island. Please do come again, Jean. One does not have many visitors. When I have time, then sure, Ilana. She nods and starts to walk back further into her island. I jump up, followed by the other two. Valerie had been telling Ingvild small pieces of information about Ilana's island, and now she's doing the same with Aurelia's. These two became strangely close friends. I don't know the reason, but I can only speculate. We eventually jumped off the bridge, and I started walking towards the tree where Aurelia stayed at. We quickly arrived there, and Aurelia was already waving at us. Hey, Aurelia, how have you been? Good. Very good. Since your alliance with the other Irish gods and that Gaelic alliance thing. We've been getting regular messages from Queen Titania and King Oberon through their phase. They have. That sounds good. It's better to be connected then. She starts to move around us. She pays particular attention to Ingvild and walks around her before nodding. She looks at me in nice company, Jean. Your friend is impressive. Valerie, you have a ways to go. While both girls become shocked and speechless at what Aurelia says. I wasn't expecting it either, since I didn't take her as someone so forward. I look at her strangely. Forgive me if that was rather blunt, but I was expecting Jean and Valerie to grow closer while you were gone. But it seems like he brought back someone else who he conquered. Anyway, nothing has changed here. While the soil around the entire island did become a lot richer, but that's about it. Why do you sound weirdly proud of that? She shrugs and looks at me blankly. When the world happened, did she have a psychotic break for being bored for too long? Oh, I did receive some new fruit, and they have grown well. Would you like to see? Seeing no problem with this, I nodded. Aurelia retreated back in her tree and was gone for a few minutes before finally returning. She was carrying a weight. Isn't that durian? I remember trying some out when a Filipino classmate brought some over before. Oh, you know this fruit? Aurelia asks. I nodded. Durian is native to Southeast Asia, growing in countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines. In some of these regions, it's referred to as the king of fruits. Ripe durian has a strong, recognizable aroma that some people find overwhelming. This is due to the presence of compounds like esters, aldehydes, and sulfurs. Hey, knowing a little bit about this stuff should help me as a cook, you know? The two girls were already used to this, but Aurelia was staring at me strangely before I explained myself. I see, interesting, very interesting. Would you two like to try it? The two look at each other before nodding. Before Aurelia would do anything, I snapped my fingers and it automatically got sliced in two halves, and the aroma hit everyone's noses. The two recoiled back. I didn't, since I expected it, but even Aurelia recoiled. That's certainly a strong smell, Valerie says, while Ingvild agreed with her. Just use your hands to eat it, pick it up, and just go for it. The two did as I said. They picked up the small chunks of durian and ate them. Their faces scrunched up, but in the end they both had pleasantly surprised expressions on them. Valerie was the first to go for another bite, followed by Ingvild. It's a unique taste, but once you like it or get used to it, it's quite good. I agree. Aurelia and I watched the two slowly but surely eat all of the durian. In the end, I gave them some drinks to wash it all down. They were satisfied with it. I didn't think I would in the end, but it certainly surprised me. Yes, I agree. Jean, can we get more? I mean, when we get home, sure. The others can try it for themselves, too. I agree with them. We hadn't eaten much variety lately, so this should shake things up. I glanced at Aurelia as she was shaking her head. The rest are still growing if they were ripe. I would have offered some now. I'm sorry. It's fine. Aurelia, thank you, though. We should get going. We're limited in time after all. She seemed a bit disappointed, but understood. I see. Well, please do come here again, Jean. Next time I will definitely have more durian ready. WL, if you need more, that is really? Then I look forward to them, Aurelia. Let's go fly over there instead of just teleporting. I thank Aurelia and then turn to my two dates. They agreed and spread out their wings. I summoned Divine, dividing, and flew up. We have goodbye to Aurelia before flying away. She seemed nice. I was caught a little off guard by her comment, though. Haha, the two of them blush after remembering Aurelia's words. We quickly approached the last island, and it had changed a little more than what Queen Mia said. There was not a docking area for boats and ships they used to get here. There were also some small camps built near the shores, but there were no signs of life there. They probably weren't working today. The rest of the things, there were unfinished buildings like what Mia said. We land on the island, and I quickly scan the entire area. I see the buildings here will more or less look like the ones in the main island. Since there's limited space, they'll keep them to small or medium in size. I point my right hand at the unfinished buildings, and with comptoirs' help, I quickly construct them into usable and safe buildings. These had red or white roofs with white walls, red doors, and glass windows. This is good practice. I'll be doing the same thing with Uwabami's in and probably my own shop in Kuo. The two girls watch me as I do this to the rest of the homes on the island. The ones I hadn't tackled were the businesses. I turned to Valerie and Ingvild. What do you guys think? How should I construct these shops? Valerie walks over to one and checks some of the signs. She picks one up and reads it out loud. This one says general goods, so I would make it a little bigger than some houses, add a few shelves and storage, back rooms, and other relevant things these shops are meant to have. General goods, huh? I nodded, and she puts the sign back down, then stepped away. I did the same thing to the general goods shop and had it constructed. The next few were a clothing shop, toys, and blacksmith. I hadn't noticed a blacksmith shop, so I wonder who'll be creating weapons for them. Next up is the tree with the fountain of youth in it. I quickly walked to it with the girls in tow, Valerie telling Ingvild about what had happened here, the story of Oshin and Tirna Nog. Safe to say Ingvild shed some tears for the pair. I didn't know she was the emotional type. I pat her head as she looked at me with some tears still present. Nothing like that will happen to us. Ingvild, don't worry about it. She nodded as we reached the tree. I looked back up, and some of the crystals were still off, and a few broken. I might as well fix those first, and then the rest. I aimed my hand up and fixed the broken crystals by reversing time on each of them. Once that was done, I did the same to the overgrown vines, branches, and leaves that were blocking the full view of the tree. Once the crystals started to glow, the area at the top was slowly illuminated. I turned my attention to the fountain of youth and cleaned that up. Next was the surrounding as the path was destroyed over time. Weeds, overgrown grass, and other debris was removed. I also added some floating glowing lights. And that's done. Anything else they wish to add, they can do so themselves since I don't know all the plans they have. There are more spots left to build, but yeah, when I turned back the two, we're looking around at the place in awe. Well, I guess when I do the same, it did look a lot different from the ancient-looking thing from earlier. So, next stop, the land of heroes and giants? Valerie shakes her head, confusing me. Let's go tell Queen Mia first. Don't just fix things and leave. Jean, all right. We then teleported back directly to Queen Mia's throne room. She was a little startled at our sudden appearance, but quickly composed herself. Jean, everyone, welcome back. How did it go? I nodded and summoned a hologram beside me. It showed what I had done and what else was left for them to do themselves, since I had no idea in what they had planned for them. Queen Mia seemed pleased with what I had shown her. Splendid work, Jean. However, I do not have your reward ready, yet I did finish it quite quickly. Don't worry too much about it, Queen Mia. Just let me stay the night for free if an inn is built on that island. Haha. Are you fine with that? Yeah, I am anyway. We have one more place to go to before we finish our date. So, if you'll excuse us, Mia. Oh, of course. Thank you again, Jean. Slank chug it. I wasn't expecting some Irish here, you too. Queen Mia, good health to you too. She waved us goodbye as we left for our next destination. The land of heroes and giants. We haven't been gone for too long, but it feels like it changed, as if it's more relaxed. Valerie comments as we stood in the streets of Tlohag. The streets were as bustling with life as ever. Even the same street vendors were still here. So many tall people, haha. Yeah, even I feel small here. Humans and giants of all varying sizes walked around us as we made our way back to the castle-like structure of the place. It was a long way away, so we were walking at a rather quick pace. I felt a lot of eyes on me since my match with Sarorg was soon. I was briefly stopped by some of them, and they asked me to sign some merchandise they had. I didn't mind and did so. I was mostly called the Dual Dragon Emperor. I guess they just see me as both now, huh? Cuckoo. Hoo. You two are way too happy about that title. Just to remind you, we're also called the Twin Dragons, you know? After a few more minutes of walking and signing, we finally reached the drawbridge. The guard saluted me and quickly opened the bridge. I guess I didn't even need to say anything. I did the same things to these guys as I did to the guards in Tir na Nog. Once we entered the gates, we come across Syria. She seemed a little surprised to see me. Sir Jean, Lady Valerie, welcome back. You brought a new companion. Are you here to have an audience with the royal family? Yeah, they're not busy, are they? We're just here to check up on them and Siobhan. So if they're busy, Syria smiles and shakes her head. No, they're not. Please follow me. We start walking to the throne room and followed Syria relatively quietly. Ingvild was mostly intrigued by the world, and so she took everything in. Is Siobhan doing all right? Is she adjusting well after being, kidnapped? Yes, she is. Princess Siobhan is still quite young, so her fear was mostly erased and replaced with the fact that the middleman came to rescue her. Really? I thought she would be a bit traumatized. I mean, she was kidnapped and was threatened to be killed. Siobhan also looks like she's old enough to understand some of the world, But hell, what do I know? For all I know, she could be a pretty strong-minded and willed kid. We reached the door, and Syria pushed it open. The ones in the room were the king, queen, and princess. No one else was there. Excuse me, King Dara, Queen Isabella, Princess Siobhan. Sir Jean has arrived. Oh, welcome, Jean. Siobhan interrupted her father as she got up from her mother's lap to run towards me. She basically jumped towards me expecting a hug, so I bent down to catch her. You came back. Yes, I did promise to. Have you been well? Yes. She answered quite energetically while hugging me. I hugged her back gently. Both king and queen were looking at us with fond expressions. I picked her up and carried her. Sorry for randomly barging in like this. I wanted to check on all of you. I also promised this little princess I would come back to visit. I can't stay too long, though. Forgive me, Siobhan. She seemed sad at the fact, but nodded her head. She's quite understanding. I rewarded her by lightly ruffling her hair. That made her giggle. It's fine, Jean. We did not have anything important to do today. Welcome back to our world. I take it that you have been well? Yes, I have. I'll assume so for all of you too. He nodded in confirmation. Queen Isabella did so too. By the way, what happened to the rebels? They have been imprisoned, and they're in special prison blocks that prevent the use of magic, so they won't be able to escape. Jacob has been sentenced to death. He will be executed in a few months' time. I made sure to distract Siobhan while we spoke about that by showing her small tricks with light constructions on my free hand. But sentenced to death, huh? I mean, he did help them, and even nearly told them to I look at Siobhan and frown. She's 12. That's just messed up? I see. So, he's just getting his comeuppance. Yes. Let us move on from this heavy conversation, shall we? What will you do after this, Jean? Oh, we will also be showing your exhibition match here in our world too. King Dara quickly moved the conversation as it was a little depressing to talk about. Well, seeing as how we spent a bit of time in Tir na Nog, and now here, since we were stopped multiple times by my air fans, we'll be going back to Ireland and starting or continuing our date there. Ha! You stopped your date to check in on us? Well, we shouldn't interrupt you any longer now, shall we? Siobhan, honey, come here. Siobhan, while reluctant, nudged me to let her down, and I did so. She then scurries back to her parents. Thank you for checking up on us, Jean. We truly do appreciate it. However, do go out there and enjoy your day. We may ask for your future assistance in a certain island, rising once more. They're rebuilding it? I wasn't expecting that. I nodded to King Dara as he smiled at me. I see. Well, we'll get going then. You know how to get that request to me, so just go through those channels. Yes, I will. Good day to you, Jean. Ireland, Dublin, HA. We certainly spent quite a bit of time there. When we got back to Dublin, it was around 4 in the afternoon. Don't worry about it, Jean. I enjoyed myself. We also got to see how they've been. It was reassuring to see them well. I haven't been here before, so I enjoyed it a lot. But I do hope I can come back here with you in the future. Both girls say while hugging my arm. Is that so? Then thank you for being so understanding anyway. Let's get this started. We had grabbed a quick bite at a nearby McDonald's. Yes, that's the knockoff of this world, so McDonald's is universal. Huh. They even have them in Ireland. There's another one across the street, yeah. I'm pretty sure there are multiple ones in the city, and they're always crowded even before and after rush hour or lunch. We were walking around as we ate our small snack. Valerie was silently eating her food while holding my hand. Ingvild was a little bit ahead of us while looking around the city. She's been quite curious today. That's the same in Japan, so it's fine, but this city sure is crowded. It's a weekday, but there are still a lot of people. There's also so many shops everywhere I look. I wasn't expecting this at all. There's also the fairy tree and the Dublin Spire. They're all so interesting. The two on them comment on anything they see. Valerie has been here in the past, but she didn't get a chance to look at anything. So, in a way, it's still a new experience for the both of them. We go around O'Connell Street window shopping and going into shops that interested the two. We were in a random clothing shop as the girls seen something they like at the window, and so we went in. The staff there saw me with those two and were giving me strange looks, while the women were. The guys gave me nods of approval. I followed them as they went around picking and choosing clothes off the racks and shelves. Jean, stand here and wait for us. We were in front of the changing rooms, as Ingvild says that. I nodded, and the two disappeared into the changing room. 2 staff members came by. Cinchuredo, he goes into a weird fit of giggling, and the woman there just rolled her eyes. Polyamory relationships? God, the youth today is unhinged. Where are the days of just 2 people being in a relationship? The male staff looks at the woman and gives her a really judgmental look. I mean, anyone is free to choose what they want out of life, so I don't see how this is your problem, lady. It's becoming a thing, the same with being gay, Maya. Like literally Kevin is gay, and Grace is pansexual. The two started to argue as I just ignored it and waited for the both of them to come out. A few seconds later they do, and they were wearing some cute clothing, though they did shiver a little. I gave them both a thumbs up. Looking good, you too. Do you want to buy them? They both nodded and then went back in. This repeats a few more times, and the 2 staff behind me had fallen silent. The last time they went back and spoke to me again. Damn man, those 2 are a catch. I know. I'm pretty lucky. He pats me on the shoulder, signaling his approval. The female staff member didn't say anything until who the hell are you marrying first then? We're a bit too young for that. Also none of your business. Lady, she just scoffs at me and starts to walk away. I hear a heavy sigh beside me. Don't mind her. She's just unpleasant most of the time. Anyway, come and counter when you're ready. Yeah, thanks. The girls come out with the clothes they want to buy, and we go up to pay. The lady that was with me earlier avoided us and was whispering something to someone else who was rolling their eyes. I guess she's not that popular here. Huh? How will the hiring process in your restaurant go? Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe I should consult Zioticus, Graphia, or something with experience in that field. Using observe on someone can only go so far. Who knows? Let's just wait and see, partner. You do have Rossweiss and Ine as staff already. Kenami might join in the future too. Yeah, they'll keep that in mind. We left the store and started to walk around aimlessly until I suggest we go to Phoenix Park. Oh, I heard from Aquino about that. I actually wanted to go there, and Ingvild explains to Valerie what it was, and they were in agreement. So off we went. On the way there, I had Kuntuar book a reservation of 3 in the fairy tree. We took a bus there and got off at the stop. It's not as crowded as the city. Yeah, most tend to stay there on weekdays. You'll see more people here on the weekend or when the weather is good. Today is just the typical weather for Ireland, cloudy, and with a chance of rain. Time slowly passed by in a blink of an eye as we kept on exploring Phoenix Park. We met a few locals and random people who stopped us for a chat. Most of them were older folks, so they had plenty of time on their hands. Cran sighed, "This is the second time I've been here, so hopefully that rude waiter isn't working tonight," I said that as we walked up multiple flights of stairs. The girls were looking at everything inside, since it's the fancier places in Dublin. Once we reached the top, into the restaurant's entrance, the two guards from the same time I went here with Aquino looked at me in surprise. "Sup, lads? Is Rude McGee working tonight?" They look at me, then to each other before chuckling to themselves. "No, he isn't. He actually got fired for being rude to a lot of customers. He got it coming in my seat, good. Anyway, excuse us." They nodded and opened the door for us. I tell the girls of what happened last time, and they just shook their heads. "That's quite judgmental of him," Valerie says with a small frown. I wave a waiter down, and it seems she recognizes me. I show her the reservation made, and she takes out to our seats. It was a table for 4, but since there were 3 of us, they modified it. How convenient. She came back and gave us menus to order from. The two were obviously shocked at the price and look at me. I tell the waiter that we'll order in a few minutes. She nods and leaves. "You know, we can afford these, I know, but still they're quite expensive. I don't even know some of these things on the menu. What do you recommend, Jean?" I get up and go to their side. I tell them a point of things that may try ordering, and I'll tell them about it. This goes on for a few minutes until they picked what they wanted. I wave to the waiter, and she comes back to us, and we order our food. But still, this place looks quite fancy, huh? I think it's on par with the restaurant below the Tower of Heaven in the Greek god's realm. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I think the food over there is a little better than the ones here. Maybe I just like Greek food? Ingvild was confused, and Valerie explained to her, "I would like to go there in the future. Well, I do plan on going to Greece and then to the Egyptian mythology, so if you want, you can come with me." Ingvild nodded and then looked at Valerie, but she shook her head. "Someone else wants to go with you. We know your plans with Egyptian mythology." Someone? I wonder who. I asked Valerie, but she says she can't say. They want to ask me themselves. I see. I don't mind the wait. I wonder who. Eventually our food came, and we thank her before digging in. Irish food. How I miss you. If I could choose what to eat in my home, would be eating Irish food for at least 4 times a week, but Grafia will probably not like that. Or the other girls, we chatted about random things as we ate our food. The girls were also surprised in how good it was. "Jean, I know. We'll make these in the future too." Happy with my answer, Ingvild continued to eat. I could feel some of the staff looking at us. Man, they like gossiping, huh? We also ordered some desserts, so when we finished our main course, they cleaned our table and brought out traditional Irish apple cake. I missed this. I took a bite and sighed in satisfaction. I love apple cake. I should try other apple cakes around the world and then make them a stable dessert in my restaurant. A genius idea, Jean. Jean has a dangerous glint in his eyes. What's he thinking about? I look back up to see the two of them giggling to themselves. Geez, can a guy be excited to himself? I chuckle and tell them my thoughts. They both gained thoughtful looks, but agreed with my thinking in the end. Wait, Jean. You mentioned before that you didn't have a menu written up for your restaurant, right? Oh yeah, I don't. Why? Valerie asked me. She looks at Ingvild. The two of them communicating to each other without saying anything. Ingvild then nodded. They both looked back at me. Then will you take some suggestions? I nodded. So they proceeded to tell me what kind of things they'd want to see in my menu. They were interesting suggestions. I agreed with a few, others were a little too out there. But I did take note in the ones that I would like in the menu. We ate our dessert while talking about my future menu for my restaurant. We eventually finished, and I paid the bill using my black card. We left through the entrance, and I tipped the guards $500 each. They were quite happy with it. Seeing as how Aquino and I ended our date at the observation deck, I did the same with Ingvild and Valerie. Once we were up there, they quickly broke away and looked around the place. Nothing had changed, and there were a few people here, including the restaurant from earlier. I go over to the front and take in the view of Dublin. The girls eventually join me too, satisfied with checking out the place. Sorry if this date felt a little underwhelming. You kind of just accompanied me when I went to the supernatural part of it. Jean, we asked you to bring us there. Also, you don't need to make every date over the top or extravagant. The point of it is to spend some quality time with the person you love, and I would assume Valerie thinks the same way. I agree with Ingvild. I enjoy myself, Jean. Is that so? Then thank you. Did I make my other dates before extravagant? I don't think so. Aquino was in Dublin, Kuroka in Hokkaido, Rossweiss in Kyoto, Chiron in Kuo, Natsum in Shigian, and now you two in Dublin. No, I've been relatively normal poke, stop overthinking anyway. We should go home. Ima beat Dirth. Ingvild says, and Valerie agreed. Yeah, all right. Let's go choo-choo. They each take a turn to kiss me, and I hear a few people around us going whoa or something along those lines. I chuckle and also kiss them back before going back home. Mistress, do you think we should join the Gaelic Alliance? Even Kana Kludmer has resurfaced, and some rumors express that she may join it too. First goddess, Danu resurfaced, and now Kana Kludmer. This new dual dragon emperor and middleman has been making quite a ruckus around the supernatural the last few months. Even his match against the devil will be shown in certain groups. I do not know yet, however, we're not that influential anymore, Afe. I do not doubt that my opinion won't be taken seriously. We also have some unsavory guests that have been loitering around our home. TCH, those guys, who the hell are they? Only one culprit comes to mind, Afe. Cow's Brigade? Should we inform the Alliance then? They're most likely monitoring our movements. If we do, they may try harming our citizens. We can only hold out for now. The middleman has shown that he's interested in going to different realms of factions and pantheons. You're putting our world and citizens in his hands. Then my queen? If what he says does stay true, then we may get his help in the future. Afe looks to her side and nods. I will go with what you say, as the queen of our realm and the progenitor of Halloween, and my personal savior. I will follow your orders. Thank you, Afe. Personal savior. You're the rival of Skathack, Afe. You challenged her and her student Ku Chulin in the past to a duel to the death. But I came across you and saved you. You detested me for a few years. But now look at you. Afe looks at me strangely before I shake my head. Halloween isn't even celebrated everywhere around the world. It's limited to a few countries. My power and influence is limited. To call me the progenitor of the holiday. Nevertheless, let us stay vigilante. Centuredo Kuo Jean skyward, only a few more days left until my match with Sarorg, and I feel like a lot of people have been contacting me. We can communicate via communication circles, texts, or even phone calls. It was still the same day, and I had come back home after my date with Ingvild and Valerie. It was around 11 at night, though, and most of the girls were tired asleep, some were still awake. I was on the top floor of my home, just looking out at the town of Kuo. HAA. I felt someone's presence behind me, and I turn around. I see that Aquino had come up here. She was in a light nightgown, and she approached me and then hugged me. I hugged her back. Aquino? Is something the matter? Can't sleep? She just shakes her head against me and doesn't say anything. The thing back during dinner with Lisa, and now, this what's up with her lately? We stay like that for a few minutes until Aquino finally looks up. Am I clingy? Clingy? I mean, aren't most teenagers like that? I don't exactly blame you for being this dependent on me, but you aren't that clingy, though. That's me being biased. And also, I don't mind it. I mean, maybe. If I take a step back and observe from someone else's viewpoint, then yes, maybe. Why do you ask, Aquino? Grafia brought Rennie and I for a little talk and said we may be a little clingy to you, and that's why you've been watching what you do and say. I finished her sentence for her. She nodded. I see it was Grafia. I guess she feels responsible since she does help me with the sleeping schedule, and she's one of the eldest in the group. I mean, I do kind of agree with what she said, but I'm still a teenager, you know? You're my first and last love, and I never plan on leaving your side. I even became immortal. Centuredo. Underworld Bale, territory, Sarorg Bale. Sarorg? Are you not tired enough to sleep yet? I had been standing looking at the Underworld's moon, and it was nighttime. Jean mentioned to me before that he liked gazing at the sky, whether it be night or day. There is beauty in looking at the moon, and you can also clear your mind when doing that. I can understand why he likes doing it. I heard my mother's voice from behind me, and I turned around. She was already in her nightgown, and she walks over to me. I will be heading to bed soon, Mother. Is that so? Please do. Sleep is essential after all. She says so, and we silently stare up at the sky together. However, She then continues, Sarah, are you worried about your match with Jean? I shake my head and look at my right hand as it trembled. No, I'm looking forward to it. I asked him for this because I want to test myself and help him. Helping, do you mean? I nodded. While subtle, I noticed something wrong with Jean while at the gathering of the Youth Devils. We bumped fists, and I knew something was off. I tell Mother of what had happened that day and my concerns. I had an inkling feeling when he came over the day before. He seemed a little rigid. I only met him for a brief time, but I could tell that much. Mother said, with a thoughtful look, yes, that is why I asked him for this match. I can only rely on my fists and this body of mine, and there are questions and doubts that can be answered through battle. I believe I can help Jean in my own way. You are a kind child. Sarah, I am proud of you. I do hope you get through Jean. Yes, I hope so too, she nods before leaving. Mother, what is your opinion on Jean? I know most of my peerage respect him, and I believe Keisha is slowly gaining more affection for him. Cinchuredo, I thought you went to sleep? I went over to your room, but you weren't there. And then I passed by Miss Lasuma, so she told me of your whereabouts. I see Silvatila Stolas. I met her early in my teenage years. I was desperately training to achieve power. It was quite challenging to get along with her at first, but I could see through her facade, and she was actually quite kind on the inside. She cares deeply for her servants and family. She truly wants to bring her clan back for where they are. However, if she marries me, then she will need to leave her clan, so we're holding that off until her little sister becomes older. Your match is soon. Yes. Do you think you stand a chance against Jean Sama? No. This prompted her to look at me in shock, so I turned around and smiled at her. I challenged Jean, knowing full well I won't win. However, I want to see how far I have come, and I also want to help a friend. I did not expect it to gain so much traction beyond the underworld. Now most of the supernatural world will be watching our exhibition match. After that, along with my peerage, will have our rating game against Rias. I will be putting my dream on the line against Rias. Yes, knowing Jean and his powers, this may end quite quickly, but seeing as how massive this event has become, he may try holding back to make it more entertaining. I will not fault him for that. However, I expect him to put in some effort. Do you think you'll win against your cousin? I am unsure. However, I will go all out from the start. So will my peerage. No more words were said, and we headed back to my chambers for the night. Japan, Kuo, Ko, Academy, Jean, Skyward. Next day, we were in the club room after school, and we were busy preparing for the culture festival. Rias had given everyone orders, and everyone was doing their own part. Having decided to turn our maid cafe into a full-fledged ghost house, we decided to add more elements to it. At the start, you'll go through a fortune-telling room. Then you'll walk through the haunted house section, and then finally the maid cafe. You'll also be given fun facts and trivia about the occult as you eat and have some drinks. Just to unwind, I had to persuade Sona to let some yukai help us in this case, since most of us will be working at the cafe portion. I will have Shala as the fortune teller, my shadows as some of the ghosts, and the yukai, of course, and finally us, the occult research club, manning the cafe. Sharon and Grafia will be helping with the cafe, too. I will temporarily have Antares help Yasaka in Yurikyoto for that day. The girls were currently making the costumes. I had offered to just, snap them into existence, but was lectured. They said it was to make it more memorable and meaningful, so they can remember it fondly over the years. The girls were also responsible with the interior design for both the fortune-telling room, haunted house, and cafe. We the guys were responsible for building it all up. We were the manpower here. Gasper was tasked to go and buy supplies with Asia and Rose. This left Kiba and I to get started on the construction part. Azazel, Griselda, and Rose were meant to be in a teacher meeting, but with the help of Lisa, she got to help us instead. All right, Lisa also unofficially joined us as part of the club. Another advisor in a way, though. She just comes here to hang out and relax. Is that okay, Kiba? Yes, please hold it there. Kiba and I were making some wooden signs and other miscellaneous items for the front of the old school. Signs like "Welcome to the Occult Mansion" and whatever else is in store for them. With that in mind, it seems like Akino's parents and Suzaku will be present at the festival. The same with Ria's parents, though I don't know who can make it. If not, then Surzex and Astery may come instead. Tobio also texted me and said that Team/Dog may try coming over if they don't get mission on the day or if they are not busy with other things. They work at what's called the Black Dog. It's a bar made by Azazel, and it's 2 stops away from Kuo. Team/Dog's office building is also there. Natsum and Rini used to work there too, but since they moved in with me, they no longer do. The same with Shigeon. However, according to Tobio, Sae and Ajamu have taken their spots, and they work there too. There were also others who hinted that they may try coming like Ain, who said Shed try to drag Goddess Dana with her. Hestia said she'll come with Hephaestus, and also the historical trio of Benkei, Yoichi, and Yoshitsun may be present here too. By the way, Jean Senpai, do you know Daihauser Belial? Kiba looked at me, and I nodded. Only by name, though. He's the rating game champion, right? He has the moniker the Emperor and uses his clan's trait quite efficiently. It's called Worthless, I believe. Yes, that's right. He's ranked first in the official rating game, the current champion, and he's also the head of the House of Belial. He has been called a natural monster since the House of Belial was formed. He is also a true king of the rating game, as he has been standing at the top for a very long time. And yes, one of his more well-known monikers is Emperor Belial. Kiba continues. Rankings 20 and below are said to have a power on a totally different level, and if you were in top 10, you would even be called a hero. Among them, ranks 5 and below are said to be unmovable. They have been standing in the top positions where they haven't moved their ranks for a long time. Especially the 3rd-ranked Bediza Baden, the 2nd-ranked Roygun Belphegor, and the 1st-ranked Daihauser Belial. They are ultimate class devils among ultimate class devils who have the power equal to the current Satans. Despite this, all 3 of them are said to not intervene unless a war were to break out on a large scale. They have been researched due to the game's traits, and they are spoken well of by others. They are called the results born due to many matches. HAA Kiba, while Daihauser Belial is the real deal. Both 2nd and 3rd are using the king pieces to boost their powers, while they may equal Falbium, now not Seraphol, since she's basically a dragon god class being, and certainly not a Juka or Surzex. Even with Roygun's reasons for loving the game, they are still cheaters. She's still cheating, and when the truth comes out, she'll be exiled by her clan. We could say the same thing to everyone here, even if you do reach the top 3 to fight against any one of them. You should have a reasonable chance at winning. All that matters now is tactics, strategy, and experience. You guys have some of that, especially in the last 15 years. Of course, they have more years on you, but you've fought stronger and more experienced as opponents in there. Yes? Yes, from the Electa, the 2 heavenly dragons, Scathack, and the monsters. The Grimory Peerage have fought a lot of different beings the last 15 years. Hell, it should be 20 if we add the first 5. But for now, focus on the match against Sarorg. I mean, I have to fight him first, right? I'm going to reveal some secrets, so make sure to watch. Kiba only chuckled at what I said, and we jumped back to working on the signs. We did this for the rest of the day until night came around and we headed home. Jean's Soul Dragon Blaster. Boom. Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. Change Star Sonic. Everyone was watching me, giving me tips from time to time while I was in my soul and seeing how fast I could change forms for a legal move Triana. I will be accompanying the Grimory Peerage to the underworld to a certain part of the Grimory territory. We'll be conducting an interview to hype fans up even more. I swear they're so meticulous about this using my natural speed and the one I get for night form. I zoomed around my soul creating small tornadoes. Mode change. Welsh Draconic Rook. Change Solid Impact. I punched the ground and the entire place rumbled. Once I was done, I sighed and reverted back to my base form of my balance breaker. The transformation is near instantaneous, so I won't have a problem with doing that against my match with Sarorg. So that's your Triana thing, huh? It looks cool. Velgrind came over to me and started peering curiously at my armor. I haven't used it in here now that I think about it. She's only seen it when watching from my soul. Yeah, those were the bishop, knight, and rook forms. My base is basically the pawn form. What about the queen form then? She asks and tilts her head. I look at her, then to everyone else who just look to their sides pieces of I inwardly sigh. I'm saving that for my match against Sarorg. It will be better to make its debut during that time, right? If you say so, Jean. My relationship with Velgrind had become quite casual over the years. I mean, nothing substantial, but it's a step towards the right direction. We had a few bonding moments, but like I said, nothing happened. The way you're hyping it up, partner, I want to see it now. I don't even know how it would look like Drake. I'm also still iffy about the chant, but whatever happens, well happens. I exited my scale mail and joined the others with Velgrind. We spent the rest of the night talking about random things. Most of it was Drake blabbering about a show he's been watching called SVU Law Order. The title sounded familiar. He even told me to Google SVU forehead guy on my phone and then started laughing like a psycho and nearly peed himself. Everyone was just mostly confused. I kind of understood at underworld Grimmery territory, the Grimmery Peerage, and I were in a high-class restaurant located within the Grimmery territory. We came here after cutting our preparation for the festival short. I was standing by in a changing room with Kiba and Gasper. We had to get dressed for this, since it was an interview after all. The girls also had their own changing room. In the room, there was expensive furniture, as well as a fridge stocked with snacks and beverages. Kia and I were wearing full suits for the occasion, while Gasper was wearing dress. I mean, more power to him, I guess. Or did Coriana ask him to do that? He had already eaten some since he was a little nervous. I mean, you can't get used to being interviewed or even being on live television, especially if you've only done it a few times. I certainly haven't because it just feels weird. The interview will be held in the second floor of this building. Both Grimmery and Bale peerages will be present, of course. I will also be there. I'll go check on them. The two nodded before going back to what they were doing. I stroll over to their door and knock on it. I announce that it was me and I walk in. Everyone was there, including Rose. Now how is she here? I mean, I did say she was my secretary, but I meant for the restaurant, not as me, the middleman, and Red, I mean Dual Dragon Emperor, looking good. They were all wearing dresses that suited them, and they all looked gorgeous. As I entered the room, I closed the door behind me. Asia and Rose were by the mirrors and murmuring to themselves like, will this be okay? And does it look good or it doesn't? It looks like we're all ready. Rias, do you know who's going to be interviewed first? I think both our peerages will be, and then to you, but I may be wrong. She answers me, and I nodded. Finally, the door opened, everyone. It's almost time. I nodded and left to go get Kiba and Gasper. While on the way to the interviewing room, we encountered a certain individual. Ria Senpai, Jean Senpai, and the rest of the club. Hello. It was Saji, and he was also dressed up in a tuxedo, but he looked really uncomfortable as he kept on tugging at the bow on his neck. Hey Saji, are you here for your own interviews? Yes. We'll have our own along with the Agar's peerage. We'll be having our match at the same time as the Grimmery peerage. It's unfortunate that it didn't get as much attention, though. Saji sighed in defeat. It couldn't be helped. These guys are monsters now, and your match with Seek Vera is mostly about tactics and strategy. The people watching my match in Rias are kids and teenagers who are interested in seeing the Lion King, Big Dragon, and Crimson Hair Princess. Jinchuru-kun, let's get moving. ITLL be problematic if we're late. Excuse us, Rias Senpai, Jean Senpai. One of the bishops of Sona's peerage, Momo Hanakai, came and started to drag Saji away. She also had makeup on and was wearing a fancy dress. Wait. Don't plume. We'll see you guys soon. Say hi to Sona for us. As I said that they finally turned a corner. Power versus power for the Grimmery and Bale, while it's tactics versus tactics with the Agars and Citri. Both the kings are smart as hell, so ITLL be an intense match in its own right. After meeting Saji, we continued on our way. We finally arrived at a large hall where the interviews will be held at. Once we did, it seems like the Grimmery team and the middleman has arrived. There was a huge round of applause following the announcement. It also seems like the Bale team was here as Sarorg smiled confidently at both Rias and I. Above the seats in the hall was a curtain with devil letters that said Sarorg Bale versus Jean Skyward and Sarorg Bale versus Rias Grimmery. We take our seats. Rias sat in the middle of Kino to her right, and I was to her left. On the Bale side, Sarorg was in the middle, Keisha to his right, and Regulus, who still had his rob, on his left. Sarorg was already exuding a lot of fighting spirit, and Rias responded in kind. This got the crowd riled up. Both of them had pretty serious faces on them. Behind me were the rest of the peerage. I glanced back to see Gasper looking over to the other side and Corianna waving at him. He also waved back at her. He sees me and I smirk at him, making him blush. Since everyone is here, I would like to start the press conference. As the host said quite excitedly, the press conference began. He wanted to start with the Grimoire and Bale rating game, so basic information about the game's outline, the date, and such was explained to us by the host, and after that, he asked the opinions of both King S of Rias and Serorg. They both held themselves in high regard and answered the questions from the host with elegance and with no hint of doubt. I sat there quietly as the host asked everyone else some questions pertaining to their thoughts in the upcoming game. Finally, it was the more or less tense part of the interview. Then the crowd asked everyone some questions, some from themselves or the fans they had. The girls in both peerages were quite popular, so they were asked many questions by the men. Hi Majima-san, is it true that you're one of the middleman's close companions? Yes, I am. Aquino answered honestly. She also said it quite seriously. The male reporter who asked that, his mouth twitched, but he nodded in the end. Kiba was also asked some questions by the female, since he was quite popular with him. Gasper, he was asked by both. He had fans from both sides after all, and the guy actually answered them calmly and professionally, albeit in girls' clothing, but it seems like they understand he likes cross-dressing, so they didn't ask about it. Finally, the host turns to Serorg, then to me, and nodded. I would like to ask, Serorg-sama, why did you ask the middleman, Jin-sama, to a one-on-one exhibition match? Serorg and I look at one another, and both nodded many months ago. When Jin's identity was still quite obscure, I heard from Surzek's Lucifer-sama that there was a person who was taking requests from the three factions. So I visited him personally and asked if he could ask that person to help me. I will not go into too much detail, but he cured someone close to me of the sleeping disease, and I am forever in his debt. However, after that, I requested another thing from him, a short sparring match. The crowd started to murmur amongst themselves. A few gasped out of shock. Incredible, to be able to cure such a rare disease. The middleman shows no bounds. Serorg-sama, how did the sparring match turn out? Would it be reasonable to assume it was a close match? Serorg laughed and smiled confidently. Fwahaha. Unfortunately, no. I lost quite badly. Jin was holding back then and defeated me with a single punch. He even nearly killed me. The entire hall fell silent, as the only thing that could be heard was Serorg's laughter. I facepalmed and sighed. Jin, however, healed me straight away, and we forged a friendship from that day onward. That loss also motivated me to redouble my efforts in my training. My peerage also followed suit. We are twice as strong now. We are 3 times as strong than we were all those months ago. The reason I asked Jin for a match, in truth, it will be a rematch. I wish to see where I stand now. Will I lose as easily as I did back then? Or will I hold up longer? I will find out these answers once we clash again. Serorg says confidently and looks at me. In turn, everyone else did the same thing. Jesus Christ, I'm in the spotlight now. Say something that makes sense, Jin. I nodded. Yes, what Serorg said was true. I indeed helped cure someone close to him of that disease, and we did have a short sparring match. Over the months, we've become good friends, so I did not mind him asking for a rematch. I just didn't think it would get this much traction. Middleman San, a question. I look toward the reporter, who suddenly jumped up and shouted. I look at the host, and he gives the okay, so I gesture for him to continue. Will you be using the boosted gear or divine dividing during your match with Serorg Bale-sama? I will be using the boosted gear. Another reporter stood up. This time it was a woman. If I may, all of your goals of building strong relationships and finding peace have been mostly realized. However, who will you marry first? Have you proposed to any of them yet? Goodness, lady, how am I supposed to answer that? Everyone in my group was staring at me quite seriously and curiously. But the one who was burning a hole through me was Aquino. I awkwardly cough into my fist and look at her. I'm still in high school, so I'm not proposing yet. But you're in your last year, yes? That's correct. I do have plans for after I graduate. I will leave it at that. The reporter understood what I meant, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the Bloody Room and Supernatural knew what I meant. Censuredo Serorg-sama, what is your opinion of it? Sarah nods sagely yes. I believe he and Rias will marry someday. I could see a bright future between them. As a result, Rias became even redder. Ugh. More flashes of cameras as they took our picture. Sincerado, to think Rias would be embarrassed about the mention of marriage. I normally wouldn't be, but it was in front of those people and also the rest of the supernatural world. A normal person would be Sarorg. Amusing things always happens with your group, Rias. Well, when Jean is around, that is well it has happened, so let it be. At the very least, we did not have a messy conference. That part made the entire room relax. However, I do look forward to the paper tomorrow. Again, Rias turned another shade of red as she gripped my wrist with her hand. Sarorg then turns to me and holds up a fist. I bump fists with him. This time he smiled, but had a small, confused expression. Jean, I look forward to our match. Don't hold back too much now. Hey, you knew? Of course, if you one-shot me again, the watchers and crowd may not like it. We grin at each other before laughing. He then pats both Rias and my shoulder. It was fun tonight, Rias, Jean. The next time we meet is on the battlefield, in the skies of Agrias. With that, Sarorg turns around and walks away. Corianna chewed to our surprise. She kissed Gasper on the cheek. We stared at Gasper as he had a look of shock. Then he slowly turned red and looked back at her wide-eyed. Corianna only winked at him and started to walk away. Sarorg began to laugh again as he congratulated his bishop. It was brief, but Keisha smiled at me and bowed before turning to walk away. Another queen from another peerage. Jean, I felt Aquino come up beside me and whisper into my ear. I just laughed and didn't say anything. All right then, let's go home, shall we? Everyone nodded in agreement as we headed back to change and then return home. Japan. Kuo Skyward household, it's been a few hours since the press conference and interviews. It was around 11 at night now. Everyone was unwinding. Kiba and Gasper were still here and were getting in some training in the training facility. I was in the bathroom on the second floor. When I checked my phone earlier, I got a lot of messages from different people, ranging from Hermes to Hestia, Hephaestus, Ain, Benkei, and many more. They were along the lines of who will you ask first. I mean the first three with me. Those who were a little closer to me understood that. So when we got home earlier, Rennie and Kuroka were quite affectionate with me. I guess they know when to expect their proposals. Then I am also curious about tomorrow's Underworld newspaper. I wonder what it will say. Slide closed the door to the bath, opened and closed. I looked up to see Rias, and she had just finished her bath. Rias? She walks over to me and sits beside me. She rests her head near my shoulder and gives me a hug while saying nothing. Can you do something nice for me, please? And what did you have in mind, Rias? I think everyone here knows what you meant by what you said during the interview. We know who you will ask first, she replies. Right? I would assume so, yes. Rias doesn't say anything for a few minutes as we just sat there hugging it out, but finally starts speaking again. Aquino was really happy, you know. So were Kuroka and Rennie. When you were up here getting ready to take a bath, they were really gushing about it. Sincerado, my crimson-haired princess, she smiles at me and closes the gap between us. We share a tender barato as Rias and I lean in together. She took the lead this time, which was a pleasant change from the usual. She abruptly stops and pulls away from me. We stand there for a moment, catching our breath. More please, I say, and lean in to hug her again. She smiles and wraps her arms around me. I reach behind her and give her a warm embrace. Sincerado. Earlier, I had already done that before she came in, so I joined her in the bath. It was a little awkward, but we started to talk about our day and other trivial things. I had gotten up and headed down to the kitchen. It was around 1 a.m, and when I got there, Grafia was also there. Grafia? Gee, my apologies, did I wake you up? No, I wanted to get a drink. I can see the same thing applies to you. Yes. I go over to the fridge and grab myself a drink. We stood there drinking until I decided to talk. Reiko has been getting along with everyone, as well as Ine. Yes, Reiko-san also helps with the cooking. Ine is also quite well versed in it, and sometimes helps too. I see, that's good. Scat Hack has returned to the Land of Shadows to check up on it. Right? Yes. We fall silent again, but it didn't last long. Grafia, did you tell Aquino and Rennie they were clingy? She nodded. When you returned after your trip, We spoke briefly about it. You had gone to take Suzaka home, and Akino started to speak of her experience. I simply made a comment and also included Rennie in it. She puts her glass down and looks at me with concern. Did I overstep my boundaries? If so, I will have to apologize to them. However, I do believe what I said was true. And from the sounds of things, Shigen is also the same, but isn't as problematic as those two. I do admit that we are all quite attached to Eugene. Cinchuredo, I spoke with Akino about it, and she does say she feels the same and will tone it down. But she's a teenager, Grafia. She and you probably have different ways of seeing how love and affection work. I guess she just likes showing it more outwardly and expressively. Cinchuredo, the small window of opportunities we have to be together, we usually just sit and cuddle somewhere quietly enjoying each other's company. Akino is a bit more, well, to her age, I guess. Dates, romantic moments, and the things I do with Grafia. She just wants to show me, and probably the whole world. If you put it that way, then I can understand her line of thinking perhaps I was too harsh with Akino. However, with Renishi's I Won't Lie, I hadn't told them about the fated one thing. I never really saw a reason for it, either, and am not too concerned about it. But I also thought they might react to it. As to how, probably differently, I might as well start with Grafia and see how she reacts. I didn't want them to think I thought of them less or love them less. That's my reasoning behind it. Actually, I tell Grafia what I know about the fated one thing, basically telling her what Comptoir told me. Safe to say, she was a little surprised. That's why you two are so close. You do not know of the other three? No, but I never really thought of it much. I mean, I treat everyone more or less the same, so anyway, now you know that, and you also know her past, right? I guess she just clung on to me for that support after being abandoned a second time. She sees Team/Dog as another family, and she appreciates that, but I guess she wanted something else? Add in the fated thing, and bam, Grafia sighs and looks at her glass. I will go apologize to the both of them tomorrow. I will also keep the fated one information a secret. It seems you're not too bothered by it or plan on telling anyone about it, thanks. Grafia. I quickly cleaned both our glasses, and we go back up to my room. Kuo Academy Occult Research Club lunch. Now, then, have you guys memorized the data about Sarorg's group, right? I walked into the club room, and the Grimmery Peerage was in what looked like a meeting with Azazel. He had some kind of holographic screen in the air with each of the Bale Peerage on the screen. Oh, Gene, good timing. I have a question to ask you. But before that, you lot know that Sarorg and his Peerage train just like you. They're a rare group of devils, since you know regular devils don't train and rely on their natural powers. True, but in the catalyst for their increase in training. I also heard that they seem to have been fighting Cow's brigade quite regularly. They appear in certain places and fight them. So they have experience in real-life combat. Don't go underestimating them. Irina puts her hand up. Yes, Irina-chan. That pawn from the Bale Peerage didn't show up in the video. Irina was pointing at Regulus, who still had his hood and mask on. In the holograph, it only registered his name as pawn. Sarorg's peerage consists of one queen, Keisha, two bishops, Coriana and Mistita, two rooks, Libin and Baruka, two knights, Gandoma and Ladora, and finally a single pawn. Sarorg's unused pawn piece is a mutation piece for what I know. Azazel sighs and nodded. Yes, he also didn't speak during the conference last night. Also, when Sarorg was asked about his pawn, he dodged the question and only said it will be revealed during his fight against Jean. So, any comment, Jean? They turn to look at me, and I sigh. I guess I can say something. He used up 7 pawn pieces, so he's quite powerful. That's all I'm saying, though you'll see soon as to why. They all had a look of shock. Well, yes, 7 pawn pieces being used is quite rare. I mean, Issei had all 8. Though it was due to the boosted gear being 7 and Issei himself being 1 at the very start of the story, I look around the room as the meeting continued. They then started to talk about strategies and tactics they can use. Griselda, Irina, Rose and Ravel were there just to listen in. However, Ravel was hard at work busy taking notes. Ingvild was with her friends since it was lunchtime. Ravel joined the club after the school day ended as she was invited to the clubroom by Gasper and Chiron. So, she's officially a member now. I caught something that was thrown at me, turned to look, and it was Azazel. Cinchuredo, it won't be a surprise in the future, if the Grimmery peerage dominates the rating games. Azazel says as they blushed. It's not every day you get praised by the governor of the fallen angels. He sees this and chuckles. However, because of that attention, as well as a certain dragon, you have the entire supernatural world watching you now, not just the underworld. You guys are already famous for stopping Loki, Cow's Brigade's attack during one of your rating games, and assisting Jean with Kokabeel and Azrael. Don't forget the press conference. You managed to hype it up even more. Anyway, a part of that attention comes from that idiot over there. Azazel points at me, and I snort. You're already aware of what the hell he's up to, so I won't go into detail. But his match is first. Use that time to analyze Sarord Bale and exploit any weaknesses. Anyway, because of all this, the top rankings of the game will be keeping an eye on all of you and Sarord. I add and they'll be researching you from now on. Rias, Aquino, and I will be graduating soon. Meaning Rias will become a mature devil and can officially start participating in the rating games. As mentioned by Azazel, the entire supernatural will be watching you. Don't go doing something to embarrass yourself. Azazel nodded. Right? Aim to change the unmoving spots of the top 10 of the ranking of the rating game. Change it. Challenge them and shake them to the core. Become champion, Rias. I finish Azazel's sentence, and we both nodded. Rias blushed, but nodded determinedly. After school, we were busy making preparations for the school culture festival when a magic circle appeared in the center of the room. From the phoenix symbol, a holographic image appeared. The image was of a young woman. She looked high class and seemed a little like Ravel. She has her hair up and is wearing fashionable accessories. And mother? How do you do, Ravel? Sorry for the sudden call. I couldn't get any time, so I ended up calling at this hour. In the human world of Japan, it's still school time, right? And no, school has ended, but we are still in our club room preparing for the festival. Ravel's mother nodded, and then starts to look around. She spots Rias and I. May I speak to Rias Grimmery and the middleman? Rias and I stand in front of the projection as she nods to us. How do you do, Obasama? It's been a while. Ara. Rias-san. How do you do? It certainly has been a while. And the lady looks at me and smiles. Hello, I'm Jean Skyward. We met briefly after my small duel with Riser. Do you have business with me? Thank you very much. Ravel? Yes, Okasama? Yes, I thought I should greet you properly. Normally, I would go and greet the both of you myself since she's staying in the human world. However, there are reasons that I cannot. I nodded. It's probably because of the demand for Phoenix tears and not exactly selling my slime balls or pills. Maybe I should help out with the production of Phoenix tears? Not at all, Obasama. Your words are enough. Please leave Ravel to us. I'm truly sorry, Rias-san, for having you take care of Riser after the game, and also having you look after Ravel. It seems they don't hold some weird grudge against me after my harsh confrontation with Riser. They're adults, so I expect as much. But I did talk out with the guy. Well, I push him a little too. Lady Phoenix then looks at me. Also, please especially look after my daughter, Jean Skyward-san. Yes, of course. I did promise Riser and Ruvel that as well. She and everyone else seemed a little surprised by that. Well, I did. It was after we had our conversation, or I helped him work through his fear of dragons. Ravel, on the other hand, looked a little flustered and was looking at the ground. You know what you must do? You have to bravado Rias-san. And you have to listen to your seniors, and on top of that you have to deepen your relation with Jean Skyward-san. As the daughter from the House of Phoenix, work very hard so you don't tarnish the name of our house, okay? Of course. Ravel agreed with her mother while still quite red, but she did seem quite determined with it. Lady Phoenix turns back to me. I heard from Seraphal Leviathan Sama that you may be starting a restaurant once you graduate. Feel free to employ my daughter. She's quite smart for her age. I look at Ravel, and she didn't seem to mind. I nodded. They'll think about it. I have Rose, Ine, and Kanami, and probably Ravel then. My business here is done. Rias-san, Jean Skyward-san, and everyone, please forgive my sudden introduction. It's time now. Ravel, behave in a manner where you won't make a shame as a lady. Yes, Okasama. Now then, everyone, goodbye. And just like that, Lady Phoenix's magic circle disappeared in a small flash of flames. I wasn't expecting her to randomly pop up like that. but nevertheless. I look at Ravel as she was still quite red. I have most of her family's approval. All that's left is Lord Phoenix. My match with Sarorg happens tomorrow. Later that night, as weird as it sounds, I was having a late-night dip in the underground pool. I just felt restless. I know he'll win, but at the same time I have to hold back and make it entertaining for everyone else watching. All eyes will be on Sarorg and I. Just relax, partner, you'll be fine. Trust in your ability, Jean. Yes, to add to what the two dragons said, you have had your fair share of fights, as well as training more of your sword skills in your soul during those 15 years. You will be fine, Jean. You also have us. I know, thanks Drake, Albion, and Rudra, but I still can't help it. I mean, the whole supernatural world will be watching. I can't exactly not think about that. I mean, I was preoccupied during the press conference, so I wasn't too self-conscious about it. Splash! Splash! I turn to see someone swimming towards me, and it was Rennie. She comes up to me and wraps her arms around my neck and kisses me. I also kiss her back. Rennie? I thought you guys were busy playing mahjong. I lost, so we came here. I felt another person hug me from behind. It was Suzaku. She did come over earlier since she had time. She has contact Tobio on what might be happening soon, so he should be ready. The same with Shuri. Suzaku? Good evening, Jean. I stood between two companions as they greeted me warmly. This is wonderful. We stayed floating and silent for a full minute before I spoke with Grafia. I can't help it, but he'll try to lessen it. Jean, but I love you too much. What are you talking about, Lavinia? Rennie proceeded to explain to Suzaku what she and Grafia were talking about. I felt her nod behind me. I see I do agree, but I don't see a problem with it. No one is being hurt, but if you also agree, I won't stop you. Jean, your match is tomorrow. How do you feel? Pumped? I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. I start swimming back and go out of the pool. I help the two of them out, and we sit on a bench and continue talking. Rennie hugs my arm, and also Suzaku, a week after tomorrow, will be Rias game with Sarorg. Knowing him, hell exposes Ace, and will go all out from the start with him. That guy lives how he likes, and at his pace, I respect that. All right, but focus on yours for now, okay? I'm sure Drake-chan, Albion-chan, and Barato. Chan already told you that? Yeah, they did. I should try to debut my queen form for this match. I've held it off for too long. And everyone else have been looking forward to it, Jean. I overheard you saying the chant once or twice back in the pocket dimension. I look at Suzaku in horror as she giggles at me. God, was I too preoccupied at that time? Let's see, I was no Drake. Weren't you talking about some kind of show in one of those? Impickle Drake. Smack. Yes, I hope I don't disappoint then. I awkwardly smile at the two, and we stayed there for the next hour, just chatting about different topics. Suzaku was still quite new, so she became a bit shy a few times. However, we eventually had to go back since it was getting late. I have to go back, I can't stay the night, unfortunately. I felt Rennie push me towards Suzaku, and we both looked back at her in confusion. She just smiled at us. Take her home, Jean. They'll wait here. All right. Kyoto outside Suzaku's apartment door. This feels like deja vu. Suzaku suddenly hugged me after opening her door again. Good luck, Jean. They'll be watching you, thank you. We share a quick kiss before she heads inside and waves goodbye to me. I teleported back to my home and joined Rennie. Japan. Cool. I thought Suzaku, geez. She didn't do it, huh? Rennie shook her head and held my hand and pulled me away. It's nothing, Jean. Let's go. Next day, Underworld, it's the day of the match, and I, along with the Grimmery Peerage and my group, were on a gondola lift traveling towards the floating island city called Agrias. Kenami, Reiko, and Ine were quite curious about the place. They hadn't been to the Underworld before. Ine and Kanami sat with the devils that knew the place as they explained where we were. I was beside Rennie and Akino. Kuroka was in her cat form and was on top of my head. It said that the power which is making the island float was created in the old Satan era, but it said that only Ajuka Beelzebub knows the details about it. Due to that, the servants of the current Beelzebub are maintaining the core of this place. Many there were still quite fascinated by it. I wasn't too surprised since I saw a lot of floating islands the last few months. There were 3 ways to get to this floating city: teleportation by magic circle, airships as transportation, and the third, which we took. Many wanted to ride this, so I just expanded the inside so we could all fit in here. To tell you the truth, there was a dispute between the higher-ups on which stadium to use for Gene's match in your upcoming rating game. Azazel says that while looking at the sky. Everyone looks at him. Dispute? For deciding the stadium? Azazel nods at Zenovia's question. The higher-ups from the current Satan faction wish for the game to take place in either the Grimmery territory or the Satan territory. But then, the Baal faction who takes importance of the lineage protested to have it in the Baal territory. The current Satans aren't part of heredity, so for high-class devils who take importance in lineage and household. The house of the great King Baal is an important factor which has more fame than the Satan. They are in the first ladder among the 72 pillars. Still not over century-old grudges? How petty can those old fools get? The old and bitter make the young and dumb do their bidding. Annoying. Azazel nods, and size adults are complicated creatures both in the human world and underworld. Appearance and influences. Well, it means that there are many things going on in the underworld where the noble society has many powers. So it became the Agar's territory. Chiron mutters and Azazel nods. Yeah, it's said that the Archduke Agars came between the Satans and the Great King. The middle manager and the one acting for the Satans, the Archduke Agars. Even if the era changes, they're the household which always has a hard time. So will our match become like a representative war between the Satan Lucifer and the Great King Baal? Kiba asks while narrowing his eyes. Azazel laughs while stroking his chin. Well, there are many of those who look at it in that way. The Switch Princess vs. the strongest youth Serorg is just a cover, which is just to make the attention of the common people go there. On the other side, the bunch from the politician will be looking at it while making comments. Also, the upcoming match between Gene and Serorg became a little political too, you know? Whoever wins will gain a little more control. The current Satans versus old. They really don't stop, do they? Annoying old bats. There are politicians behind Serorg, too, you know? I say to everyone, and they look my way. That man has risen up with only his body, won't be influenced by the opinions of the politicians. Except, he himself has made connections with them, so they could become a support for him to aim higher. Anyway, just ignore that part for now and focus on your own rating game that happens in a week. I say, and Azazel agrees. Gene is right. You guys don't need to worry about him and charge at him with all your strength. You won't be able to defeat him if you don't use everything you have in order to accomplish your aim. It's a battle of dreams and ambition, your rating game, that is. Rias nods seriously while thinking about her own dream and Serorg. We eventually reach the island and then the stadium. The rest of you follow me, and Gene will go that way. Azazel points toward a certain hallway, and he gestures everyone else to follow him. Everyone started to give me wishes of luck and waving to me. The ones who stayed behind were the ones with me the earliest. Aquino, Kuroka, Rennie, Grafia, and Ingvild to my surprise, Suzuku. Good luck, Gene. When this give him hell, Naya, we know of your strength, so we don't need to worry. I will go back to our home once this is done and make a feast, Gene. Do your best, Dual Dragon. Everyone will be cheering on for you. One by one they wish me luck, kisses me, and start to walk away. Finally, once it was just Suzaku, and Aisher comes over to hug me. Good luck, Chu. With that, I was alone. I turn around and follow the path that Azazel had pointed towards. There were a lot of noises everywhere as I walked down it. But Fafafa, to think I would come across the Red Dragon, no. You're known as the Dual Dragon Emperor now, aren't you? It was Hades. I couldn't feel his aura anymore, which means he took the blood. No one else was with him, I am. So you're here to watch from the VIP booth? I am. I did not think you would bring a Valkyrie with you. I turned back to see Rose was behind me. When did she? I guess I was too focused on Hades to give it too much thought. It matters not. Show me an entertaining show, Dual Dragon Emperor. Once Hades walked past us, another loud and boisterous duo resounded throughout the hallway. Bah-ha-ha. I turned back to see Zeus and Poseidon. Gene, Zeus, Poseidon, it seems like you came here to watch my match. What about your realm? Both of them nodded and came nearer to us. They both put their hands on my shoulders and smiled. It is just us, Gene. However, Apollon and Hera are the ones showing the match in our realm. They're in the stadium and just showing it via holographic visions around our realm too. I'm also doing the same for my home. I have told many of my people about you. They are quite interested in seeing you fight. You know, pressure, right? I see they start patting my shoulder again and walked away. We won't keep you any longer, Gene. Show us an entertaining match. Let's head off, Poseidon, and harass Azazel boy about getting a wife. Ho ho ho. The two Greek god geezers started to laugh to themselves as Rose, and I kept on walking. You came? I am your secretary. We were walking silently until I felt a familiar aura. The same could be said for Rose. Ho ho ho. Gene boy. It was Odin, and beside him was Brynhilde. They waved to us, and we quickly walked toward them. Make this interesting for me, boy. The entire realm of Asgard is going to be watching, you know. Brynhilde senpai, are you Odin Samus' new bodyguard? Brynhilde nods, and Odin and I speak for a few more seconds before they went on their way. We turn a corner, and a staff member waves me over. Gene-sama, please go in there. That will be your waiting room. You'll be transported into the stadium when it's time. I nodded in agreement when he informed me. He opens the door, and we both walk in. The room consisted of a table, a few chairs, a few lamps, some plants as decorations, and of course, a refrigerator. On the table was a letter with some kind of device. Rose and I go over to it, and I pick it up. The letter was written by Surzex. It said, Dear Gene, this device will show you some fans from around the supernatural world. They wanted to wish the mighty dragon some good luck. Just put some of your magic into it, and it will activate. Surzex, I did so. It started to show a small holographic image of fans giving me words of encouragement and other things. Many of them were children. It was sweet. I couldn't help but smile during it. Everyone will be watching, Gene. I know. The monitor in the room suddenly turned on, and the announcer started to talk. I guess it was about time. I felt a weird surge of emotions in me. They were threatening to make me cry, but I composed myself. A lot of people are supporting me, friends, lovers, strangers, and everything and everyone in between. Especially the children. They look up to you, the dual dragon emperor and the mighty dragon. Yeah, I'm Gene Skyward, the current dual dragon emperor, the legendary dragon. He'll make this entertaining and exciting for everyone watching. Ladies and gentlemen, our very own Serorg Bale-sama has teleported into the arena, and he brought someone with him. Now all that's left is the Red Dragon Emperor. The monitor in front of us says, Yeah, I hear you all. Drake, Albion, everyone, let's go. Yeah. Once I teleported into the stadium, there were loud cheers around me. Many of the watchers were kids chanting Big Dragon or something along those lines. It seems like he brought Regulus with him as he intended. Hello, everyone. The broadcaster for this match will be Nod Gamagen from the House of Gamagen of the former 72 Pillars, who will be broadcasting to you. The arbiter for this game will be Rudiger Rosenkreutz. A magic circle appears in the air. A good-looking guy with long silver hair, dressed in full uniform, steps out from the magic circle. Women mostly applaud when he appears. And our special guest, we have the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel Sama, as a commentator today. Hello there, Governor Azazel. Well, hello there. Azat said. I look forward to working with you tonight. Azazel says with a smile and waved. Surzex Lucifer Sama, and also the leaders of various factions, and you are also famous for being the leading expert in the research of the sacred gears. For today's match, who do you personally think will win? Cinchuredo. And we have also called another person, first ranker of the rating game, the current champion, Emperor Diehauser Belial. An even larger and louder cheer resonated throughout the stadium. It felt like it was shaking. How are you, everyone? MD aus Belial. Today, I will be doing commentary for the match between the dual dragon emperor and Serorg Bale. The host turns to both Serorg and I today. There are no strict rules, except for no killing. It's an all-out match. Anything goes. Are both fighters ready? Once this start, both will be transported into a different dimension to fight. Both Serorg and I dash to the middle and bump fists. Good luck. Both of us say before jumping back. This made the crowd wilder. The announcer smiles without further ado. Let the exhibition match between Serorg Bale and Gene Skyward begin. Shine. We were transported into an interesting dimension. The ground beneath us looked like white clouds while the sky above us looked like space. Stars were shining everywhere. This is it, Gene. Give it your all. You two stay back for now. Yes, Sarorg says to Regulus as he covers himself in 2k. I respond in kind, cover myself in my own 2k done. Both of us disappear and met in the middle as our fists collide. Sarorg grinned, and we threw more punches at each other. Our fists clash and collide, while slowly the ground beneath us started to crumble and be destroyed. Every time we do so, the entire place shakes as we disappear from our spot and clash around the new dimension. This is just both of us testing the waters. He hasn't taken it seriously yet. Oh, both of them are clashing on the field. During each of their clashes, the ground was destroyed. It seems like the entire dimension is shaking each time their fists clash. Haha, those two are really monsters, huh? What do you think, Emperor Cohen? Azazel's voice asks the champion. They are merely testing the waters. They haven't gone all out yet. It seems like the future is bright for the raiding games. I can almost feel those punches from here. I am quite excited. Dawn, 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 gun. Our fists keep colliding until one of my punches slips through and connects with Sarorg's face, sending him back. He wipes the blood off his nose and grins at me. I see. I have been training relentlessly since my loss to Eugene. Today I want to test my newfound strength and go all out against you, even if it means exposing my ace before my game with Rias. Sarorg says, then closes his eyes. Regulus. Yes. Regulus jumps to his side and removes his hood and mask, revealing to the world what he looks like. Regulus then gets on all fours and starts to transform. Regulus' body started to morph while making a noise. His body gradually started to get bigger and was morphing into something else. Golden fur started appearing all over his body, and his limbs became thicker. His mouth ripped open, revealing sharp fangs. A tail appeared, and long golden fur appeared around its neck. Ruor. Oh, the identity of the Baal team's mysterious pawn is a huge lion. Wait, is that the Nemean lion? No, that jewel is... It seemed like Azazel, who was commentating, realized something and became shocked. The announcer then asked him, "What do you mean?" It was originally the opponent who the original Hercules faced in one of his 12 labors. The god from the Bible captured one of them and sealed it inside the sacred gear. It became something that was listed as one of the 13 Longinus. If you master it, you can split the earth in a single swing, and it can also transform into a huge lion. The Regulus Nemia. I remember it also had an ability to protect the possessor from projectile weapons. But I received the information that the possessor has been missing for the past several years. I never thought it would have become the pawn of Baal team. Sarorg shook his head. No, unfortunately, the possessor is already dead. When I found the actual possessor of the Regulus Nemia, he was already killed by a mysterious group. The sacred gear that had the form of an axe was the only thing left. The battle axe that was supposed to disappear because the host died turned into a lion by its own will and annihilated the group that killed its possessor. I look at Regulus as he didn't say anything but stood there. Saror continued. That's when I turned it into my servant. I thought it was a fateful meeting brought about by my mother's lion ruler bloodline. However, that is irrelevant for now. I will unleash my full power, Gene. Regulus. Sir. Oh, my lion-o. King of Nemia, you who bears the name of the lion, king, answer my howl. And turn into armor. Boom. The entire dimension shook as Saror was consumed in a bright golden light. Regulus had turned into a ball of light and moved towards Saror. Balance break. When the light vanished, what appeared in front of me was a golden-colored plate armor, which had a motif of a lion. The helm on its head had golden hair, which looked like that of a lion. There was a lion-like face on its chest, and the eyes on it glowed as if it had its own consciousness. The balance breaker of the Regulus Nemia, the Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Now come, Gene. Let's fight with all of our might. Show me. No. Show us what the Dual Dragon Emperor can do. A balance breaker. Sarorg Baal Sama has achieved a balance break. The announcer screams as Sarorg makes a stance and waits for me. All right. You got it. Balance break. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Don in my red armor. Also, let's go. Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. Change Star Sonic. I changed into my night form and speed blitz Serorg, but he was ready, and when I appeared beside him, he was already sending a punch towards me. I met his fist with mine. Don. He slightly cringes and frowns. Mode change. Welsh Draconic Rook. Change solid impact. I change into my Rook form, and this time I clashed with Serorg with my Rook-esque gauntlets. This time Serorg gritted his teeth and grinned at me. More, Gene. This isn't everything, is it? Don. 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 Boom. FWSHHH. It was clear that each time our fists met each other, it was hurting Serorg, but he wasn't backing down and continued forward. It was like he was waiting for something. There were holographic visions around us, and we could hear the cheers of everyone. They were only getting more and more hyped as we continued to fight. HAAA. Don. Our fists collide again, but to my surprise, I was the one pushed back. I know I was holding back, but what was that? Gene, I appreciate you holding back and making this entertaining for everyone. However, I feel a bit insulted. I cannot feel any impact from your punches. They are lacking. He glares at me, looking a bit angry. What's he, Gene's solo him in the middle of a match, you know? I turn to look at, well, everyone was there. Drake was waving his finger at me. You know what comes next, partner? Everyone knows. We know. Do it. I turn around as I could hear the sounds of everyone cheering for us, and more clashing from Serorg and I. Wait, what? Right now, your body is on autopilot, Gene. It will counter, dodge, and run, but not fight back. Kuntwar informs me from behind. I see. I had some kind of autopilot mode. G's answers Serorg's wishes, Gene. I was good, Rudra says from behind me. I glance back at him, and then back to the monitor, but then Power Dragon. You can do it. Gene Boy is certainly holding back for our and his opponent's sake, right? That he is, Odin-sama. Wait, this is showing me everyone's reactions? I look back at Barato, and she nods. It switches multiple points of view as many people were cheering me on, as well as Serorg. It even showed the young Yukai kids in Yurikyoto. They kept on chanting Mighty Dragon and Brave Dragon. I really should get back out there. So many people were looking forward to this, and now are watching me just wasting time. Do your best, Gene Senpai. Fido Gene. Lucky King Sama. Aniki, you better not lose in such an uncool way. Gasper and Shigyun were basically screaming from their seats, forgetting about their own shyness. Ain, and even Valley, it kept on switching to factions, pantheons, and people I've only met for a brief time. They were seriously cheering me on what's wrong. Gene, are you only going to run away? Then I will just stand here until you come to me. Serorg says and stops attacking me. My body jumps back and also stand from afar. Both Serorg and my body just go into a stare down. It's fine, right, partner? Drake says behind me. I felt that swelling in my chest from earlier. It was stronger this time, and tears threatened to fall from my eyes. Yeah. I turned back to face the monitor fully and clench my right fist. I then closed my eyes. Click, click, click. That's right, I've always ran away from my problems, especially back then. I never faced them head on and tried to overcome them. Not until I was pushed to the edge. I had no Barato, no. That's wrong. I did have Barato, but I ignored them and even pushed them away. But here, Mighty Dragon. Click, 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 another child yells in excitement. Running away isn't and wasn't what Aoife would have wanted me to do. Chant. 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 Drake shouts from behind me. The rest of them were also telling me the same thing. I, who am about to awaken, I believe you, Gene. I always will. If I'm together with you, then I feel at ease. When I see your smile, Centurato, Graphia holding the infinite hope and unbreakable dreams, and walking the path of righteousness, am glad you woke me up. I want to live this age with you. Gene, and any more that's to come. I love you. My love goes beyond infinity. Ingviled Ophis. Many more voices of my loved ones started to flood into me. I will become a god emperor of all dragons. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I opened my eyes. And I promise you all, I will lead you to a path beyond the stars, glowing in true outer light. SHHHBWSH. Fushush. A large gust of wind blew throughout my soul. It felt freeing as it hit my face. Everything seemed a little brighter than usual. Click, 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 huh? We finally get to hear it, huh? But beyond the stars, huh? That we did. Perhaps it's a little nod to Azathoth? Hee hee. I felt a huge burden from within me leave me all once. I hadn't felt this free in months. Tears were still streaming down my face, but I felt at peace. How does it feel, Jean? Freeing. I realized that many people have been helping me over the past months, Centurato. Yeah, let's get going then. I'll be relying on all of you even more from now on. I won't just bottle it up to myself anymore. With a large smile on my face, I stomped the ground hard and clenched my other hand into a fist as I looked forward to the screen. Centurato, she had a bright smile on her face before she faded away. Everyone I know, everyone I love appeared in place of her. Click, 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 click. That's right. Am I an errand tool? I shouted from the depths of my heart as I slowly faded away from my soul. Get going. Rudra's words were the last that I heard. An assortment of colors enveloped my body, but shying. Dwoosh! The entire dimension erupted in a bright golden, black, and blue pillar of light. When I opened my eyes, my armor had changed. The main body of my armor was mostly black, gold, silver, red, blue, and green. Those were at various places. This was certainly different. The shape was also different. I felt a little taller in this. Oh, what is this? The dual dragon emperor was suddenly enveloped in a bright pillar of light, and his armor changed. Could this be the rumored queen form? The announcer screams, "Partner, Drake, I'm loving the brand new armor. Holy, let's do this." Fwahaha. It seems like you promoted into your queen form, Jean. Can you even be called the Red Dragon Emperor anymore? It seems that harem-loving idiot changed into his queen form and changed colors completely. There's barely any hints of red anymore. Is this for your women, Jean? You're absolutely right, Azazel. This is for them and me. I wouldn't even know where to start with naming this, but we can think about that at a later time, Jean. It's something unique to you after all. It's a color I associate with myself and those I care about. I couldn't have gotten this far without their emotional support. I owe them a lot. That includes you, Sarorg. Fwahaha. Is that so? It seems like you finally woke up, Jean. Let's continue then. Sarorg's fighting spirit erupted, and his power increased even more. It'll regulate my power, but will help you, partner. Go. Hell yeah. Sorry for the wait, Sarorg. Let's go. I became enveloped in a new aura. It looked like Ultra Instincts, but black with gold, blue, and red. I then went full speed towards Sarorg. Exonic Booster. Doom. I instantly appear in front of Sarorg. I forgot to hold back there, and he hadn't even caught up yet. I held back my power and sent a punch towards him. Dawn. G-U-H. Huh. Hit in the gut, Sarorg flinched and scrunched up his face. However, he just laughed it off and threw his own punch at me. I then followed it up with another. Yex Impact Booster. Dawn. Our fists met, but this time Sarorg visibly and audibly cringes back. Small spews of blood come out of his armor-covered fist. We were back to brawling it out, but this time all of Sarorg's punches only grazed me or didn't hit at all. Each time my fist hits his armor, it broke, but it quickly repaired itself. That definitely will take a lot of stamina from him. Regulus has to be going overdrive here. The entire field was shaking with our clash. Noah was slowly breaking apart. Then the announcer shouted, "It's a fist fight." An incredible fist fight is occurring at the center of the field. It doesn't have any magnificent tactics. It's not a fight of fine-tuned demonic powers. It's a close-range fight like a children's brawl. They hit, and they get hit. Something simple like that is incredibly intense, and seems like it would break the whole field. The viewers are all standing, both old and young, both man and woman. Everyone is fired up. Wow, these two are incredible. Sarorg, Dragon Queen, Dragon King. Is that so? If the viewers are getting all hyped and thrilled, then well, keep this going. If a simple match can stir up this much excitement, then what happens if it's full of tactics and strategy? I can see that Sarorg was in pain, but was enjoying this to the fullest. The unique colored aura covers my right arm. Centurato. Sarorg struggled back onto his feet. What happened, my legs? Why do you shake? Not yet. This is just the start. Saror takes a big step back and stands up. He covers 2k around his body, but the amount of 2k has decreased from before. In front of me, Saror increases his will to fight. Endure it. Endure it, my body. Do you think I can name myself as the next heir of the house of Great King Baal if I don't taste a great fight like this? That's it, Saror. This is the man I always respected and liked. You never back down from a challenge, and keep it life with the type of ambition that I always wanted. Even back then, I dash towards Saror and prepare a punch. He also prepares to receive it, but I do a feint and kick his calves instead. If your legs are getting weaker, then ill aim for them. This also destroys the armor around them. Saror trembles, and without a moment to spare, I followed it up by punching him on the face. This time his helmet breaks. I then use my other hand to uppercut him into the sky. I jump backwards as he gets launched into the sky. I raise my left foot and stomp it into the ground. I expand my light wings from behind me and grow cannons out of them. I quickly charge it by feeding it my aura and energy. From Azazel's comment before, you can say that the lion's sacred gear has resistance to projectile weapons. Rather than shooting a blast to destroy the whole area, wouldn't it give more damage if you just concentrate the blast into one point? That's the plan. Minimize the blast area and concertin it. Let's do this, Drake. X-Blaster. X-Blast Booster. Zabobin. The unique colored aura shot out of my cannons and envelopes Saror. He was consumed in a large explosion and the entire dimension shook again. Once it died down, the area below where he landed was completely destroyed. He was lying still on the ground. This isn't the end, is it, Saror? I say to them, man who hadn't completely been knocked out yet. Saror, Baal Mother? Is something the matter? Jean had just left us after making a quick visit. It was the day after the youth devil gathering. It's nothing. Jean, he felt strange, as if something was amiss. I guess I was not the only who could tell then. Perhaps I inherited this ability from Mother. I felt it yesterday when we bumped fists. Something fell off with Jean, but I do not know what. Jean will be able to push past it. If the next time I meet him, if he hasn't, then I will provide him assistance. He did help me, and I wish to help a friend. My mother just smiled at me and nods. My peerage was looking at me curiously. I will tell them another time. Eventually, Keisha came back and looked at me strangely. It seems like Jean is slowly getting back to his old self, but something was preventing him from taking that last step. I always thought he was the confident type, but perhaps he always had doubts about himself. Even with that absurd power, this makes him feel more human, as strange as that sounds. Today was the fated day, the day we clash fists again. I had spent the last few nights with Tila to calm my nerves. I never once thought I would win against Jean in our rematch, but if I can help him even just a little bit, Saror, I turn to see Tila with me, as well as my mother. I was waiting in the room that was provided to me by the staff. Mother, Tila, just do your best. Saror, you're doing this to help a friend. Jean will greatly appreciate it. I know he will. I agree with Miss Lasama. You and Jean-sama are good friends. Aren't friends meant to help each other? Friends help each other, huh? Does Jean consider me as such? I certainly hope so. I nod to the both of them. Yes, they do. I am ready. I will see the both of you later. Good luck, my son. Good luck, Sai. His punches were lacking. They didn't have the usual energy, the usual feeling. Jean, come to your senses. There are things where you can only find through fighting. He wasn't moving as he was just looking at the grue shining. Whoosh. What? Light. I could feel a large quantity of many kinds of energies emitting from Jean. What was happening to him? The light eventually died down, and his armor had changed. It was different. Is this the queen form that I have heard so much about? Everything hurts. Did I lose? Am I down? I did not expect that kind of beat down from him. Whatever happened to him in that short amount of time, he definitely came back. And stronger than ever. This was it. This was the Jean I knew. But I guess this is where it ends. Up. I opened my eyes, and in front of me was the sky of this dimension. I thought I could hear my mother's voice. Saror, stand up. Stand up, Saror. My eyes widened. It was her voice. How? Saror-sama, it seems like someone is channeling their power through me to connect to your mother's voice. Erregulus, didn't you promise me that you will become stronger than everyone? I forced my body to move. I could feel myself slowly starting to rise from the ground. Fulfill your dream. For the world you desire. For the future of the underworld. For not allowing others to taste the pain you felt. Isn't that the reason why you continued to hold tightly to your fist? A world where anyone can position themselves in a place with their ability and not where they were born from. Was that not the world you dreamed? A world where the children who are about to be born won't feel unwanted or unloved. Are you not going to create a world like that? Mother, I felt my body becoming hotter, my heart beat faster. I can't stop now. I can't stop here. I still have a match with Rias in a week. I also want to help Jean. Now go my lovely and precious son, Sarorg. Jean Skyward, I knew you weren't out of it yet. He fully stood up. The heavily injured and bleeding Sarorg Bale completely stood up. Oh, the Lion King howled. Ruer, that was the howl of a magnificent lion that sounded brave, but also sad. The arena shook violently. Even I was shaking. Excitement, that's what I felt. I also still had my other emotions from earlier too. All those feelings mixed inside me were making the cells in my body boil. I could still fight with this man. I can finish the fight with him. Just thinking about that, I felt a giant smile spread across my face. Jean, Sarorg ran at me with everything he got, bleeding and battered. Sarorg, Don, 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 gun. My fist landed on his face, and he also hit me with his. I didn't want to avoid it, so I took it. I felt nothing from it, like a soft pillow hitting me. But he won't go down. No matter how many punches I hit him with, Sarorg Bale wouldn't go down. The light in his eyes slowly started to dim, but he kept moving forward. Is this the same resolve you had when fighting Issei, Sarorg? Even though it doesn't hurt, I can feel the intent, the emotion from them. Sarorg Bale, the great king who didn't inherit the power of destruction. This man built himself up from the ground up. I have no idea how much you struggled, how many tears you shed. I certainly suffered less than you. You're going at me with this much power, even though it isn't an official rating game. You risked showing your ace to face me. Why? Was it to help me? If so, then I am grateful to you. When I first read your dream, I felt for you. I supported it and felt bad when you lost to Issei's. But you kept on moving forward. I only have this body. I will lose everything if I lose my rating game against Rias. Even now, I'm not sure what will happen if I lose to you. Cinchuredo. But this is my way of fighting you since I am unskillful in everything else. I felt the same feeling from earlier boiling in my bravado. God, you're so incredibly cool, Sarorg. You have my utmost respect. But thank you for helping an idiot like me. Thank you, my dear friend. Bang! The last punch I threw at Sarorg was effective as he had stopped moving after it. I also stopped moving as I just stared at him. This is the end. Huh? It's over, isn't it, Regulus? Yes, Jean-sama. It's all right now, Regulus located at the chest of Sarorg's body spoke. My master, Sarorg-sama has. Regulus was shedding tears from its eyes. He has lost consciousness while his fist is being pushed forward as if he is preparing to strike me right in the face. Even so, his eyes were still glittering with light, and he still had the determination to continue fighting. Sarorg-sama had already lost his consciousness since just a moment ago. Even so, he was happy. He kept on going forward as if he felt overjoyed. He just went straight ahead, because he was truly enjoying the fight between the two of you. The line explains. So he continued fighting with only his will, even if he lost his consciousness. Yet he just went forward for his dream. I retracted my helmet and walked towards Sarorg and hugged him. You were cool until the end, and thank you. Sarorg Bale loses. He retires. The winner from the exhibition match is Jean Skyward, the Dual Dragon Emperor. The final announcement is made, and the stadium became filled with the cheers of the audience. Azazel HAA, that was one hell of a show. Those two showed the supernatural. I even felt my old bones shaking. After finishing my job as one of the commentators for the match, I left the booth. All the gods that came here were at their own booths that were labeled like Asgard or Shinto or Olympus. Even Jean's lovers had their own booth, so I was walking back towards them. But I was going toward a certain one, and the said person came out of the room I was walking towards with his guards. He has a buzz-cut hairstyle, and he's wearing circular sunglasses, an aloha shirt, and has a jewel around his neck. The said person is wearing a rough outfit that won't be worn by someone with an important position. Well, I'm not the one who can speak about other people's clothing, though. I then spoke to the said person. Accra. Well, if it isn't Accradano. How was the match? Oh, hey, the fallen angel brother of justice. It was a smoking hot match. That human with both the boosted gear and divine dividing is certainly an interesting one. He laughs. I doubt I could win against him when I felt that huge pillar of light. Maybe we should form an alliance too? Ha! He does speak with sarcasm, like always. He's a person with ultimate class power among the entire factions in the world. The Emperor of Heaven, the warrior god, who defeated the god of battle, Azura. There was something I wanted to ask this Emperor of Heaven. It has something to do with the incident at Kyoto involving the attack done by Hero faction. There is something I want to ask you. Ha ha! What is it, fallen angel brother of justice? If it's me you want, then I will gladly answer. The Longinus possessor. You knew about Chow Chow before we did you not? Accra smirked at me as if he was mocking me. What about it? What will you do? Is there any problem if I knew him since he was a brat? Is it because I didn't report it? Or is it because I had contact with him? This piece of Indra. Ha ha. You seriously like to make it entertaining by calling me by that name. Don't make a scary face like that, Ozaboy. If you get pissed at something like that, then what about the god of the dead, Hades? Isn't he doing something right that now can change the whole supernatural world? I frown, and he points his finger at me. I will tell you one thing, youngster. All of the factions that are saying peace and negotiation. But within their mind, they're thinking that our mythology is the strongest. Other mythologies should just be wiped out. The stubborn old man, Odin, and stubborn old man, Zeus, are the only ones who don't think like that, and they are naive. After all, it's easy to gather the thoughts of humans if the God they believe in doesn't exist. People often have different beliefs, and conflict arises when one religion invades another's territory and takes away believers, lowering overall faith. They had towards us by making us turn into myths. You should just look back on each mythology. Gods are beings who are more honest with their grudges and feelings more than humans, you know? I know that. Even if any of the mythologies and gods take the official stance of negotiation, we can't tell what they are thinking deep within. No, it's obvious that they are thinking of making their move if they see the chance. But that official position is what is important right now. If the power balance changes, then the human world can get destroyed easily. I know Gene knows this too. The mythologies he's gone have been cooperative because of his ever-rising social status. And today, I believe that ITLL make them even warier. They may be more willing to join it. Indra then sighs. Seeing and feeling his power firsthand, I can't exactly threaten him anymore. I doubt Head even let it pass if I did it towards his companions. That's just asking to die. Also, those ladies are quite strong. I can't feel their power anymore. Anyway, tell the Dual Dragon Emperor that I had fun watching his fight with the Bel Air. He certainly took the boosted gear into a new path. Didn't he? See you around, fallen angel brother of justice. Indra then walks away while waving his hand. I wonder if Shiva was watching too? I shake those thoughts away. Let's just celebrate for now. I turn to walk to the booth where Rias and the other were at. Avetsa, did you see that? His armor completely changed. And that light, I felt it here, even if he was in the underworld. We may need to seriously reconsider some things. Even Promestine looked uneasy beside me. The other leaders who were also watching had looks of concern on them. They're probably thinking in the same line as us. Gene, Skyward, when I got back to the room I was in before teleporting into the stadium, it was empty. I didn't feel Rose anywhere near here. Where did she go? I quickly locate her, and she was in the same booth as the rest. I wonder why she went back. I shrug and quickly left the room. When I did, the staff member jumped back out of fright. I quickly apologized and left. I was dashing through the hallways when I came across some gods. It was Amaterasu, Jin, and Raijin. Oh, hello you three. Jin, a splendid match. I stop and greet the three goddesses. Amaterasu was the one who greeted me first. The other two nodded at me. Are you guys going back now? Yes, it was truly splendid. Please do come back to our realm, Jean. Sure thing. I'm just a request or magic circle away. I gave him a thumbs up before running again. I come across a few more gods. I stop and briefly speak with them. In all honesty, I just want to be with everyone right now, no offense. I finally reached the room after I went up some flight of stairs. I sigh and then ready myself. I push open the door and everyone turns to look at me. Jean? They asked as I was just staring at all of them. After coming to that conclusion in my soul, I felt the same swelling in my chest as I stare at them. Sorry for the wait and back. I meant that in more ways than one, and they understood as they, Jean, ran to me and hugged me. Should I join in? Jean? Azazel asks. Screw you, Ash Crow. We then grin at each other. Welcome back, brat. Yeah, glad to be back. Chapter 7. A Crimson Determination and Love Mount Olympus Hephaestus he won. Hestia jumped up in joy. The ones who had formed some sort of friendship with Jean cheered for joy. This was because he had unveiled his new queen form and won the exhibition match with it. We were watching from our own realm. The ones who traveled to the underworld were Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. The rest of us stayed behind and helped our residents watch the match using holographic visions laid across the realm. His armor is completely different. It does not reflect his moniker of Red Dragon Emperor. Do you think he will gain a new one? Artemis says while looking at the screen. How does Black Dragon Emperor sound? Is it too edgy? Hermes suggests, but many of the gods present put their thumbs down, making him chuckle. Wouldn't Golden Dragon Emperor make more sense? A few of them argue back and forth as to what the new moniker for Jean would be. However, I glanced at Freya as she had a very dangerous and curious glint in her eyes. It looked like the eyes of a hunter looking at prey. She sees me and smiles at me. I awkwardly look away. I can't get used to her. Only a few people can deal with Freya naturally, and I'm not one of them now that his match is over. Does that mean our date? When I think about it, my face heats up. Jean will surely contact me soon. Apollon, Hera, and Kronos were just smiling and nodding approvingly at the screen. I guess they like the results of the match. Ireland Goddess Danu, he won. And that new armor he has. Incredible. I want to meet him. Kana was jumping up and down as she celebrated Jean's victory. I wasn't too worried about him, but I was quite surprised when he was engulfed in a bright light. However, I glanced at Aine as she had her hand over her mouth and had a complicated expression. Earlier, she shouted Mighty Hero Sama. Whether she was mocking him or meant it, I do not know. Even when looking at her, Cinchuredo sound and nodded sagely. She is reasonable, even if she sometimes wears her emotions on her sleeve. Kana then started to go over the match with a very excited tone. Aine and I just listened. However, Aine's mind was somewhere else as she only nodded absent-mindedly to Kana's questions or statements. What did this mean? Did this match affect her views towards Jean? We did feel his power all the way here. I can assume that the rest of the supernatural also noticed too. More eyes are on him now. Perhaps I can play him a song with my harp when I meet him. That will surely impress him. Kana smiles as she summons a harp and starts to play it. I smile at her. Maybe from what I could tell, Jean still loves our country, so he may appreciate it. Heaven 6th, Heaven Michael, Jean won. Brother. Indeed, he did. It was a splendid match. Gabriel was sad that she wasn't able to go to the underworld when she was invited, but we did compromise in letting Heaven watch the match, so she wasn't upset. Jean Sama, he really Altaria? As I and the other angels looked over at Altaria, tears were streaming down her cheeks. We became a little surprised, and Gabriel walked over to her and hugged her. What's wrong, Altaria? It's nothing, Gabriel. Forgive me, I became a bit too emotional. Worry not, Jean Sama is fine. This was a step he needed. A step he needed? What did she mean by that? I looked back at the screen as Jean had a big smile spread across his face. His opponent, Saror Bale, also had a satisfied smile on him. I want to go see Jean. Soon Gabriel looks at me, pleadingly, please don't do that. I already feel horrible for keeping you away from him, but we do have our jobs, even if Altaria does a lot of them now, with efficiency. In a way, and at times, we do feel a bit useless. The way Father used to govern heaven is almost like how she does now. If you complete the remaining tasks you have, you may leave, Gabriel. That's fine, right, Michael? I nodded. I see no issue with that, sister. If you hurry along, you may ill get going. Gabriel quickly left to finish her tasks. I smile as she does this while the rest of her brothers and sisters have awkward smiles on them. Things will get a little more complicated for Jean from now on. He evolved his sacred gear to a point that it does not resemble the red armor of the Red Dragon Emperor anymore. Towards the day, Dan and Luff, a fine battle. Indeed. Cheers. Clank. We were in our usual spot and were watching the match between Jean and Seror Bale. This was also being shown to many of our people within our world. Many of us were expecting Jean to win quite easily. However, his queen form is certainly different. No? I wonder what he will name it. His other forms were called illegal move Triana. Ain was the one who spread the rumor. It was confirmed today as well. I finished Nawada's sentence, and he nods. Yes, not too long ago, Ain came to multiple groups of gods and started to tell us about Jean and Scathack's duel. She also articulated that Jean had used a new form of power with his boosted gear. Not many believed her. However, the rumor did spread across the supernatural world. Nevertheless, there were some who were convinced he was the man who had made many seemingly impossible things possible. Yes, that. Any suggestions? We can even have Ain relay it to Jean. With that, many of us started to discuss amongst ourselves what kind of name he would give this new form. It seems like that burden on him was lifted during this match. I couldn't help but smile. Come on now, Luff. Suggest a name. I do not have one, forgive me. Smack. Smack. Just think harder. Dagda started smacking my back while laughing heartily. I shook my head. Just another typical day, here land of heroes and giants Daramac. Come hail wow. Wow. Amazing. Jean won. Siobhan was jumping and running around in joy as Jean had just won his match against his opponent. Mom, Dad, I want to get strong too. Isabella and I look at one another in shock. We were aware of our daughter's fondness for Jean. However, I did not think she would want to start training this early. She always had an interest in books and never in fighting. Did being put in that situation from back then influence her? She did say that she saw the Witch of Doing Skaith fight and was awed by it. Are you sure, Siobhan? Don't you want to do your usual hobby of reading books? I still want to do that too. Mom, but I want to be strong, so I don't get into that situation again. Siobhan answers my queen and wife with a determined expression. Not when a child of her age should have that event really did change her. However, it may have been for the better. Isabella had a complex expression on her face as I looked at her. I will bravado whatever they decide, so I will wait for my wife's decision. Think about this decision more, Siobhan. But if you are certain, then we will bravado you. Siobhan nods. Yes, thank you. Grigori Tobio accuse. Let's go. Baru. Cookie jumped and shouted, which caused Sae and Ajamu to jolt backwards in surprise. Jean had just won his match against the Devil Bale and also presented his new queen form to the supernatural. Now that's a totally new type of armor, and I dig it. Cookie says while admiring the new armor Jean was donning. Yes, it's unlike what we saw from his other ones. It's mostly black in design with various other colors all over it. Green and red are still present, even if they're small amounts. It was a well-fought battle. I wish to spar with him when I get a chance. Ajamu says while looking at the TV screen. Se was just clapping her hands beside me while Jin and Natsu played around the room. The bar was closed today because we wanted to watch this match. You know you'll lose, right? Even so, I wish to test myself. Cookie looked at Ajamu with a questioning look, but Ajamu did not change his answer. In a way, I also felt the same. I lost in a very lame way against Jean. My mind was somewhere else during that time. To how useless I felt fighting against that cryptid, and to SCE still being poked Toby. You're making a really scary face right now, sorry. I was just thinking about something anyway. How about we go to Kuo Academy's cultural festival that's coming up? Jean and I have been texting about it. I mean, if we don't get a mission and if you guys don't mind. I asked them. I don't mind, Toby. ITLL be a pleasure to see everyone again. What about your aunt and uncle? They'll be going. I mean, if we don't get an assignment, fine by me. I want to ask bro some stuff. I have never been to a cultural festival before, so I wish to attend it. I also haven't thanked Jean enough for giving me another chance. Looks like everyone was in agreement. I'll inform Azazel about it as soon as possible. I turned back to the TV as the ones in the stadium were still going wild. They were really hyped about this Penemu. He won, and with a new fancy suit of armor. I swear that boy, H.A., Shuri says as she gripped Barakiel's arm tightly. My fallen angel comrade just closed his eyes and sighed. Isn't it good, Shuri? I mean, Aquino and Suzuka texted us earlier that Jean looked quite well and ready for it. Ow, 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 ow. Those two are in love with him. Of course they'll say that. But I am happy that he won. You pinching your husband while staring daggers at the holographic vision isn't exactly convincing anyone, Shuri. She then looks at me, and I look at her back. There were also a few other fallen angels here that watched the match. Shemhazai, Armoros, Sahariel, Tamiel, Rainier, Calawarna, Donasik, Middle, and other high to low-ranking fallen were gathered here to watch it. Jean did make many acquaintances and friends here, so they were quite excited to watch him fight. When Jean won, I glanced at Rainier and saw her ball her hand into a fist and pumped it. She did it in a way that no one could see. I'm also glad he won. And everyone in his group all knew he would. I mean, finding out that secret is a bit. But outer God, huh? I didn't expect things to be that big if what he told us was the truth. Then he has a lot of responsibilities in the future. I heard from Azazel that Jean's interested in you, Penemu. Care to comment? Shuri asks me that as many heads in the room turned to me. I felt myself blush and awkwardly laugh at her. Me? Please, Shuri, I'm old enough to be his great times 50 grandmother that hurt, saying ugh. Shuri also didn't know look like she believed me. She stared at me suspiciously before shaking her head and turning back to face the vision. You have a very tough mother-in-law, Jean, even though she already accepted it. Takamagara Yoshitsu Minamoto, I and a few of my friends were in Iwabami Sands and watching the match between Jean and the devil called Saror Bale. Haha, he won. Jean Kunsher is amazing. Pa! I look over at Benkei as he gave some praise to the man. We knew for a few days. She then drank from her gourd. Yoichi, Benkei, and Iwabami-san were here with me. There were a few other patrons here as well. So cool. That new armor. Yoichi, after finding out about Jean as the middleman and as the mighty dragon, became a huge fan. He bought some merchandise from the underworld. He was particularly excited when he found out that Jean-san was coming to our realm. But he tried to act cool when he was here, and they didn't interact much because of it. However, he was gifted goggled and a new bow, so he was quite ecstatic with it. Yoichi then summons the bow and looks at it expectantly. I don't think Jean-san added a function that will allow your bow to transform into an armor set. Yoichi, Benkei snickers and tells him the same thing. The two then starts arguing. What a passionate fight. Those two were really going at it, huh? Iwabami says while still looking at the screen. I look back as well and see that Jean was still holding the defeated Bale. He had a big smile on his face. I could help but smile too. Indeed, it makes me want to have a small sparring match with him too. The two stops arguing as everyone turns to look at me. Did I say something strange? I did not believe, so if anything, it sounded quite reasonable after seeing that display. I might probably agree with you, but I doubt I would win. How about you, Yoichi? No. Thank you, I would lose. It seems these two agree with this at the very least. Iwabami-san hasn't said anything, but she was looking intently at the screen. I wonder what I should order figures to sell for that new look of his. She says it while turning around. She then gained a confused look. What? We chuckle at her. She is only thinking about the future business she can do with Jean. Didn't Amaterasu-sama, Fujin-sama, and Reijin-sama go to the underworld to watch it from there? Yes, they did, Iwabami-san. They received the invitation from Lucifer-sama and Azazel-san. I answer Iwabami-san's question. Yes, a few days after Jean left, we finally got in contact with the Devils and Fallen. They have offered to do some cultural exchange with us, as well as the Norse gods and Irish gods. We're looking forward to seeing what we can do once their help and research come to us. Perhaps we can create our own sacred gears? It sounds like a stretch, but rumors say that Azazel, the governor of the Fallen, has created some. Ow, ow, ow. Stop. Bank out. My thoughts were interrupted once I hear Yoichi screaming. I look over to them. Benkei's gourd was on the ground, and the sake was spilled over. She had an angry look And choke, holding Yoichi, what in the world are the two of you doing? Tir na na, Queen Mia. Yeah, thanks for inviting us over, Mia. It has been a pleasure being able to watch this match along with all of you. It is no problem, Oberon. I thought it would be better to see this together. I would have liked to gather more, but time wasn't on my side. I had invited both Queen and King of the Fae over to Tir na Nog. We were in my home. We also had magic circles showing the match to everyone else in Tir na Nog and the Fairy Kingdom. It's pretty amazing, huh? Jean Kuan showed his queen form, but why not call it king? Oberon, you can't change into a king in chess. I believe his base balance break is his pawn. He did show a knight, rook, and bishop earlier. You're right. I had tried to invite other gods here, including Queen Halloween. However, she never got back to me in time, and so she never showed up. She was easy to contact until recently. Should I contact Jean and send a request? But if I'm wrong, then I will waste his time. Perhaps I'm just overthinking this. I will hold off for now. Clink clank, the food is great as always. Mia, thank you. My staff are great cooks. Please do enjoy yourselves more. The upcoming game between the two devils will take place in a week's time. Will you be watching it too? Mmm. Titania lightly smacked Oberon, who tried to reply while still eating his food. I envy these two. Their relationship is strong, even if it doesn't look good at first glance. Oberon finally finished eating. Yes, we do. I don't know about the rest, but I believe Jean trained the Grimoire Devils. So it will surely be a fun watch. Titania silently agreed with her husband with a nod. The match was over, so we chatted casually for the next few hours. Cow's Brigade Ignia the room had fallen silent. We all vaguely knew of what was to come when Father reached this. We were watching the match alongside the rest of the supernatural, and it was interesting. Though, once he used his queen form, we became silent. This meant one thing. He fulfilled the first part of his evolution. We all were vaguely aware of it thanks to our mother. The situation has been this way since we were created. When your father evolves, your life and mine will end. There is no way around it. Accept it. I would like to think he'll survive in the end. Even so, the agreement I had with Father still puts me at risk when I venture into the multiverse. This is because I'm certain that there are beings out there that can match my strength. Or not. I am uncertain. But I do look forward to it. Well, he's 1 out of 2. One more and we die. Centurado, Underworld, Jean, Skyward. I was still being piled on by the girls, but I didn't mind. In a way, it was comforting. But I do need to physically check on Serorg in order to heal him. Okay, girls, time out. I hear a few of them giggle before getting off me. I finally get up and face everyone. But before I could speak, they congratulated me. Thank you anyway. You guys can head home before me. I want to go and visit Serorg and probably heal him up. I can't just cripple him to make it easier for your upcoming raiding game. Rias. She smiles and lightly hits me on the shoulder. Of course not. I want my cousin to be at full power when our peerage fight. However, to think his ace was the sacred gear Regulus Nemia, I see why Serorg was quite confident in fighting us. The rest of her peerage agrees. Yes, to think we will be facing a fellow devil with one of the original 13 Longinus for our raiding game. Despite Kiba expressing his thoughts on it, I could tell they weren't too concerned. Azazel lets out a heavy sigh, attracting everyone's attention. Jean's right. You guys have a week to do any last-minute preparations. Utilize it wisely and don't waste it. Of course, I'm not telling you to just abandon everything and not enjoy yourselves. I know that we have a culture festival coming up. Rias agrees with Azazel. Yes, let's go back, everyone. We can go to the training facility for a short while. I agree with Ojusama. I will also need help with cooking up the feast. A few of the girls agree to help Graphia with the cooking, and everyone prepares to go home. Rose stands beside me. Everyone else understood and left. You know, you really don't have to. Can I spend some time with you? She cutely says while looking at me. Geez, Rose. If you do it like that, I'll feel like an ass. I sigh and nodded. Sorry. Sure thing, let's go then. She smiles as she's happy with my answer. So, we left the VIP booth, and I started walking in the direction of where I felt Serorg's aura. We passed by many staff members and a few noble devils as they congratulated me. Some noble devils offered their daughters to me, but I had to decline. Please don't treat your own children as some kind of bargaining tool. They have feelings too, you know? Oya? if it isn't Jean Cohen. Jean, on our way to Sarorg's room, we come across two of the four Satans. It was Surzex and Serafal. Astri and Millikas were also with them. Oh, Silzik, Soha. Millikas and Astri, hello. I hope the match was entertaining enough for you. Yin Nisama. You and Sarorg-san were amazing. Millikas ran over to me, so I crouched down, and we share a high five. He still seemed fired up by it, is that so? Thank you for your support, Millikas. It was a splendid fight, Jean. It seems like it helped you in a way. I stand back up and look at Surzex. Yeah, it did. How many people helped me along the way? I guess I just needed a good OL fist fight to push me through the last bit. I see we will be on our way, Jean Rossweiss. Millikas goes over to Surzex as they started to walk away. Astri just gave me a small nod and smile. Rose and I continued our journey towards Sarorg. Knock knock upon entering the room where Sarorg was. His peerage, mother, and Silvatila Stolas were all present. They turned to look at me and smiled. Jin-sama. Hey, how's he doing? I step into the room with Rose behind me. The two of us went over to Sarorg's side, and he was still sleeping. I looked over his entire body and saw he was mostly okay, but to be sure, I touched his shoulder and healed him. He glowed a small golden glow for a few seconds before it died down. Any visible injuries on him quickly vanished, and not too long after that his eyes started to open. Once it did, he was staring at the ceiling for a few seconds before turning to his side. Mother, Tila, Jean, everyone I see, I lost, huh? Haha, he says tiredly, and then sits up, then sighs. My second defeat to you. Centuredo, you can afford to relax for at least one. He looks at me with a little surprise before he laughs like he usually does. Yes, I will take it easy for the rest of the day. Excuse me. We turned around when we heard a voice. I recognized the aura. It was Surzex. I did feel Millikas and Astra's aura leave while it stayed. I wonder what he's doing here. Jean Cohen, Sarorg, everyone. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting anything. I'm just here to congratulate the two of you. It truly was a magnificent fight. I feel strongly about that, including the other higher-ups and other gods who saw it. It will certainly be a fight that is talked about for the next months, even years. Sarorg, I can say that it made me feel hopeful for the future generations after seeing that. You surely inspired many young devils, young children of the supernatural, to be like you. Thank you, Surzex Lucifer Sama. Sarorg bowed to him from his bed, as did everyone else. Rose and I just stood there watching it. Then he turns to me, making me confused. He chuckled at this. Depending on what happens in the rating game between Bale and Gremory, there are talks of promotions for both groups. Please pass that on to Rias for me. She was already gone when I went to check their VIP booth. Promotion. Are the candidates decided yet, or? Yes, however, I would like to keep it a secret for the time being. I nodded to his answer. I can live with that. If I remember correctly, Kiba, Aquino, and Issei were the ones to get promoted to middle class after the rating game. Now, I wonder who'll take Icy's place for the promotion. Maybe ITLL be decided once the game concluded? I mean, they most likely be judged on performance. That makes sense, Drake. But I glance at everyone in Sarorg's peerage. They were high class to middle ultimate class, not including Regulus and Sarorg. Keisha is the strongest at ultimate class. Well, she is the queen of the group. Will she and Aquino be fighting during it? I wonder how that will go, but I can see Aquino winning, not including the large power gap. That's all I was here to say. Good luck on the rating game, everyone. Until we meet again. Surzex smiles at us before turning around to leave. I also turn back to them. They'll get going too. They'll be watching your game with Rias in a week's time. Good luck. Right? Thank you again, Jean. No, I should be thanking you. We grin at each other before bumping fists. Rose and I slowly start to leave the room. Once outside, I prepare to teleport back home when Jin-sama, I hear both Miss LaBelle and Keisha Baden's voices behind me. I turn to look at them as they gesture to step further away from the room. We walk away and then stop to talk. How can I help the both of you? Yank. One moment I was standing normally. The next I was pulled into a sudden hug by Miss LaBelle. She had embraced me tightly, shocking the ones around us. I didn't know how to react, so I just stood there. Thank you. I do not think I conveyed these to you enough. for helping me with my sleeping disease and to helping my son. Even if he lost to you today as his mother, I feel like he grew again. She finally lets me go, and I take a step back. It's no problem, Miss Lisanne. Heck, Sarah did as much for me too. So I guess we're even in that regard. She just smiles at me, and I turn to Keisha, who is still a bit shocked. I also want to thank you, Jean-sama. Those words you told me during that night stuck to me. As well as they anyway, I just wanted to thank you. I have moved on, and F found someone else I'm interested in. Here we go. Smack. Bonk. Boom. Don. Jaya. What the hell are you two doing? Really? I hope it comes to fruition this time, then. Igriegajis. T, then excuse me. Fufufu. A maiden's heart is complicated, right? Goodbye for now, Jean. Once that was done, the two of them headed back to the room, and I turned back to Rose. H.A., what an emotionally exhausting day. Let's go back to our home, Rose. Yes, let's go back home 4 days until rating game Ko Academy Rock. Paper. Scissors. Come on. Najima threw his pen to the ground out of frustration. It was early in the morning, and I had come into the classroom while the Gremory peerage was in the club room talking about strategies and tactics. They don't know what the rules of the game are yet, but it's essentially a 1 versus 1 King Gasper fight against Coriana if the time comes. Maybe he's grown a lot since then. He's come to Albion and I during our time in the pocket dimension. He asked for some tips in hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, he has a good grasp on it, too. What? No. I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard Kuda screaming. I look over to him and saw him on the ground. I give him a strange look, and then Skyward-sama, a cute first-year girl, is here to see you, Najima, says to me while patting Kuda on the back. I nodded and got up. He's taking this a lot better than I never mind actual tears are streaming down his cheeks. I quickly left the room and found Ravel outside. Ravel? How can I help you? Here, she takes out something from behind her and hands it to me. It's a letter? Wait a minute. Is this the famous love letter from anime? I was a little speechless, but decided to open it since she wasn't leaving or stopping me. I quickly read over the contents of the letter and chuckled to myself. I see it was a letter from Lady Phoenix and a small section by Ravel. It basically asked if she could live in my home. I look at the girl in question as she was blushing quite hard. Sure thing. You can do it today, right? Why, yes, cool. I can help you bring them then. Just take them to the club room after school. Igriegajis. Excuse me. After that, Ravel quickly dashed away while still blushing. I guess it's fine, right? She's progressing at her own pace, the same with Keisha. Tug. Yank. He'll seriously consider it. So give me advice. I was yanked back into the classroom. During that brief interaction between Ravel and there were multiple students watching. Some wondered if she was giving me a love letter. Ravel. I know her parents, and that letter was from them asking me if I could let her stay in my home as she studies here. Geez, you guys need to chill, but they fell back in horror. The other more reasonable ones understood it and went back to what they were doing. Najima began to point at me. How many are living with you now? I'm pretty sure Akino-san, his foreigner girlfriend, Ingvild, and a few others. This guy seriously has a whole group of girls around him. Kuda and Najima come to a conclusion that they should have arrived at a few months ago. I just sigh and shake my head. I headed back to my desk and let them talk amongst themselves. After school done with festival preparations for the day. You have everything with you, right? I ask Ravel as she brings over one last suitcase and puts it on the ground. In total, she had around 25 large suitcases. My mouth twitched. If I had to carry that normally, I would rather die. Why do you need that many? Why do women need so much clothing? Am I just a slob? Well, you wear the same thing nearly every day, just with a bit of change. Like a different colored shirt, but the same design and brand. Apart from the few times, Jean, your clothing selection sucks. Thanks, Draig. Velgrind very encouraging. I will help you pick out clothes in the future. Be ready. If I could hit you right now, Rudra, I would. A lover's quarrel, Jean-sama? HAA. I'm here. Ready to go. Everyone else snickered at me, making Ravel even more confused. She doesn't know yet, but it's fine. I summoned a small capsule and put all her suitcases in it. I'll give this back to you when we're in my house. She seemed a little confused, but agreed in the end. Skyward household and home. Welcome back, dear. I looked down to see Kuroka in some maid outfit and doing a dejiza towards me. What in the world? Kuroka? Her body starts to shake and then shoots back up. I can't do this, Naya. Grafia, this is torture. She looks towards the kitchen and Grafia, Reiko, and they were there, all of them wearing the same maid attire as her. Did you not say you wanted to try being a maid, Kuroka? I'm sorry. It's too difficult. I don't want to anymore. Grafia shook her head and sighed. She comes over to me and sees Ravel. Ah, Ravel-sama, are you moving in today? The Silver Queen of Annihilation. Even though she's no longer considered the strongest queen, since she isn't part of any peerage anymore, that moniker is still widely known. I see. Ine, please help Ravel pick out a room. Yes, Grafia-san. Ine bowed to her and came over to us. She seems to be taking this maid thing quite seriously. I look at Grafia, and we communicate without saying anything. You're fine with other maids now? It is my own development, Jean. Buffed. Okay, great job, FIA. After our silent communication, I hand the capsule to Ravel. When you pick a room, throw this onto the ground, and it will summon back all your suitcases. And take this too. Do the same thing, and ITLL make your room 3 times as bigger. Seeing as how much stuff you have, you'll probably need it. Ah, why yes. Thank you very much, Jean-sama. Please follow me. Ravel nodded and followed after an A. The two of them headed upstairs. During that time, everyone else left to do their own thing, so I was there with Rose. I sensed that the Grimmery peerage was already down at the training facility. They don't stop, do they? Their rating game is drawing near after all. I know Rose, and I spoke briefly before going into the kitchen. Kuroka was being grilled by Grafia and was being put through her maid training. She looked a little clumsy. She even looked at me with puppy dog eyes. No, she's an Akomada, so kitty cat eyes. But I'm sorry, I won't go against Grafia's maid training. She seems very serious about it. Even Reiko was taking it seriously. Why though? Later that night, Nyan. I could hear Chiron and Kuroka arguing through Naya's. Why? I do not know. I wasn't planning to stop it though. I was currently in Shigen's room as she played her piano. She was a little frustrated with the constant Naya and G. So, I put a sound barrier around us. She looks back at me with a thankful expression and continues to play. By the way, Shigen, where do you want to go for our date? Shigen stops playing the piano and stares at me. She closes her eyes and thinks about it. She finally opens them. See, can we go to Hawaii? I recently read some things about their gods and goddesses, so I became interested in Hawaii. I'm sure I have been there with Gabriel. I know a little bit. So sure, why not? Gabriel-sama, do you want to invite her to? I feel bad for her. She rarely gets to come here. Maybe you can ask Michael-sama or Altaria about her situation. I've been meaning to do that too. I want to spend more time with Gabriel, after all. I nodded. Yeah, I'll talk to Altaria and Michael about it. So Hawaii, huh? I look forward to it, Shigen. Yes. I was just about to nyat. We look at each other before laughing. I wonder what those two are so riled up about. We'll check it out in a bit. One day before Rating Game Japan, I was out buying something for the club, since we need some items for our attraction for the cultural festival. Rose was with me, and I stopped by the place where my future restaurant will be. This wasn't here a week ago. The Grimmeries are quite meticulous, huh? The area where my restaurant will be located had already been sectioned off, and the old building had already been removed. The area was a little larger since the other shop was relocated and the entire area was flattened. A sign that says Future Restaurant was put there with a chibi drawing of Zeoticus. Yes, it seems like it's becoming a reality. When will construction start? I don't know. We'll need to speak with Zeoticus about that. I should start making blueprints soon anyway. Let's go back. Yes. As we were approaching the school again, I could see Sona, Sabaki, Najima, and Kuda. We quickly approached them as she was lecturing the two of them. Once we got closer to them, I could see that the two of them were a bit injured. Hey, what the hell happened? Did you two fight again? Everyone turns to Rose and I. Najima just sighs and shakes his head. It's the typical dumb thing we do, Jean. Don't worry about it yet. But we got caught this time around. How unfortunate. Sona just shakes her head and lectures them for a little bit more before letting them go. She then turns to us. What was the reason? Something about paper airplanes, paper airplanes? I look at the two as they walked away. They were already buddy-buddy, acting like nothing happened. I see, all right. Good luck on your rating game, Sona Tsubaki. Yes, thank you. Your match with Saror was also quite entertaining, Jean. We must get going. Goodbye for now. Sona fixes her glasses before leaving. Tsubaki gave a small bow before following her king. Rose and I made our way to the club room to finish up the final parts of our attraction. Later that night, Skyward household, it seems like the Grimmery peerage were still in the entertainment room, still strategizing for the rating game tomorrow. They know Sarorg's trump card now, so they can plan accordingly. But my question is, how will the dice thing turn out? The higher-ups and the ones running the rating game should know how powerful the Grimmery devils are. I wonder if Rias will be the same number as Sarorg. Both may be 12, meaning they can only go out when a maximum number is rolled, Jean. I was in the backyard reading a book while I thought of that too. I heard a voice behind me, and I turn around to see it was Ingvild. She walks over and sits beside me. Oh, hey Ingvild. I was just reading something out here. Do you need something from me? She shakes her head. No, everyone's just busy with their own things. I heard from Rossweiss that the area for your restaurant has been cleared up. Yeah, it shouldn't be too long now until it's constructed, and I can start my business. I'll probably spend most of my time there, as well as doing my job in the supernatural. I'll probably only go to college for exams or something. I'll let my avatar deal with it. Ingvild and I talk about random things ranging from the news, internet, and the supernatural. She wasn't really there for anything specific. She just wanted to hang out. I was up at the top floor of my home. I thought of taking a dip in the jacuzzi, but held back against it since it was nearing 1 in the morning. Almost everyone was asleep, save for a few that are still up for whatever reason. I feel like this was becoming a more common thing since I'm up here a lot. It was in the backyard before shuffle shuffle. I turn around to see Rias there. First her queen a few days ago, and now the king has paid me a visit. She smiles at me and walks over to my side. We silently look over at Kuo as a small breeze hits us. How do you feel about tomorrow? Our strategy meetings have been fruitful. Ravel has also joined in on them and gave her opinion. She's a smart girl. I can see her being a king of her own peerage when older. She's certainly smarter than me. I look at her in a bit of surprise. She looks back at me unamused. I didn't think you would admit that right away, no. Am I in denial? She's grown a lot since we first met. This makes sense. Rias doesn't see herself as like some genius with a quintillion IQ, but she is smart, since she did come up with plans on the spot during the 5 and 15 years in the pocket dimension. You need a rook and pawn, right? Why not have Kanami or Ravel? Ravel for maybe rook? In canon, Rose was made in her rook, but she specialized in magic, but all her bishop pieces were already used. But it did help her a bit since it increased her offense and defense. But rooks are usually slow, maybe Kanami. She is already fast on her feet. The increase in offense and defense should be beneficial for her. She's also been wanting to increase her lifespan. I did offer her that, but she's been thinking about it. I don't think Ravel will join my peerage, but Kanami has said she may, but I'm still waiting for a reply. But it can wait. I don't need to add a piece right now. I just need to focus on the current game. But Rias looks at me with a frown. I have some trouble with my own trump card, Centurado. I have only seen her use it a few times in the pocket dimension, but it does have some functions like my scale mail. She can make boosters from behind her. It also increases her offense and defense, as well makes some attacks she does easier. She can even use the Dragon Blaster. I'm pretty sure she calls it Extinction Blaster, though, as I said, I only saw it a few times. I see. Let's make it complete then. She seemed confused by this. I chuckle and poke her forehead and gave her a bit of permanent draconic energy. She jolted a little and looked at me confused. Centurado, Underworld Agar's territory. We were back at the same stadium, and I could feel many auras from a week ago were also here. I was going towards the Bale team's room, first before joining the Grimmeries. Knock, knock. The door was already open, so I just say that out loud, and they all turned to me. Jean, did you need something? Sarah approaches me, and we bump fists. No, I'm just checking up on all of you. You guys ready? They had confident smiles on them and nodded. Sarah sees this and nods approvingly. As you can see, we're in top form for today's match. We will be going full throttle from the start. I see then I wish you the best. Go kick ass. He nods, and we bump fist one more time before I leave for the Grimmery team's room. I roam the hallways when I come across Roygun. She was with Oleander, her queen. Roygun? They both turned to me when I called her out. Ada. If it isn't dual Dragon Emperor Sama. You hadn't contacted me in a while. We texted like 2 days ago. I would say that isn't a while. Anyway, how have you been? I glance at her and then to Oleander, who nodded. I guess he's the same as ever then. Hoo. We're here to watch this rating game, as both are rated quite highly by many in the current rating games. I do look forward to it. We must be off now. Until we meet again. Jean, she blew me a kiss before turning around to leave. Oleander gave me a sympathetic look before following his king. Keep on fighting, man. She does seem like a handful to deal with on a daily basis as I was finishing my pep talk to everyone in the Gremory team. A certain man came into the room, pardon me. Erlisef, Oni-sama, Rias and Ravel exclaimed. The rest of the team looked at him in surprise. Yes, this was none other than Riser Phoenix. Joe, I've arrived, Ravel. I see that you're doing well. He puts a hand up and then goes to sit on a chair. I was more or less expecting this. Since helping him out months ago, he's been on the steady rise to being himself again, while also being less of a jerk. Aquino got up from her seat and poured some tea for him. He genuinely thanked her after receiving some. I came here to talk about the upcoming match. Basically, today's game has the same amount of attention as that of popular teams competing against each other. Even the seats are going to be filled out. Add to the fact that almost everyone knows that the middleman is close to all of you and has trained you. You can see why it's quite hyped. Don't forget about the previous match between Jean and Sarorg. Many have high expectations for this game. Don't get overwhelmed and just do what you need to do. Your own ratings will change depending on your actions during this game. Remember, rating games are also to entertain the crowd, so make it fun for them. Riser says quite seriously to them. Rias narrows her eyes at Riser and sighs. I said this last night to Jean, but I am not as talented as Sona at coming up with tactics, or your sister Ravel. However, I, along with my family, have become stronger over the last few months. I can rely on them, and they do the same for me. In spite of that, I will always strive to be better. I have many supporting me, Rias declares. Riser has a stunned look on him as he stares at Rias without saying anything. Is that so? But keep this in mind, Rias. Strategies and tactics can be improved over time. They can't be learned in an instant. You need experience as well. I had to go through the same. I hate working hard, but seeing as how I won't be able to compete without doing so in the future, I must. You have a talent for drawing in people too, but I think a lot of it comes down to Riser stops to look at me. Everyone else followed suit. He sighs and continues. It was your fate, no. It was all your fates to meet him. Whatever was at play, all of you met him in the end, and that set something in motion. Even if the trait of a dragon drew others to him. He gets up and starts to head toward the door. He stops and glances back. Have some confidence, Rias. These guys and the dragon are your treasures. He blushes and continues to try to hide his embarrassment. I'm a pro, so I have experience, so I can guarantee it. You guys beat me fair and square back then, in my personal opinion. The Bale group won't win today. I look forward to competing against you in the future, Rias. Riser finally reaches the door. I will be rooting for you guys. Win it. Rias smiles confidently. Yes, of course. However, Riser doesn't move, but... Jean, thank you for what you did. I won't forget. With that, Riser finally left through the door, leaving the room to look at where he once was. Zenobia turns to me and asks, what happened between the two of you? It's nothing too serious, just a bit of man-to-man and me beating him up a bit. Anyway, they'll get going. The game will start soon. I was in the VIP lounge for the Devils. On the way there, I met up with Rose. She wanted to find the VIP room that Odin was in and wanted to speak with him. Surzex had invited me there, and a few people were there that I knew of. This included the previous Riser who was with Ubeluna. Jean Cohen, glad you can make it. ITLL, start in a minute. Surzex walks over to me, and we walk back to some seats. Millie Cass greets me enthusiastically. The same with Astery. The same commentators were there, Azazel, Nod, and Diehauser. Now, the battle of the century is about to begin. From the East Gate, it's Saror Bale's team. The crowd went wild. The dome felt like it was shaking to how loud people were screaming. I hadn't noticed this in my own match. And finally, from the West Gate, it's Rias Gremory's team. Another round of cheers. This time it was even louder. Both teams go to their respective bases and waited. The announcer goes through his usual as he explains a few things to the viewers and crowd. There is a special rule in this game. He goes to explain the same rules as the one in canon. It was going to be a die figure game. In a match-style game, each piece has a value, and whatever value both die land on are the ones able to participate. It goes something like this. Kings can range from 1 to 12 pawns, depending on the estimated value given by the judging committee, based on the strength of the king themselves, value of their servants in comparison with the opponents. Queen 9 pawns, rook 5 pawns, knight 3 pawns, bishop 3 pawns, pawn 1 pawn, base value. Each king then rolls their die, depending on what they land on. They add them, and whatever number that equals to, those are the allowed participants. In the Gremory team, we have Aquino at 9, Kiba and Zenobia at 3, Gasper and Asia also at 3, and finally Chiron at 5, as the only rook on the team. The announcer speaks a little more before now, then. The chess piece value numbers the judging committee chose for each king is this. When the announcer shouts that out, Rias and Sarorg's name appears on the huge monitor written in devil letters, and the numbers under their names are spinning. Combatant Saror Bale is 12. Combatant Rias Gremory is also 12. Oh, both kings have the max number. They both can't participate unless they both roll a 6. There is no guarantee that Sarorg or Rias will go on the field if the number is rolled to a 12, though. Surzex and a few devils around me agreed. Also, another rule. You cannot send out the same combatant continuously. This also goes the same for the King S. Rias Gremory normally, I would be against sending out Asia, as she's quite valuable to our team, but I trust my servant's abilities. We can win this. We have been working on our teamwork in the training facility. I know you guys can do it. I say to my family and get energetic responses. Now, the game is about to begin. Both teams, are you ready? The broadcaster raised the tension, and the arbiter raised his hand high. Now, the rating game between Sarorg Bale's team and Rias Gremory's team will begin. Game start. Along with the sound of the start for the game, the cheer from the crowd echoes throughout the stadium. Finally, the game began. So then, will the two kings step in front of the stand? Being urged by the arbiter, I and Sarorg go in front of the stand. We will start the first match. We will choose the combatants who will be appearing. Will both of you hold the dice? I do so. Shoot. After the arbiter's call, I roll my dice. It rolls for a few seconds before stopping. The monitor shows the image of the two dice. And the values are, the value combatant Rias Gremory rolled is 2. On the other hand, the value combatant Sarorg Bale rolled is 1. That is a total value of 3. They will be able to send out their servants within that value. In this case, since the value of the pawn of Saror Bale is high and Rias Gremory has no pawn, they will only be able to send out one knight or bishop which have values of 3. So, which members will both sides send to the field? The arbiter then announces, you get 5 minutes of planning time. So please choose the combatant who will be participating within that time. Also, the promotion for the pawns will be available once they arrive at the field. The promotion will be deactivated every time a match ends, so please use promotion every time you get on the field. 5 minutes. The maximum value I can send out is 3. That means I can send out Udo, Zenobia, Gasper, or Asia. We can conclude that Sarorg may assume I will send out either one of my knights, since both of them are the value of 3. They don't know about Asia or Gasper's training, but they have seen them fight. Well, Gasper during our match against Reiser. Everyone here is essentially a queen and all-rounders. Whoever I choose will bring us victory. I've seen them grow, after all. Udo, please go. Yes, President. The 5 minutes quickly ended. The 5 minutes are about to be over. Would the combatants participating in the match please make their way to the magic circle? The magic circle is a transport type. You will be transferred to a battlefield prepared in a different dimension. The match will then be fought on that battlefield. The battlefield will be randomly picked from the ones already prepared. Until the combatants are transferred to the different field, the bases of both sides will be placed in a barrier, so the bases will become invisible. And that barrier will only be taken off every time a match ends. Kiba Udo, I will get going then. Good luck, Kiba-kun. Good luck, Udo Senpai. I nodded as I stepped on the magic circle and was transported to another dimension. It was not the first time for me. or for my comrades, but the place I was transported to was unique. In front of me was a young man with brown hair and green eyes. In battle, he wears medieval armor whilst riding upon Altabrow, who emits blue-white flames, which gives him the appearance of a medieval knight. Oh, the combatants for the first match have appeared. As you can see, the field is a vast Greenland, and this vast Greenland will be the stage for the first match. The ones chosen from both sides with a value of 3 are the young nobleman of Godspeed from the Gremory team. Its combatant Kiba Yudo. Princess Rias Knight has appeared. I heard many of my fans cheer my name, but I focus on my opponent in front of me. And from the Bale group, before the broadcaster introduces him, I'm one of the knights that serve our master Serug Balesama, Baruka Furkas. I have luck being a swordsman because I was given the opportunity to exchange swords with the infamous Kiba Udodano of the Holy Demonic Sword by my master. I also look forward to having this duel with you. Without further ado begin, both of us take a stance. I challenge you. Let us see if the speed of Altabrow and I can match you. Baruka says as he disappears from his spot. However, I was used to even greater speed than that. Catching. With one fluid motion, I bring my demonic sword to my right side and stop his attack. I heard him make a surprise sound, but he quickly moved on and kept on attacking me. He would disappear and reappear at different points around me. However, I only needed to do small movements to block his attacks. Oh, Knight Kiba Yudo is blocking Baruka Furkas' attack while standing in the same spot. Magnificent. I can't even land an attack on you. I nodded before dashing towards him. He tried to counter, but I did multiple feints, surprising him. I then appeared to his side and kick him. Arg. I do not need to draw this out. This small display should be enough. I faced Aurelia-san in the pocket dimension and couldn't do anything. Even now I doubt I could even match her. As Baruka-san was still in the air, I decided to finish it. I dashed towards him. I changed my demonic sword into the shape of a demonic katana blade. I saw Jin Senpai do this during the last 15 years, so I observe him doing it and try to replicate it. Sure, son, lion song. I sheathed and unsheathed my demonic katana while I passed my opponent. Shing, slice, KSHK, clank, thud. When I turned my opponent, Baruka-san was on the ground, the same with his horse. Both were defeated and were unconscious. His armor was destroyed, and he had a cut on his shoulder. I made sure to hold back, so I wouldn't take him out. Ugh! Kiba Yudo Kuin ended it quickly, and with a single swift strike from his demonic sword. Baruka-san then disappears in a short burst of light. Then the Arbiter announces, Combatant Serorg Bale's Knight retires. We take the first battle. Rias Gremory, the team which dominated the first match, is the Gremory team. Now then, what will happen the next match? Well done, Yudo. Thank you, President. Yudo had teleported back into our base as we wait further instructions. He was also congratulated by his fellow members. Serorg and I rolled the die again. The value rolled was 6 by me and 4 by Serorg. Its total value of 10. This time it's a rather large value. Oh, this time the total value is 10. Both sides will be able to send out combatants within the value of 10. Of course, it's a value where you can send several combatants. I turned to look at my members. 10 is the value. I can't send out Yudo again, so the ones left are Aquino, Zenobia, Gasper, Asia, and Chiron. Let's go with Kaneko and Asia. Both of you support each other. Roger. Igriagis. President. Both of them step into the circle once the planning phase was nearly over. Go in this, Asia, Chiron. Zenobia put her fist towards them. The two of them did the same before teleporting away. Chiron Tuju, the place Asia Senpai and I were teleported into seemed like to be inside a dark shrine. We were inside a building with giant pillars. There was an altar further in it. The ceiling was destroyed, and we could see the outside through it. In front of us were our opponents. A blonde-haired, gentle-looking man equipped with light armor and a sword. Also, a giant man who seems to stand 3 meters tall. And one of the knights of Serorg-sama, Libin Crossel. This big one here is the Rook Gandoma Balam. We too will be your opponents. A silent giant. The rook Gandomabalum had a large build. His arms are especially huge down till his fingers. His face is more like a monster than a human. Crossel, one of the former 72 pillars, the descendant of an extinct house. Asia Senpai should be aware of this. The second match starts now. The arbiter announces, Asia Senpai, please support me. Yes, I felt her put some buffs on me, and I cover my body in Tuki. Our two opponents get ready as they go into their own stances. Dwash. I appear beside the rook Gandoma as he hadn't caught up with my speed. They may have underestimated my speed, since I'm labeled as a rook. Don. I punch him on the side, and he was sent flying towards the wall. His teammate gained a surprised look and tried to attack me. I, however, dodged them all easily and jumped toward the downed rook. I held back on my punch, as I didn't want to blow a hole through him. But as I approached him, Higandoma was already swinging a right hook at me. I maneuver mid-dash and jump over him. I land on the part of the wall that wasn't destroyed. He punched nothing, and I jumped back down and landed an axe kick on his head. Done? Gandoma. His fellow knight shouts at the sudden development. Gandoma falls to the ground, knocked unconscious. Oh, it looks like the rook Gandoma is already knocked out by Princess Rias Rook Kaneko. The knight Libin looked annoyed, but decided to attack Asia Senpai instead. Little did he know, doom. His eyes glowed, and I felt the surrounding gravity increase. That should keep you in place for now. I will deal with the supper boom. Libin, the knight of Serorg Bale, flew across the underground shrine and hit the altar hard. While he was looking at me and walking towards Asia Senpai, she had gotten up, covered her body in Tuki, and punched him. Asia Senpai has the nickname One Punch Woman after all. Nae-sama said her mastery in Tuki is unnatural, even for Yukai standards. See combatant Serorg Bale's knight, and rook retires. The arbiter wasn't expecting that, nor was the crowd, as they had mostly remained in stunned silence. Our match was over, and we took the second victory. Rias Gremory with the second match finished. The Bale side has 3 members that have retired, while the Gremory side still have their full team. Gremory is in the lead, but we don't know how the rest will play out. Wonderful work, you two. I praised the two as they nodded. Yudo then said, Asia-chan ended it with a single punch, much like many of her battles in the pocket dimension. We both stepped up to roll our dice again, and this time we rolled a total of 8. I look back at my peerage. Who shall I send out? Perhaps Yudo? Yudo and Gasper, please go ahead. Yes, President. Yes. The two of them walked towards a magic circle while chatting. Gasper-kun, if we face against Coriana-san, what will you do? Regardless if I do, I must do my best for my king. Good answer, let's go. I felt a sense of pride well up in my chest. Gasper, you've come a long way since I first met you. The shy shut-in vampire who hated socializing with anyone. Now look at you. You can interact with just about anyone without being nervous, and it looks like you may get a lover soon. We feel the same way. Rias, I turned back to look at Aquino. He's come a long way from where we once knew him, due to his own efforts and with Jean's help. Yes, that's right, it's because of him. Kiba, Yudo, Gasper-kun, and I were transported to some sort of flower garden. There were different types of flowers blooming all over the area. The scent was quite overwhelming, if I'm being honest. However, in front of us were Hi. Gasper, I glanced at Gasper as he had a face of determination, but also waved back at the female in front of us. Well, there were 2 of them, actually. Both of us had the value of 6. I, the knight, and Gasper, the bishop. In front of us was a person he and I knew very well. Coriana Andrielphus, one of Seror Bale's bishops, and the other was a tall and lanky man with dark green hair and red eyes. How do you do, Knight Kiba Yudo? I am Ladora Bune, the other rook of Serorg-sama. The other rook introduces himself. I see, so it's like that, huh? I look at Gasper Kiba-senpai, Censuredo, and I couldn't help but smile and summon a demonic sword. It indeed will be. Best of luck. To you too. Ladora then brings his arms in a cross shape on his chest. H-A-A-A. He exploded in a large explosion of light. When it was finished, he had transformed into a dragon Bunai C. Now, I remember. That's one of the clans from the 72 Pillars. If I remember currently, They are tamers of dragons. It does come as a surprise. He's a survivor and can transform into a dragon. His dragon form is mostly brown and has a look of a western dragon. Ledora fires a breath attack towards me. Boom! I avoided the attack by jumping to my side. But he doesn't stop his assault as he continues to spew balls of flames at me. I quickly maneuver around the flower garden and avoided the attacks. I summon my Flame Delete demonic sword and aim it towards the flaming coming towards me. Freeze! The flames that were coming towards me froze once they touched my sword. He became surprised and flew away as to not get frozen as well. But I didn't let him escape as I quickly followed after him. I appeared above him and summoned Destruction Sword. It required both of my hands to wield, but as the name suggests, it's quite destructive and has a lot of attack power. I brought down the sword on the fleeing Ledora. Bang! Crash! Ugh! However, he wasn't defeated yet, as he slowly got up, and I backed away. He fired another, but larger flame breath toward me. I summoned Flame Delete once again and froze the flames. This time he didn't have the strength to move. I appeared in front of him and with one swift motion defeated him. Wonderful. I enjoy our short duel, Yudo Kiba, Ledora says as he disappeared. I desummoned my swords and turned to look at Gasper Cohen and Corianisan. Gasper Vladi, who would have thought we would face each other here? Gasper? Corianisan, I also didn't think it would happen. However, I will still win this. We have to put aside personal feelings and relationships during raiding games. I have been training relentlessly in the pocket dimension. I have many people to thank for helping me GSHHH. That's her eyes widen as she stares at me, a little surprise. Yes, I cover myself with Tuki. I'm good friends with Kaneko-chan, her sister Kuroka-san, Jean Senpai, and many other Tuki users. I thought it might be good for me to learn how to use it. So, I approached them during those years and learned from them. With the use of my darkness and shadow manipulation plus my sacred gear. And finally, Tuki, here I come, Coriana-san. As I prepare to dash towards her, to my surprise, Cinchuredo, I thought I could use it as an advantage for our game. Of course, if we did fight one another, Keikiba-senpai is still here, but I did say I would fight her alone. I glanced to my senpai, and he had a complicated expression on him, but he didn't come to help. So, I am left to face her by myself, then Jean's senpai. It was only a few more days before our match with the Bale Peerage, and I had a question brewing in my mind. I knew of it already months ago, but the reality is closing in, and I wasn't sure if I could go through with it. So, I approached the one person I know who had a lot of experience with relationships. He was making lunch as Grafia-san was back in the Gremory home as she was needed for a job. "What's up, Jaisuk?" He answers me without turning around. I go over to a chair and sit on it. Our game with the Bale team is near. I have a question I wanted to ask Shoot. There's a possibility that he'll fight against Coriana-san, right? That's right. What do I do in that situation? He stops what he was doing and turns around to face me. He stares at me for a few seconds. It felt a little awkward, but before I answer that. "Do you like her, Jaisuk?" "Yeah, I'll like her." "Well, I certainly don't dislike her, but I don't think Jean Senpai will accept an answer like that. He's not telling me to confess, but is he rather asking me how I truly feel about her?" I look down at the ground. When she first came here, I was a little weirded out. She started to hang out with me and speak to me about many topics. It was a strange feeling, but I didn't dislike it. It felt a little like how Valerie and I used to speak for hours on end about anything and everything. We still do on occasion, but we're a little preoccupied. I enjoy my time with her. You seem to know your answer. Just think about this. What if another man takes her? Thinking of it like that, I don't like it. I didn't think I would feel about someone like this. Yes, I think I like her. Okay. And what were the rules we had to follow as the only guys in the Occult Research Club? ORC Group's male lessons. 1. A man has to protect a girl. 2. A man has to stand up no matter what. 3. Don't give up no matter what. I repeat what Jean Senpai said to Kiba Senpai and I a few months ago. He not satisfied. Cinchuredo. Right? Do what I think is best. Flash. I activated my sacred gear Forbidden Baler View and froze Coriana in place. She seemed shocked. "I'm sorry, but I want President to win this." for her dream in the future. I can't stop here, no hard feelings, Koreana-san. I dash towards her, my body flowing with Tuki, and punch her in the gut. Dawn, I guess bitude. She fell to the ground, unconscious. When I looked back up, a large part of the flower garden was destroyed. I didn't hurt her too badly, right? I felt a panic rising within me. It's fine, Jae-suk, she's fine. Jijin Sompe. However, he didn't answer me, but the arbiter did instead. Combatant Serorg's bishop and rook retires. Rias Gremory, well done, Yudo Gasper. Thank you, President. Gasper Kuin did well too. Thank you. Gasper seemed a little tired, even though he ended his duel quite quickly. Perhaps it took an emotional toll on him? It's very likely, as he's quite close to Koreana-san. He goes to sit on a chair and summons a carton of juice and drinks from it. Serorg only has his lone bishop, pawn, queen, and himself left. Who will he use? I go up to the stand again and roll the dice. And the total value is 8 again. I turn back to my family president, Rias. Let me go. Zenobia stood up and was looking at me with serious eyes. Her value is 3 as a knight. Who shall I pair up with her then? But before I could think any further, Asia also got up. I want to support Zenobia-san. Asia, I look at the two as they turn back to me. I sigh. Very well. Very well. Good luck, and be careful. Cover for each other's weaknesses. Yes, President. Zenobia, Corda, Asia, and I arrived in a wasteland-type dimension. In front of us was just a single person. I am Mistita Sabnok, Serorg Samus' last bishop. I am prepared to put my life on the line, because Serorg Samus' dream is our dream. The bishop called Mistita. He is a young boy with light green hair and violet eyes, with 2 identical hair ornaments, one on each side. He then summons a staff. The 4th battle starts now. The arbiter announces. I summon X Durandal, but when I do, I felt a weird shock to my body. Mistita was aiming the staff at me. I felt some sort of weird sensation coming onto my body, but I resisted and broke free. W what? H, how can you resist Trick Vanish? It's supposed to seal any opponent's abilities for a short amount of time. He was genuinely shocked. He didn't think I would resist and break free. Trick Vanish? Is that some sort of sacred gear? But he didn't answer and clutched his head. Is the drawback for such a powerful sacred gear painful? I glanced at Asia, and she nodded. Forgive me, you are the only one. Dwash. Bang. I dashed towards him and defeated the bishop with one powerful swing of X Durandal. He didn't try to avoid it, no. He couldn't avoid it. I saw it. While brief, he tried to move out of the way, but couldn't. With no backup or support. Wizard types like him are easily taken out of raiding games. He had a sad look on him as he disappeared. Combatant Serorg's bishop retires. The crowd cheered again. All our fights don't last long, so they may be looking forward to seeing Serorg fight our king. Rias Gremory, I did not think he would have a sacred gear. It seemed to be a rare one at that. He called it Trick Vanish, but I think you can resist it if you're strong enough. Zenobia and Asia came back as I congratulated them in their quick victory. Serorg only has 2 members left, and then himself. His sacred gear Regulus Nemia, which is also his pawn, and his queen Keisha Baden. I stepped up to the stand again and rolled it. It was a 9 this time. I and everyone else looked over at Aquino as she got up with her eyes closed. It should be a battle of queens, unless Serorg sends out Regulus on his own, which I doubt. Good luck, Aquino-san. Do your best, Aquino-senpai. Her peerage members started to wish her luck. Once she got on a magic circle, she opens her eyes. Thank you, everyone. I'll be right back. Aquino Himejima. I had been teleported into a strange area. There were many giant towers that were made out of rocks, and they were lined up in a strange way. I was standing on one of these towers. At the other rooftop was Keisha Baden, Sarah Bale's queen. Hailing from the Extra Demons, House of Abaddon. The current 3rd rank in the raiding games also comes from the House of Abaddon. Keisha is a female with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and green eyes. Centuredo, this technique allows the user to create and control portals that expand and retract according to the user's will, and are able to absorb attacks and reflect them back as they choose. Once these holes have absorbed something in them, the user can reopen them in a different area of space nearby to release everything they've absorbed. However, Jean mentioned that they have a limit. depending on how strong the user is, they can only absorb a certain amount before it shatters and breaks. I know the difference between us is quite large. I can also tell from a distance she has become stronger. She's at least ultimate class. Hey Aquino, it's Ponytail versus Ponytail if you and Keisha fight in the rating game. Why did I remember such silly words from Jean just now? I couldn't help but smile, making my opponent across from me tilt her head in confusion. So, you came, Holy Lighting Priestess? Yes, I did. Let's get along, shall we? We stare at each other with unmoving gazes. Without further ado, let the fifth match start. Both of us fly into the sky and start sending out fire elemental attacks towards Keisha. She swiftly avoids them while also firing some attacks back at me. It seems like we were both testing the waters. I sent out a large volume of water towards her, and she counters it with wind. Even if I'm holding back, she's doing well in countering my attacks. I'm doing this for you too. Jean, I know what this woman feels about you, but unknown to her, I was already preparing a large attack above us. I keep up my farce as I wait for the attack to charge up. I had worked on this during the 15 years we spend in the pocket dimension. I wondered if I could charge up a Kieran without doing the motions, but using my demonic energy and manipulating it with my own will. It took many attempts and help from Jean, but it's possible, and he'll use it today. What's wrong, Queen of Gremory? Are you only going to run away the entire match? I could tell that she felt a little frustrated. I had deliberately used less power in my attacks, so she couldn't use her absorption ability on them. Ufufufu ido wonderben. Bang! We fired another round of elemental attacks at one another, each of them canceling one another. But the crowd was still liking it, so it'll keep it up. The attack is nearly done after all. Keisha Abaddon stopped attacking me and floated on the spot. She was just glaring at me. Did she get frustrated with me? I wonder what happened. Are the two queens of both teams just an even match? The arbiter asks, and the crowd became even more hyped. I smiled and glanced towards Saror Bale's base. I'm sorry for the wait, Keisha. Vanished with a roar of draconic holy lightning, she looked confused at me. I then point to the sky. She looked up, and a large dragon, made out of holy lightning, came down from the sky and was heading towards her quickly. Kieran. She desperately tried to use her ability, but was too late. FSHHHKK. Boom. Combatant Saror Bale's queen retires. However, she somehow retired before my attack hit. Once my attack was finished, that part of the dimension was no more. The cheering of the crowd had stopped as they looked at the damage I caused with shock. Did I use too much? I asked no one in particular while putting a hand on my cheek. The dimension was destroyed by Rias Gremory's Queen S attack. Sarorg appears on the monitor. He had a mortified expression. I made Keisha retire forcefully. At that rate, she would have been killed by Holy Lightning Priestess. You were trying to kill her, were you not? I shook my head. I forgot to regulate my attack power. I became too excited at the thought of fighting your queen. My apologies, Sarorg-sama. I bowed and heard him exhale. Rias Gremory Aquino, I'm sorry. President, I should have been more careful during the match. Aquino had teleported back in and was frowning. She was upset with herself. This hadn't happened before, and she was really frustrated about it. I will go apologize after the game. I nodded and turned back to the stand. One last match. Will we roll? May I put in a suggestion? Suddenly, Sarorg appears on the screen again. Oh, what might that be, contestant Sarorg? For this next match, no. This last match, I wish to have a team battle. It is only I and my sacred gear Regulus Nemia left, and we are, in a way, a one-person team. Emperor Belial appears on the screen. Certainly, that seems like the right course of action. He and his pawn are both required if we wish to see his balance break again. With the Gremory team having a full house, it will be an interesting battle. I look at the screen, and then back to my peerage. It will depend on the committee's answer to Sarorg's request, so we have no say in this. I certainly don't see a problem with it, but I have personally seen these guys fight, and having them all fight Sarorg Bale would be a bit— He didn't finish his sentence. Yes, I also agree. It would be a bit unfair, and I don't think the crowd would like it that much. A few minutes go by, and then the arbitrator reappears. I'm sorry for the delay, everyone. It seems like the committee has decided to deny the request. However, they have suggested something else. It seems like they also see contestant Sarorg and Regulus as one participant, and so will allow for them to both participate in the final match. The next match will have an automatic number of 12, meaning it's a battle of kings then. Azazel and Emperor Belial finish the arbiter's sentence, and he nods furiously with an excited expression. Do both contestants agree? Yes. Sarorg and I agree without hesitation. In this revised scenario, it gives Sarorg a chance to win if both kings are up against each other. I also wanted to fight against him, so it worked out for me. Good luck, Rias. Good luck, President. Everyone wish me luck, thank you. I will bring in the victory, everyone. I stepped on the magic circle and was teleported away. The place I was teleported to this is Fwahaha. How ironic. It's the same place I fought Jean in. Sarorg laughs heartily across from me. He had his usual confident smile plastered on his face. Regulus was also beside him, but he did not have his hood or mask on anymore. Rias, there's something I want to say before the fight. Sarorg says it directly to me. Your servants fought well. It is clear to me and everyone else that they care a lot for you too. You are a very caring king after all. It makes me a little jealous. He closes his eyes and gains a serious expression. However, for my dream, I must win this. I will be going all out from start. Of course, I expected that from you, Sarorg. He smiles at me, Regulus. Sir, balance break. Sarorg dons his golden lion armor once again and goes into a stance. I also cover my body with the power of destruction. Let the final match begin. Sarorg-sama. Princess Rias. The crowd went wild as both of us powered up. One moment Sarorg was far away from me. The next he appeared below me. He was readying to punch me. Don, gun. He sent a punch towards me, but I blocked it with my leg. That part of his armor was instantly destroyed. He backed away once he saw this. If he touches me, then he'll get hurt. Now what will you do, Sarorg? I see. That's one mighty defense. Rias, however, I am willing to sacrifice this body in order to win, even if I lost both my hands. He dashed back towards me. I avoided all his attacks. Each and every time he makes contact with a part of my body that I blocked, his armor would shatter, but then instantly repair itself. That was to take a lot of stamina to do. Don, shatter. Don, shatter. It seems like Princess Rias Gremory is untouchable. The power of destruction that surrounds her body is constantly destroying the armor around Sarorg Bale's hands. What will he do? He cannot do much. Sarorg Bale is a power type, while Rias Gremory is more of a wizard type. They're quite incompatible. Add to the fact that young Rias seems to have mastered her clan's trait to a high degree. Almost like her brother, Surzek's Lucifer Emperor Belial makes an observation and tells his thoughts to everyone. I continue to block and parry Sarorg's attacks. He's quite relentless. However, I know he won't back down. Just because of this, the only way to beat him is to knock him down. I have been training with many people over the years in the pocket dimension. This includes hand-to-hand combat. Just like Jean, I will show that here right now. Putting a little more strength into my legs, I send a kick towards Sarorg. He sees this and puts his arms up to guard. Bam! KSHHH. I know you want to retire even if all odds are against you, Sarorg. So I'll face you head-on too. I jump far away and gather more of my power of destruction around my body. Slowly, my clan's trait started to form a transparent crimson armor around my body. Crimson chest plate, leg guards, footwear, arm guards, a helmet, and boosters behind me. To finish it off, a single green jewel in the middle of my chest. I recently added this after Jean helped me complete it, a symbol to the man I love. I had thought of doing something like this because I heard Jean speak of his queen form at multiple points while we were in the pocket dimension. My own love for him grew as we spent more time with each other. He helped me know, helped all of us reach this level of power. I personally don't think we would have reached it otherwise. I also have come far. He was the one to show me my faults, and I was forced to improve and grow up. I was in heavy denial for a long time, but eventually started to take it seriously, even if I was just trying to get back at the masked man. Looking back at it now, it's laughable in my eyes. He was perfect, but as time went on, he showed his own faults, his imperfections. We weren't the only ones to grow. He was also growing alongside us. I tend to forget that Jean is still the same age as us. Even if we know the fact that he was 26 in his past life, he admitted that he stopped mentally and emotionally growing for a long time before his death. I know, we felt it that day. The day he used his queen form and grew even further. I want to win and show Gene that I can stand beside him and not just behind him. Can I walk beside him in the future and not be left behind? He's going to have many people around him. What is that? Princess Rias has just created armor from her power of destruction. Governor Azazel, any comments? I've never seen this before, nor has Surzex mentioned being able to do anything like that at best. He is never mind, I can't say that. But I did not expect Rias Gremory to have an ace like that. First Gene, and now you Rias? Fwahaha. It seems like you two take a lot from each other. Let's continue then. Coolme. SSSSBHWSHHH. Activating the boosters behind my back, the color of black and crimson. Energy comes out of them and propels me forward. I appear in front of Sarorg and send a punch towards him. However, it seems like he was expecting this, as Gene did the same thing. He was already throwing a punch my way, so our fists collided. Don, afwa. Sarorg started to laugh as our fists hit one another. As he continued to laugh, I could feel his entire live's energy being poured into those punches. A man desperate to fulfill his dream. I summon my wings and fly into the sky. I create multiple small balls of power of destruction behind me. There was probably around 100 of them. Sarah grinned at me, and I did a small gesture with my hand as they all fly towards him. Sarah desperately dodges them all and jumps up toward me while shouting my name. Rias. Bam. Crash. Copying Kaniko's move, I avoided Sarorg's attack, and Axe kicked him on top of his head. This made him crash into the ground. I quickly fly down as he already started to get up. Gene was holding back a lot, and let him have a fighting chance. I'm sorry, I won't be doing that. But I am holding back in order not to accidentally kill you. Aquino nearly did the same to your queen. I hit Sarorg with a barrage of kicks and punches, each of them aiming at a vital spot. Don, 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 bam, bam, bam. Each time I hit him, his armor broke and repaired itself. However, that also eventually hit its limit. With one final kick, I sent him flying in front of me, just like Gene. I summoned transparent, crimson-colored cannons above my shoulders and charged them with my power of destruction. Is this the end for Sarorg Bale? Sarorg Bale strong Rias has become so strong. I know Gene was holding back during our match to let the crowd enjoy it, but it feels like Rias is quite relentless. It feels like I'm fighting Surzex Lucifer Sama, and I never stood a chance. I feel really uncool now. Gene, you trained them, didn't you? Did you know the outcome of this raiding game before you came into our room? No, you definitely did, but I couldn't help but chuckle. There are still many individuals that are above me now. My cousin, who wasn't this strong a few months ago, can just do this to me. I feel quite proud to be born in this generation. But my dream may come to an end. It won't end, Sarorg. Not unless I have a damn say in it. Jijin. Fwaha, is what you would say, right? I may not be a devil, but if I can help out a friend who helped me out of a rut, then I'll try my best in having your dream realized. Stand proud. Bal. I see boom. Rias Gremory Extinction Blaster. SCHHHKKK. Boom. An enormous crimson and black energy wave came out of my cannons, and they quickly headed towards Sarorg, who didn't seem to try to avoid it. It reached him and confused him before exploding. Once the explosion died down, he was lying on the ground, completely out cold. Then his body began to disappear. Resignation confirmed. TT the winner is Rias Gremory. The Gremory team has won. The crowd exploded in loud cheers and shouting as I exited my crimson armor. One step closer to my dream. But I had to deny another of his. Japan, Kuo Day of Culture Festival. Gene Skyward. Please line up in one row. Asia stood nearby, smiling brightly, was making the students line up in the corridor. It's a really long line for the cafe. The ones who had survived the haunted house section were here, lining up for the cafe portion. I didn't think we would be that popular, but lo and behold we are. Shala was the one manning the fortune-telling section, but many males came to the cafe, giving me the stink eye. I asked Shala what happened, but she said that they tried to chat her up or ask her out on a date, and she bluntly replied that I was her partner. Yeah, all right, I can see why they're pissed off at me. Irina was also wearing a waitress outfit, but was the one advertising for our cafe, even though the ones that come here had to go through the haunted house, so I kind of see this as pointless. But I want to tell her Say Cheese, a student, was taking a photo with Rias. She and many others here were quite popular. The one who suggested this was Griselda. I was against it, but was voted out, so all I could do is sulk about it. But we were charging them for it, so they got to pay up. Though Rias did look gorgeous in it. She sees me looking at her and huffs. Jean, come here and help. Hey, I was doing my part too. The most important, in fact. And that would be observing. Shut up and go help. In the distance, I could hear some screams coming from the haunted house. Kiba and Gasper were helping out in that section, but it's only for a brief time. The Yukai and Ghost we hired are doing most of the job. I kind of expected that, so all the higher-ups who were supporting Sarah withdrew, huh? I was talking with Azazel as I counted up the ticket sales we currently have. I was taking a break after putting in actual work. He lost to Rias, so this was the outcome. His dream gone well. Not unless I have something to say about it. Yeah, they withdrew. It just means that they aren't the kind of people to reach out and help you unless you're useful. If they perceive you as a loser, then why the hell would they help you? It's cruel, and I honestly hate those. Boomers, that's right? I nod. Anyway, if they don't see any worth in you or fail to meet their expectations, then they'll discard and throw you away at a moment's notice. Anyway, Rias manhandled Sarorg. Honestly, you holding back was the highlight of his fights. Well, I won't deny that. From the moment both kings fought, it was already obvious who was going to win, even after I healed him. The way Rias fought was smart, using her power of destruction like that. One positive thing did come out of this for now, at least, is that he's still the heir to his clan. Sarorg is still a strong devil, and they can't just throw him out like that. Otherwise, they'll suffer, even if they have a backup. Bang! Jean! Dude, what the hell? Just then, both Najima and Kuda came into the room. Both Azazel, and I look at them with questioning expressions. What's up? Who's Shala-san? Azazel gains a smug grin before dipping out. Little rascal, come back here. I just sigh and shake my head. Another Barado. Deal with it. Both just fall to the ground, done with it all. Just then, Ravel comes back out with more tickets. Jean-sama, I have new tickets. Oh yeah, thanks Ravel. Let's go alright here. Try your chances with this. I take 4 tickets from Ravel and hand them to the 2. They instantly regained life. Oh, Sasuga Skyward-sama. His benevolence knows no bounds. Dates. Both of them quickly left and were probably going to try to get dates for the day. Ravel was mostly confused, and we quickly got back to our jobs. All right, thanks for the snacks earlier, Ravel. They were quite tasty. I'm glad you like them. Jean-sama. So, the Citri group had a flag battle, huh? Yeah, so we had to run around the field, and am still dead tired afterwards. I want to slack off. Chiron and I were on another break while we walked around the building with Saji. He was on patrol since he was part of the student council. We had come across him while enjoying the festival, so we just went around with him. It seems like the Citri group had a match against the Agars group at the same time as Rias and Sarorg. They had to take each other's flag. It involved a lot of strategy and tactics. Unlike the one with the Gremory and Bale, which was just beat the living daylights out of each other until they win. You guys won, right? Yes, we won by a narrow margin. But since it was a battle to take each other's flags, being stupidly powerful wasn't necessary. But at the very end, I used my Vritra promotion and turned into the Dragon King and went berserk. I ended up destroying the battlefield, and we got horrible ratings. Ugh, I caused problems for President Sona. Saji puts his head down in disappointment. I still need training, otherwise they'll always have to rely on you, Jean-senpai, in order to get out of that state. Ugh. You, don't sit on the flower bed. Isn't there a sign there? Sorry, Jean-senpai, Kaneko-chan, I have to go. He quickly leaves us to scold the student. I feel a tug from Chiron. Let's go do those shooting games. I will do my best to get you a prize. Chiron. She cutely nodded as we headed towards them. I indeed won a prize for her. It was just some candy, but hey, it's better than nothing, right? The school festival was now at its peak, and there were campfires on the school ground where everyone was doing Oklahoma Mixer. Right about now, the guys and girls were having fun dancing. A few individuals did come here to check the festival out, but that's a story for another time. Sensing Ria's aura in the clubroom go into it, most of the members are avoiding the place, so I went in there. But there was someone else there. Hopefully they won't interrupt us since the school festival was ending. Mostly everyone had changed back into their school uniform. Rias had also done the same thing. She was in her school uniform. I phased from the door and then knocked on it to get her attention. She turns my way. Jean, hey. I walk over to her as she was looking through the window. While we were a bit far from the campfires, we could still see them from here. It's our last year here, you know. I wanted to come here, even if it's just for a little bit. I see maybe I should start this off. I mean, she seems quite hesitant to go for it. You haven't exactly said the words to each other. Though what was that saying? Actions speak louder than words. Both of you have been doing that for months now. I get it, Drake. They'll do it, yeesh. I started to say something when Rias suddenly hugs me. I, on reflect, hug her back. Thank you. Everything you've done until now. Thank you, Jean. I don't think I or the rest of my family would have come this far if it weren't for you. I don't think that's totally accurate. I just gave everyone a push in the right direction, and they got over their own personal troubles by themselves, of course, with a bit of help from the rest of us, but I think saying that will ruin the mood, so we'll keep my mouth shut. There's so many things I want to say. I don't think we would have enough time in the day if I said them all, but she pulls away from me and looks at me. Tears were already streaming down her face. She touches my cheek. Jean, I love you. I want to stay with you for the rest of my life. Rias, yeah, seeing her grow this much has been great to see. No, everyone has grown. I would like to think I'm also part of that mix. Both of our faces slowly inch closer to one another until we share a kiss. Our barato eventually ends. It wasn't like the usual deep barato, but just a regular one, but I could feel a lot of emotions from it. We eventually ended up just hugging for the next few minutes. Oh, I've been meaning to say that for the longest time now, you know? Yeah, Mal. Slam. Just then, Ravel came into the room wearing an apron and mittens. In her hands was a big cake. She looks at her cake and then to us. Did I interrupt something? Ravel was sporting a small blush as she puts down the cake on a nearby table. Rias and I both chuckle at her. No, it's fine, Ravel. Did you make that cake? Ah, yes. Would both of you like to try it? We both nodded and went over to have some. Eventually, everyone else also came to the clubroom, followed by Team/Dog, Aquino's parents, Rias' extended family, a few gods, and the rest of my lovers. We enjoyed a light-hearted rest of the night. A few days later, Zlop, Ignia. I turn around to see Ignia there with a grin. We were in a random desert. As he said, he wanted to speak with me. Father, I have some great news for you. Go on. Ireland, Russia, and Egypt. Those are the locations of part 2 of the plan that they had come up with for some big plan they came up with. To know the exact details, since this was in the works for the longest time. Anyway, those are the countries being targeted. Ireland, Russia, and Egypt? Why? I see, you'll go and get some shadows to defend those places then. Anyway, they'll be in Egypt with the hero faction, so if you want to blow a big hole in their plans, you can start there. They'll do that. Ignia then grins as his fighting spirit explodes. I had already erected a barrier around us. All right, let's tango then. I've been waiting for this. Dimensional gap, boom. Is this fine, Bellion? Kamish asked his fellow shadow soldier. Jean-sama asked us to protect this dimension. Mothra and Godzilla are in another part. Yes, this should be part of it. I do not know why the hero faction is here, but we did just take down a large part of their organization. Bellion looks at the fallen humans. However, no key members are here. Perhaps they were just here to scout? Regardless of the reason, I shall report this to Jean-sama. Kamish made a grunt. Centurado.